Chapter 2301 Western Desert, Fong Clan's Territory. Open for me. Emo Shata shouted loudly. As the killer move was activated, the immortal formation in front of them opened. It was completely empty. There were no resources left at all. It was like a desert. Nothing was left behind. This again. Many Gu immortals were furious. It's all gone, it's all gone. Another person muttered, his eyes somewhat absent-minded. Such a vicious Fong Clan. Some Gu immortals' eyes were spewing fire. They gritted their teeth. Fong Clan alone does not have so much manpower and methods. Heaven refining demon, Venerable, must have done this behind the scenes. These Gu immortals were helpless. This was Fong Clan's last resource point. Like the previous resource points, nothing was left for the Anti-Fong Alliance. The Gu immortals discussed noisily. This was too different from their original expectations. Not only did Fong Clan empty their resource points, they even left behind immortal formations. These immortal formations were created using natural Dao marks and immortal materials. The Anti-Fong Alliance's Gu immortals had to expend immortal essence to unravel the immortal formations. They expended a huge amount of immortal essence, but in the end they gained nothing. Looking at the pits or the deserts, these Anti-Fong Alliance's Gu immortals had dark expressions. Xiao Yi, who did not even have the strength to be angry, he felt great regret. If I had known this, I would not have participated in this stupid matter. Xiao Yi, whose injuries had not healed yet, and most importantly, his immortal Gu house chamber pot was destroyed. It was not that he did not gain anything, but the battle spoils were too little, the losses were too great. Wan Gucho looked at this scene and sighed internally. She was helpless. In her first life, she had never seen such a bottomless superforce. This revival had broadened her horizons. She led the Anti-Fong Alliance and did not see a single Fong Clan Gu immortal. They unraveled many immortal formations, but did not gain any resource points. Some immortal formations were very devious. If the method to unravel them was not in place, they would explode. This was too damaging. Many Gu immortals were injured because of this. As for Fong Clan's headquarters, they had already moved it away. This was a public blessed land. Fong Clan actually had such a method to move their immortal aperture. There was a saying on earth, a monk can run away, but the temple cannot. But now, Fong Clan had moved their temple away. Wan Gucho did not know of the saying, but her mood was equally terrible. Even though they defeated Fong Clan, Wan Gucho was not happy at all. She felt even more worried. Fong Clan was gone, but they still had enough battle strength left. Now it was Wan family, and the other superforces turned to worry. If one day Fong family attacked a certain resource point, the possibility of defending it was very low. Without these resource points, Fong Clan did not need to send Gu immortals to guard them. This was the clan's Gu immortal Gu of them. Wan Gucho looked at the heavenly court Gu immortals. In this celestial court and clan, Fong Clan, Gu clan was you. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already given the order to exterminate Fong Clan. Thus, when Zhou Xiongxin noticed Wan Gucho's gaze, he immediately said without hesitation, Fong Clan's actions are completely destroying their own foundation. It is equivalent to completely submitting to heaven refining demon Venerable. This means that Fong Clan and Fong Yuan are the same kind. They're both demons. They're the scourge of the world. Don't tell me this. What do we do now? The other Western Desert Gu immortals did not buy it. Zhou Xiong Xian smiled. Our Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already expected this situation. Thus, she sent me to search for clues and traces of Fong Clan. Once we find them, the Anti-Fong Alliance will go all out and destroy Fong Clan. On the other side, Wan Zihong understood Fong Clan's actions. Some time ago, she had suggested to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to recruit Fong Clan, but her suggestion was rejected. Wan Zihong knew that Fong Clan could not surrender. Celestial Court would definitely punish them as a warning to others. In this situation, she would do the same. The anti-Fang alliance's actions were too slow. It gave Fang Clan and Fang Yuan plenty of time to relocate their resources. The anti-Fang alliance's best strategy was to attack Fang Clan immediately. However, they spent too much time on internal discussions. Negotiations were time-consuming to begin with. The anti-Fang alliance only began to act after they had confirmed the division plan. But Wan Zihong could understand. If they did not do this, the anti-Fang alliance's Gu Immortals would not be able to send their Gu Immortals or determine their strategy. Benefits and risks were equal. Only after confirming the benefits and then deciding who would take the lead and who would take care of the rear, would the anti-Fang alliance have enough battle strength. This alliance was established too recently. The Gu Immortals participating in the alliance came from all sorts of superforces. No one was willing to submit to anyone else. The strength of an individual was not enough to influence them. Without benefits, the anti-Fang alliance could not be formed. Like earlier, one clan had no choice but to take out all their assets to attract all the superforces to send people to form the anti-Fang alliance. After Wan Guchou was exposed, they used Fang Clan's assets to attract other Gu Immortals. And without a clear division of benefits, the anti-Fang alliance had no battle strength. Once the battle began and Fang Clan attacked, the Gu Immortals would immediately retreat. Without clear benefits, no one was willing to take the risk. Fang Clan, on the other hand, was forced into a desperate situation. They were united. In such a situation, Fang Clan could only clench their fists. Even if the anti-Fang alliance had many people, they were in a state of disunity and had a high chance of failure. Thus, the anti-Fang alliance had to go through this process. However, just me alone is far from enough. Everyone should know the threat of Fang Clan's remnants if we want to get rid of these demonic path cancerous tumors. I hope everyone can send information path Gu Immortals to hunt them down. Zhou Xiong Xian said. Fang Clan is in the demonic path. They are no longer Western Desert's righteous path. Everyone has the right to kill them. Western Desert's Gu Immortals nodded. But our efforts were in vain. Yuan Clan and Celestial Court need to give us an explanation. That's right, in this situation, we can't return empty-handed, right? If we return empty-handed, one clan will be too disappointed. If Fang Clan invades us in the future, will anyone join this anti-Fang alliance? The Gu Immortals started to argue again. Wan Guchou felt a headache. She thought about it and secretly transmitted to Xiao Yihu. Friend from Xiao Clan, don't worry, my Wan Clan will be the first to guarantee your gains. It is said that back then, Fang Clan's first ancestor was the only Gu Immortal in Fang Clan. Back then, Fang Clan occupied the movement rock crack and was the smallest superforce in Western Desert. When the Sand Calamity attacked, Fang Clan's ancestor had to make a choice. He could have set up an immortal formation and sacrificed some Fang Clan mortals to resist the Sand Calamity. But he chose to preserve Fang Clan's people and directly retreated. He would rather give up on the movement rock crack. Such an extreme nature can be said to be of the same origin. Fang Clan's action is not hard to understand. Friend, you have already obtained many Fang Clan clansmen, although they are only from a branch family. With Fang Clan style, we can make use of them. Xiao Clan was Wan Clan's strongest superforce. Wan Guchou first had to appease such an existence. Everything depended on strength. Xiao Yi, whose expression eased after getting Wan Guchou's guarantee, he stopped making a fuss. Wan Guchou was trustworthy. This was how the righteous path worked. Moreover, even if Wan Guchou did not keep her word and refused to pay, what could Xiao Yihu do? Sell. I want to sell these Fang Clan clansmen as slaves and humiliate Fang Clan. We can also do something to these people. We might be able to find out the range of Fang Clan's immortals. Xiao Yihu gritted his teeth. He was determined. Not long after, in jewel yellow skies. Where is this place? Wang Xiao Er cried out in shock. The surrounding people were also in a state of shock. Buzzing noises could be heard. These people were floating in jewel yellow skies. There was a formless force restraining these people. Thus, Wang Xiao Heir felt very uncomfortable. He was not standing on solid ground. There were people above and below him. He was also being squeezed by the surrounding people. We were sold. This is the legendary Jewel Yellow Skies. Some knowledgeable Gu masters spoke the truth. Fong Clan's expressions turned extremely pale. This was the result of defeat. Fong Clan Gu Immortals, listen to me. You have defied the law and turned into the demonic path. You are the shame of Western Desert's righteous path. Even if you escape now, you will be punished in the future. These people are your Fong Clan clansmen and family members. They are actually innocent, but because of you they became slaves. This is all your fault. Xiao Yihus will also enter Jewel Yellow Skies. He continued to spread the news and humiliated Fong Clan. These words made the Fong clansmen cry out in grief. Someone save us! Lord Ancestors, we are here. Why are you crying? Don't throw away Fong Clan's face. To them, the best situation was for Fong Clan's Gu Immortals to buy them back. Wang Xiao Heir was among them. He also cried out a few times. He was feeling very uneasy. He was thought to be a member of Fong Clan because the situation back then was too chaotic. Fong Clan's people did not know that an outsider Gu Master had mixed in with them. Different from others, Wang Xiao Heir was not willing to be bought back by Fong Clan's Gu Immortals, because Fong Clan's Gu Immortals knew they were different. In the previous period of time, not only did Fong Dongxi torture him, he even tried many strange and vicious methods to torture him. He was healed afterwards. Chaotic times are coming. Fong Clan is a super force, but they actually fell to this state. They are courting death. Fong Clan definitely did not want to take one clan's first supreme elder's life. They must have held back. In my opinion, it is all because Wan Clan's first supreme elder was too useless. He was actually killed like this. The current Wan Clan is different. With the revival of Wan Guchou, such a legendary expert, Wan Clan will definitely return to its peak. Cooperating with Fong Yuan will allow us to trade immortal Gu. Cooperating with Celestial Court will allow us to revive Gu Immortals. This is really tempting. Fong clansmen becoming slaves was a warning to many Gu Immortals. The 5 regions' chaotic war had not started yet, but the super forces were already unstable. At once, there were people who grieved, and some had other thoughts. How much are you selling these human slaves? Many people asked. Human slaves were actually getting rarer. In the last 100 years, there had not been such a large-scale sale of human slaves. After all, capturing humans for no reason and selling them as slaves was a proper demonic act. But now these Fong clansmen were the losers. Their origins were justified. Chapter 2302. Among the Gu Immortals who came to purchase Fong Clan slaves, there might be Fong Clan Gu Immortals, but they could not be identified in Jewel Yellow Skies. Xiao Yihu did not care. He stated the price expressionlessly. This was a normal price, neither high nor low. Immediately, a few deals were made. With this batch of Fong Clan clansmen, I have filled the final gap. I can try to refine Wealth Gu again. Shi Kong was very happy. Don't let Fong Clan's Gu Immortals buy me. Wang Xiao Heir prayed internally. Let's go with this batch. They seem to be of good quality. The Gu Immortal communicated with Xiao Yihu and chose a batch. Human slaves were of high quality too. Among them, rank 5 Gu Masters sold the best. After them were young Gu Masters who showed great talent. At once, cries could be heard. Fong clansmen were sold. Their families were separated. They were separated by life and death. Parting here would be the last time they would see each other. It was truly a tragedy. Here, the fates of Fong clansmen would change. The difference would be like heaven and earth. The pitiful Fong clansmen would be used as Gu refinement materials by Shi Kong. They would die immediately. The better ones would be chosen to be Gu immortal seeds. They would join sects or clans. If they succeeded in their immortal ascension, this investment would be huge. Of course, there were very few Gu immortal seeds that could be favored. Fong clan lost, but they have not lost yet. It seems that this battle will continue. In these 2 days, Fairy Myrtle had diverted some of her attention from jewel yellow skies. She was paying attention to the situation of the world. Right now, several days had passed since she and Ing Wuxia entered the 2 heavens. During this period of time, they had traveled with great difficulty. They experienced many dangers. The immemorial 2 heavens environment was dangerous to begin with. Ordinary, rank 8 Gu immortals had to be careful. Now that the 2 heavens had merged, the environment became chaotic and unstable. The 5 regions were already affected. The 2 heavens were even more intense. From time to time, they would encounter roaming immemorial desolate beasts or large numbers of desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, or even immemorial desolate beast armies. Encountering wild beasts was not too bad. The scarier thing was that some dangerous areas with dense Dao marks were mixed together after the 2 heavens shattered, causing these dangerous areas and forbidden areas to move around. Once one fell into it, it would be like a mortal trekking through a desert and falling into quicksand. One could only despair and wait for death. Even someone as strong as Fairy Myrtle was in danger. Ing Wuxia, how much further? Fairy Myrtle asked. Right now, the 2 of them were hiding in a group of soul beasts. There were many ancient soul beasts in this horde, and they were all under Ing Wuxia's control. Ing Wuxia replied, According to my senses, it will be another 3 days before we can see the main body. During this period of time, if the main body were to move, the time might be shortened or even longer. Ing Wuxia used Soul Path Killer moves to barely sense his main body, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's speed was not something they could match. Thankfully, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his mind now. He did not guard against detection. He was roaming around and destroying things. He did not purposely avoid these 2. Thus, during this period of time, Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia were still getting closer to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. How? The soul beasts that were moving ahead suddenly stopped, as if they had crashed into an invisible wall. They cried out in pain. What's going on? Fairy Myrtle immediately became alert. Be careful, stop. Ing Wuxia also controlled the soul beast group to stop. They floated in the air. Over the past few days, they had relied on their soul beasts to explore many dangerous places. For this, they sacrificed 30% of the soul beasts. This is Heavenly Chasm. Fairy Myrtle recognized it and exclaimed in shock. Heavenly Chasm was a rank 9 Heaven Path immortal material. Its shape was not fixed, but it was huge. It was formless and looked like transparent air, but it could not be passed through. We are so unlucky to encounter this. Ing Wuxia was very disappointed. Heavenly Chasm was not dangerous, but it was a huge problem for the 2 of them, because they had to go around Heavenly Chasm, but they did not know the shape of Heavenly Chasm and how it was arranged in the sky. Both Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia's detection range was far smaller than the size of Heavenly Chasm. In other words, they could only rely on luck, choose a direction, and try to go around it. No one could estimate how much time they would have to waste. Without a choice, Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia could only take the long way around. After walking for a long distance, Heavenly Chasm was still in front of them, like a huge wall that connected heaven and earth. Suddenly, a sound entered Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia's ears. At first, they did not pay much attention, thinking it was just the normal sound of the wind. But soon, the sound became more and more pleasing to the ear. When the 2 immortals were naturally attracted to it, their movements unconsciously slowed down. After a dozen breaths, the entire soul beast group also stopped in the sky, completely immersed in this beautiful sound. There were no musical instruments in this sound. It was purely made up of wind, rain, thunder, birds, and so on. Yet it formed such a wonderful music that Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia were both immersed in it. Oh no, this is heavenly music. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook. She wanted to warn them, but she only moaned as her body went limp and relaxed completely. Ing Wuxie's cultivation level was lower than hers, but he was even more immersed than her. He had an intoxicated expression on his face, unable to extricate himself. Fairy Myrtle's heart continued to sink. She knew that they were in a desperate situation this time. At this rate, she, Ing Wuxie, and the soul beasts would all be immersed in this heavenly music until their consciousness completely dissipated, turning into floating corpses in the sky. Fairy Myrtle wanted to save herself, but after several attempts, she could not activate any goo worms, not to mention any killer moves. If she had reacted immediately and retreated with all her might, she might have had a chance of survival. But now that she had been immersed in the heavenly music for so long, she was like a mortal struggling after falling into water. Her strength was getting weaker, and she was drinking more and more water. Am I going to die here? Fairy Myrtle felt her eyelids becoming heavy. Her vision was turning blurry. She could not help but close her eyes. She wanted to listen to this heavenly music with all her might. This might be the most beautiful way to die in this world. As Fairy Myrtle gradually died, her heart was gradually filled with intoxication and happiness. When she died, she would not leave behind any negative emotions like sadness, despair, pain, or anything else. But right when Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxie were about to die, the heavenly music started to weaken. A goo immortal was flying towards them from afar. He wore a red and white robe. His posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long. His eyes were filled with divine light that was concealed. His lips curled into a smile, giving off a warm and confident feeling. It was the current rank 8 sound path, great expert Feng Juga. What a heavenly music! Feng Juga laughed heartily as he looked at the soul beast group, as well as Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxie, who were unable to guard against detection. The heavenly music that trapped the 2 members of Shadow Sect did not do anything to Feng Juga. Instead, he used some mysterious method to collect it. Feng Juga! Fairy Myrtle gradually recovered. She was moved when she saw the goo immortal in front of her. Ever since the battle of fate, Feng Juga had vanished without a trace. Was he in the 2 heavens all this time? If he could collect a rank 9 immortal material like heavenly music, did this mean that his strength had risen again? Did he retain pseudo-venerable battle strength? These were all mysteries. Feng Juga collected the heavenly music while activating a killer move. 2 lumps of profound white light shot towards Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxie, enveloping them and gradually seeping into their bodies. Fairy Myrtle was still unable to move because of the heavenly music. She could only let Feng Juga do whatever he wanted. What killer move is this? What are you trying to do? Fairy Myrtle slowly recovered her ability to speak. Feng Juga said, "Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. After the battle of fate, our changes are actually very similar, isn't that so?" Feng Juga said as he turned around and left. Fairy Myrtle could not chase after him. She could only watch as he flew away. What happened? Ing Wuxie also gradually recovered. He could only see Feng Juga's departing figure far away. We were hit by the heavenly music. We were already in a desperate situation. But Feng Juga suddenly appeared and collected the heavenly music. He also used some mysterious method on us. Fairy Myrtle explained everything in a concise manner. Ing Wuxie stared with wide eyes. This Feng Juga did not kill us. He is also a member of the demonic path. He betrayed the celestial court. Why would he want to kill us? Fairy Myrtle sighed. If he wanted us to die, he could have just stood by and watched. He would have obtained our corpses, immortal apertures, and immortal goo. Other than collecting the heavenly music, his motive was also the killer move he planted on us. The 2 used all sorts of methods to investigate their bodies, but they did not find any clues or abnormalities. It was as if Feng Juga's killer move earlier was just an illusion. It had never happened. Regardless of whether he still has pseudo-venerable battle strength, His methods are getting more profound. Fairy Myrtle sighed. What killer move is this? Ing Wuxia frowned. Is he trying to use us as bait to harm his main body? Fairy Myrtle shook her head. There are too few clues now, but my intuition tells me that Feng Juga does not care about Lord Spectral Soul. Maybe your guess is correct, but are we going to stop here? Ing Wuxia thought about it before nodding. Of course, we have to move forward. Even if Feng Juga wants to harm the main body, he is only rank 8. How can he deal with the main body? The two immortals continued on their journey. The Soul Beast group had lost half of their numbers because of the heavenly music. There were no replenishments around the heavenly chasm. This time, to guard against the heavenly music, the Soul Beasts were spread out. They were very far apart from each other. Main body, I can sense the main body. Not long after, Ing Wuxia suddenly shouted in shock. Following the feeling, the two immortals adjusted their direction and saw Spectral Soul Demon Venerable after 15 minutes. So the main body was separated from us by the heavenly chasm, but because of the Heaven Path rank 9 immortal materials interference, I thought that we were far away. Ing Wuxia realized at once. He shouted, I am here. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable saw the clone, he roared. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of loud sounds, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's hundreds of fists landed on the heavenly chasm. The heavenly chasm shook intensely. It was on the verge of collapse. Ing Wuxia and Fairy Myrtle had pale expressions. Why did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable become so fierce after seeing the clone? It was as if they were mortal enemies. What was going on? Chapter 2303. Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang flew carefully in the two heavens. This old immortal Huayu is really crafty. He actually made us instigate flickering light grotto heaven first. Jun Shenguang complained. After they received the mission to instigate old immortal Huayu, they had secretly approached profound literature grotto heaven. While old immortal Huayu was driving away beast groups, they secretly contacted him. Do you think old immortal Huayu is purposely trying to fool us? When we instigate flickering light grotto heaven, what if there is already a trap set there? Jun Shenguang suddenly said. Qin Dingling sighed. This is not likely. Old immortal Huayu has been hesitating for a long time. But why is his attitude so ambiguous? He is worried that if they betray him, they will be hunted down by Feng Yuan. In this situation, he naturally hopes that there will be less hostility towards him. Thus, he hopes that more grotto heaven forces will betray Feng Yuan. That way, profound literature grotto heaven will not be conspicuous. But the situation you mentioned cannot be ruled out. Jun Shenguang said with difficulty, What should we do? Flickering light, grotto heaven's Gu immortal leader Liang Jingjing is different from old immortal Huayu. We do not understand her and cannot determine her true intentions. Qin Dingling pondered. We do not understand her, but old immortal Huayu has some confidence. Otherwise, he would not have singled out this grotto heaven for us to instigate. Maybe it is time to use this move. Qin Dingling slowed down. Her expression became resolute. She had made up her mind. Jun Shenguang had a puzzled expression. Qin Dingling said, Flickering light grotto heaven is not far away. But before we take the risk, let me use luck path methods to make some preparations. Jun Shenguang asked worriedly, Isn't the price of this move too high? Qin Dingling shook her head. Even though I need to expend some luck path Dao marks for the sake of the celestial court, this is nothing. The reason why I am hesitating is because this move has a huge flaw. It is like moving my future luck to the present. It might have the effect of helping the enemy. So it was like that. Jun Shenguang nodded. Qin Dingling continued. But thinking about it, the matter of persuading old immortal Huayu is quite important. Now that the three venerables are facing off, there will be a long period of balance. Western Desert Fang clan has already become a stray dog. If old immortal Huayu and the rest betray Feng Yuan, then heaven refining demon Venerable's reputation will fall to the lowest of the three Venerables. Whether or not Feng Yuan pursues old deity Huayu, he will suffer a loss. We rank 8 Gu immortals can influence the battle of Venerables. Isn't this very valuable? Jun Xinguang was convinced. Indeed. Lord Qin Dingling, please do as you wish. I will protect you. Not long after, Qin Dingling finished preparing and activated her killer move. But this time, it took an hour to activate the killer move before it ended. Qin Dingling's face was pale and covered in sweat. Her gaze was extremely strange. Is there a problem? Jun Shenguang had already noticed that something was wrong and quickly asked. Qin Dingling didn't hide anything and answered, when I activated this move this time, it actually triggered a mysterious change, as if heaven and earth were responding to me. Originally, a killer move only needed a dozen breaths of time to activate. But in that situation earlier, with the help of heaven and earth, I tried to persevere and activate it continuously. I didn't expect that this would last for an hour. Jun Shen Guang frowned. I've heard of the secret of the Tao, Lord's might. When a venerable refines natural Tao marks, their every action will be amplified by the Tao marks that is the response of heaven and earth. Lord Qin Dingling, how did you have such a fortuitous encounter? Qin Dingling shook her head. I can't comprehend it for now. But it doesn't matter. In this trip to flickering light grotto heaven, we will definitely receive a huge boost. Let's go. The 2 immortals of the celestial court continued on their way. On the other side, boom! With a loud sound, the heavenly chasm could no longer hold on. Its weakest point was pierced by spectral soul, demon Venerable's arm. Both sides communicated at this moment. Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie's pupils shrunk at the same time. At that instant, they felt boundless killing intent surging out of spectral soul, demon, Venerable's body. This killing intent was so dense that Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie felt an illusion. It was as if they were mortals facing a huge wave. Helplessness, despair, and panic rose in their hearts, filling up their chests. Quickly leave. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert after all. She reacted quickly and activated a killer move. Ying Wuxie also regained his senses after receiving help. Bam, bam, bam. Spectral soul demon Venerable's arms pierced through the heavenly chasm and reached towards the 2. The rank 9 heavenly chasm could not stop Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie, but it could only cause some trouble to the mindless spectral soul, demon Venerable. Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie quickly retreated, but all of a sudden, a black arm sped up and grabbed Ying Wuxie. At the moment of life and death, Ying Wuxie quickly used a method. Immortal killer move, change soul technique. At the next moment, he switched places with a soul beast. This ancient soul beast replaced him, and was captured by spectral soul, demon Venerable. Meanwhile, Ying Wuxie appeared far away, escaping in panic. During this period of time, Ying Wuxie had cultivated hard and created change soul technique. This change soul technique had its own advantages and disadvantages compared to Feng Yuan's soul-swapping dream method. Ying Wuxie managed to escape. Spectral soul, demon Venerable roared. With a loud sound, his claws squeezed and turned the ancient soul beast into powder. The ancient soul core was instantly absorbed by spectral soul, demon Venerable. Even more claws broke through the heavenly chasm and extended towards him. Close to 10 claws opened up. A terrifying suction force burst out from their palms. Ying Wuxie's soul beasts were unable to resist. They were all sucked in. The claws closed. But this time they did not crush these soul beasts, they continued to squeeze. The soul beasts, be they desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, all of them cried out in pain. After a few breaths of time, the claws opened up again, releasing all of these soul beasts. The released soul beasts not only changed in appearance, their strength also rose by a lot. 3 immemorial soul beasts were created. These soul beasts were completely loyal to spectral soul demon Venerable. They howled as they attacked Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia coughed out blood. He was extremely shocked. His method of controlling and enslaving soul beasts was completely destroyed by spectral soul demon Venerable. He suffered a backlash as a result. Fairy Myrtle brought Ing Wuxia along as they escaped. Purple smoke rose up, trapping these soul beasts temporarily. They flew in circles inside the smoke. After flying for a while, the 2 immortals heard a loud sound. The surrounding 100 li started to shake. The heavenly chasm was broken through by spectral soul demon Venerable. The 2 immortals had pale expressions. They tried their best to escape. But spectral soul demon Venerable was extremely fast. He soon caught up to the 2 immortals. Spectral soul demon Venerable's left head roared loudly. The silhouette of Dang Han Mountain appeared, descending towards the 2 immortals. The 2 immortals could not dodge. Immortal killer move. Purple will birth. At the crucial moment, Fairy Myrtle used her killer move. Her body shook as she turned into purple smoke that enveloped Ing Wuxia, vanishing on the spot. After a few breaths of time, purple smoke appeared out of nowhere at a certain place tens of li away. The purple smoke turned back into Fairy Myrtle. Ing Wuxia fell out of it. Fortunately, they encountered the heavenly melody earlier. After Feng Juga left, Fairy Myrtle set off. She set up a method at a fixed distance. This method was originally used to defend against the heavenly melody. Fairy Myrtle did not expect to use it to evade spectral soul demon Venerable. Now that she used this killer move, the 2 immortals managed to survive. But the killing intent was still thick. The 2 immortals were definitely not out of danger yet. Bring me away. There is a huge backlash from using this killer move. I need to get rid of the purple will in my mind before I can use it again. Fairy Myrtle said anxiously. Ing Wuxia quickly used a soul path method to fly away with Fairy Myrtle. After the 2 immortals escaped for a while, Ing Wuxia was shocked to find that his speed was getting slower. The immortal essence expenditure of every soul path killer move was increasing. I was hit. It was when the main body grabbed me earlier. What kind of method is this? It seems to be a killer move that targets all soul path. Ing Wuxia soon became a cripple. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to take action again. She escaped with Ing Wuxia. As spectral soul demon Venerable approached, Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to use purple will survival again to stall for time. Let's split up. Ing Wuxia gritted his teeth and suggested. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, rejecting him. Spectral soul demon Venerable wanted to kill Ing Wuxia. If they split up, Fairy Myrtle could survive, but Ing Wuxia would not. Fairy Myrtle was hit by spectral soul demon Venerable's method. She was extremely loyal to him. Spectral soul's main body was clearly not in a good condition. Fairy Myrtle was more loyal to spectral soul's clone. She would risk her life to protect Ing Wuxia, even if she had to sacrifice herself. However, right at this time, 3 rank 8 Gu immortals appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. The one on the left had a round head and large ears. His robe was fluttering. He had a dense chi path aura. He was Celestial Quartz Gu immortal, 7 fiendish primeval monarch. The one on the right had a golden circlet. He was golden, hooped great immortal. The Gu immortal in the center had a kind expression. His eyebrows were long and extended to his chest. He was one of the 3 dukes. Duke May. Fairy Myrtle is here after all. Oh, there is also Ing Wuxia. Duke May, 7 fiendish primeval monarch, and golden hooped great immortal were here on star constellation Immortal Venerable's orders to capture Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's immortal aperture was given to Celestial Court. With such an obvious clue and star constellation Immortal Venerable's deduction, the 3 immortals followed the clues and intercepted Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie's expressions changed. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. They were in a desperate situation again. What do we do? Ing Wu Xie had a pale expression. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Her life and death were at stake. She shouted, Feng Juga, I know you are nearby. If you lend us a helping hand, we will definitely repay you tenfold in the future. Feng Juga, is he the traitor of Celestial Court? Golden, hooped, Great Immortal frowned slightly. 7 fiendish primeval monarchs snorted coldly. Good, let's deal with him together. Duke Mei was about to speak when his brows suddenly rose. His long eyebrows shook intensely. Oh no! Spectral Soul, Demon Venerable, is here! Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mountain-like figure appeared in the immortal's vision. Chapter 2304. At once, the situation became very complicated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable broke through the heavenly chasm and chased after them. Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie were among them. The 3 immortals of the Celestial Court, Golden Hooped Great Immortal, 7 fiendish primeval monarch, and Duke Mei blocked the path of the 2 Shadow Sect immortals, while Feng Joga was truly hiding far away, like Fairy Myrtle had said. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had his own consciousness, Feng Joga would not do this. It was too risky. Fairy Zi Wei was only probing him a little more. She was not sure of Feng Joga's location. She only deduced the possibility. After all, Feng Joga did not kill the 2 Shadow Sect immortals. He planted some method on them instead. This proved that the 2 Shadow Sect immortals were useful to Feng Joga. Fairy Myrtle was in a desperate situation. She had to make use of everything she could. In this situation, Feng Joga became Fairy Myrtle's hope. But Feng Joga did not have any intention to move. He squinted as he looked at the 2 Shadow Sect immortals far away, sighing internally, It is useless. I can already hear the cries of your destiny. Even though it has its ups and downs, it is sliding into the abyss. The outcome is already set. While he was missing, he had been cultivating Destiny Song. He had made a lot of progress. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's left head suddenly roared. A large number of soul balls appeared out of nowhere. The soul balls dragged their tadpole-like tails as they swam towards Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie before exploding intensely. Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie resisted with difficulty. Their souls shook. They were about to be shattered on the spot. Attack! At the other side, Duke Mei activated a killer move first. Golden, Hooped, Great Immortal, and 7 fiendish primeval monarch followed closely behind. My life is over. Ing Wu Xie's expression was ashen. How could this be? At the next moment, Fairy Zi Wei showed a shocked expression. Because the 3 immortals of the Celestial Court did not attack the 2 Shadow Sect immortals while they were down. Instead, they targeted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, blocking the Soul Ball method while helping the 2 Shadow Sect immortals defend. Why did the Celestial Court take the initiative to rescue the 2 immortals of the Shadow Sect? Even a wisdom path, great expert like Fairy Myrtle was stunned. Don't tell me, because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival, I can return to the Celestial Court and abandon my loyalty to Master. Or perhaps they want to capture Ing Wu Xie, the key avatar, and use some means to suppress and target Master? Although the clone technique was very convenient, it also exposed its weakness. Nothing in the world was perfect. Where there are advantages, there are disadvantages. There were actually quite a few drawbacks to cloning. Most importantly, he could use the connection between his doppelganger and the main body to do tricks. The weakness of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone was exposed long ago. That was the sharing of attainment levels. This was an advantage, but also a huge disadvantage. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone refined sovereign immortal fetus goo, expending a vast amount of attainment levels to create a dream realm. This caused Spectral Soul demon venerables, main body's attainment level to fall. Regardless of the true intentions of the three immortals of the celestial court, the two shadow sect immortals were able to survive because of them. Far away, Feng Juga shook his head inwardly. Be it the two immortals of the shadow sect or the three immortals of the celestial court, their efforts were futile. As expected, the number of soul balls increased sharply, reaching a level that the five immortals could not resist. Be it Fairy Myrtle, Duke May, or the rest, they fell into despair. This is the might of a Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is clearly unconscious. He is also heavily injured. Damn it! The three immortals of the celestial court could not save the two shadow sect immortals. They were implicated and became Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's targets. At the next moment, the terrifying soul balls were about to explode and take the lives of the five immortals. But at this moment, Feng Juge's expression changed. At this moment, he felt a vast power suddenly invading the battlefield. This was the power of Luck Path. It was so grand and majestic. Luck Path is a variable. This power was only a small variable at first, but because of the two heavens Luck Path Tao marks, it became a huge variable. The source seems to be man-made? Feng Juga analyzed carefully. The power of Luck Path was so huge, it could rival rank 9 killer moves. Crack, crack. The power of Luck Path changed the two heavens. It changed the entire battlefield. Originally, the two heavens were mixed together. The fragments of immemorial black heaven and white heaven were intertwining. The five immortals were inside a fragment of white heaven. Right at this moment, the immemorial black heaven fragment that was right in front of them crashed into them. White heaven had abundant light path Tao marks, while black heaven had mostly dark path Tao marks. The Tao marks repelled each other. As the immemorial black heaven fragment crashed into each other, the immemorial white heaven fragment shattered. A large number of black and white fragments of the two heavens formed a huge flood. The flood poured down and enveloped Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, sweeping him away. Without Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's control, the soul balls floated quietly on the spot. Let's go. Using this chance, Fairy Myrtle brought Ingwu Xie and flew away, entering the immemorial black heaven at the side. Wait. The three immortals of the celestial court quickly chased after them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was struck by the two heavens fragments along the way. The power of the flood slowly weakened, allowing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to escape. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was covered in injuries now. Heaven path Tao marks were all over his body. His body was pierced by countless tiny fragments of the two heavens. It was like countless black and white glass shards. The distance was too far. With the obstruction of Injury Mountain's heaven path Tao marks, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not sense Ingwu Xie's presence. His mind was not clear. He could not use any investigative or tracking methods. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared in anger. After venting his anger for a while, his attention was drawn to a distant grotto heaven. This grotto heaven was Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. The Gu immortal leader of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, Liang Jingjing, was in extreme fear. Her entire body was trembling. If this was in the past, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven could be stored in the void and condensed to a point. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would not be able to find it while he was unconscious. But now the fusion of the two heavens was at its peak. Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was one of the heaven vein nodes. It was affected by the commotion and was forced to appear. Lord Alliance Leader, save me. Liang Jingjing did not hesitate. She immediately sent a message to Fang Yuan. I am willing to hand over Light Heaven in exchange for a huge amount of contribution points. I only hope that Lord Alliance Leader can save my Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Liang Jingjing had a pitiful expression. Light Heaven. Fang Yuan quickly received Liang Jingjing's message. He was currently undoing the truthful floating ice. From the message, Fang Yuan also learned about the details of light heaven. Flickering light, grotto heaven, devoured many fragments of the immemorial 9 heavens, but its internal space was still too small. A certain generation's flickering light grotto heaven proposed a grand plan to construct a grotto heaven. It was to create another heaven. That was the origin of light heaven. From then on, generations of Gu immortals in flickering light grotto heaven worked hard. They made many contributions to this grand plan. They gathered heavenly light and refined it, making the light heaven in flickering light grotto heaven bigger and bigger. The current scale had already greatly surpassed the original space of flickering light grotto heaven. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it. His original plan was to let Zhan Budu stabilize his immortal aperture, then create resource points and create Dao veins. Finally, he would take in the primordial domain and raise his attainment levels. With these attainment levels and a stable sovereign immortal aperture, he could annex the 2 heavens, grotto heavens. But now, flickering light, grotto heaven's destruction was imminent. Fang Yuan's plan could not keep up. Fang Yuan's current light path attainment level was only master. If he wanted to protect flickering light, grotto heaven, Fang Yuan would have to fight spectral soul, demon, Venerable. If the battle was too intense, obscured heavenly secret would not be able to conceal it. He would be exposed. Giant sun immortal and star constellation immortal Venerable would work together to suppress him. Most importantly, against Venerables, Fang Yuan did not have much of an advantage. Even though he had 2 rank 9 immortal Gu, he did not create a killer move that complemented them. At the same time, he cultivated refinement path. It was not specialized in fighting. If Venerables fight, I will have some immortal essence advantage at most. But if they work together to suppress me, my immortal essence advantage will be offset by the enemy's numbers. Flickering light grotto heaven cannot be saved. Fang Yuan decisively gave up on flickering light grotto heaven. Lord Alliance Leader, this light heaven is priceless. If you place it in the sovereign immortal aperture, it will add to your glory. Liang Jingjing urged. The only thing she could offer to move Fang Yuan was this light heaven. Lord Alliance Leader, can you hear me? Quickly reply to me. Liang Jingjing stomped her feet anxiously. Spectral soul, demon Venerable, arrived in front of her. With a loud sound, the grotto heaven entrance was destroyed. Hundreds and thousands of arms entered the immortal aperture. Everywhere they went, countless people were slaughtered. Nobody could resist the might of a Venerable. Liang Jingjing could only retreat into light heaven, crying and begging for Fang Yuan's help. Fang Yuan had an indifferent expression. He knew that this would cause him to lose the support of his subordinates, but fighting against spectral soul, demon Venerable, would result in greater losses. These subordinates were only tools for him to fight against the Venerables. He would not sacrifice his own benefits for the safety of 1 or 2 tools. Pawns were pawns because they could be used and discarded when necessary. Fang Yuan, I hate you, I hate you. What kind of great love immortal Venerable are you? I was wrong about you. You did not save me. You are not fit to be the Alliance Leader. Liang Jingjing cursed in despair before her death. Fang Yuan had a joyful expression. There was a qualitative change in the truthful floating ice. His heaven path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. There was a huge increase in heaven path Dao marks. His attainment levels of other paths had also increased. And most importantly, he obtained the rank 9 immortal Gu recipe of heavenly secret Gu. Rank 9 heavenly secret Gu? This was an unexpected surprise for Fang Yuan. Even someone like him could not help but have bright eyes. It was a wise decision not to save flickering light grotto heaven. So close! If I had protected flickering light grotto heaven, it would have caused the Venerables to fight. And I was just 1 step away from obtaining the rank 9 heavenly secret Gu's immortal Gu recipe. This immortal Gu recipe came at the right time. It was very useful to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan immediately decided to advance his 3rd Rank 9 Immortal Goo. Heavenly Secret Goo. Chapter 2305. Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang traveled rapidly. Ever since Qin Dingling used her luck path killer move, the two's journey was very smooth. They did not encounter any setbacks. Jun Xinguang praised this many times. Qin Dingling explained, "This power is far beyond what I can unleash normally. I have also figured out the reason behind the resonance of heaven and earth." Back then, Giant Sun Immortal placed Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace in Northern Plains Black Heaven for over 300,000 years. Over these 300,000 years, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace has been in operation. It slowly created luck path Tao marks, almost covering the whole of immemorial Black Heaven. Because of such a terrifying accumulation, Central Continent once attacked Northern Plains to seize fortune rivaling Heaven Goo, but suffered heavy losses halfway through the march. Giant Sun Immortal had already expected that the two heavens would fuse, so he moved Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace away and used it for the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. But over 300,000 years of luck path creation, luck path Tao marks have already been carved in immemorial Black Heaven above Northern Plains. Furthermore, the scale of these luck path Tao marks is unimaginably huge. After the two heavens fused, immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven split into countless fragments. Some are big and some are small, black and white. The luck path Tao marks also spread out. Jun Xinguang asked, "Then why did Lady Qin Dingling's luck path killer move get amplified by these luck path Tao marks? Did Giant Sun Immortal help you?" Qin Dingling's expression sank. "If that is the case, I'm afraid Giant Sun Immortal is involved in this. But this possibility is not high, because I have already sent a message back to ask Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told me clearly that these luck path Tao marks have already returned to natural Tao marks. They're not Giant Sun Immortals." Jun Xinguang was even more confused. "Then why did it respond?" Qin Dingling shook her head. "Let's not investigate this for now. The most important thing now is to recruit Flickering Light Grotto Heaven." Jun Xinguang was even more confident in this. "Lady Qin Dingling, your luck path killer move is truly powerful. In my opinion, we will succeed this time." A moment later, the two immortals of the Celestial Court finally arrived near the Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. They were shocked to see that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was rampaging outside Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not enter Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. He broke the Grotto Heaven's entrance and stretched out his countless arms, rampaging inside the Grotto Heaven. Slaughtering countless living beings, he killed humans and immortals alike. He was extremely cruel. Qin Dingling was dumbfounded. She had never expected such a thing to happen. The supreme ancient two heavens were too powerful. The probability of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finding trouble with Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was very small. Jun Xinguang also opened his mouth wide, staring at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before slowly turning around to look at Qin Dingling with a strange and complex expression. Jun Xinguang seemed to be saying, "Lord, is this caused by your luck path killer move?" Qin Dingling coughed and said awkwardly, "Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is a venerable. Even if my luck path methods are resonated with heaven and earth and are amplified by luck path Tao marks, it should not be to this extent, right?" Jun Xinguang was also at a loss. Then what should we do? The two of them originally wanted to instigate profound literature Grotto Heaven, but in the end, old Immortal Hua, you fully displayed the specialty of an information path expert. He vaguely told the two immortals of the Celestial Court without leaving any evidence that if the Celestial Court could persuade the twinkling Grotto Heaven to surrender, then old Immortal Hua you would follow. But now, Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang had gone through a long and arduous journey to reach the Flickering Light Grotto. In the end, flickering light grotto heaven was going to be destroyed by spectral soul demon Venerable. Go quickly, cave master. Let us attract spectral soul demon Venerable's attention. Flickering light grotto heaven is destined to be destroyed, but there are still our clansmen in your immortal aperture. Please think of the big picture. Right at this time, 6 Gu immortals came out of flickering light grotto heaven. Rank 8 light path Gu immortal Liang Jingjing was already heavily injured. She was escaping in tears under the protection of the other Gu immortals. However, even though spectral soul demon Venerable was not in his right mind, he was still a Venerable. He was filled with killing intent. Seeing that these Gu immortals were about to escape from under his nose, he followed his instincts and attacked. The Gu immortals of flickering light grotto heaven were in danger. A chance! Jun Xin Guang blurted out. So that's it. Qin Ding Ling realized at once. So my luck path killer move is here. Huge opportunities were often hidden in danger. Let us lend you a hand, Qin Dingling shouted, taking the lead to attack. Jun Xinguang followed closely behind. The Gu immortals of flickering light grotto heaven were initially terrified. After all, according to the current situation, they were enemies. But when they found out that the 2 immortals of Celestial Court were truly helping them, these Gu immortals felt even more joy and gratitude. Eventually, with the help of Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang, the Gu immortals of flickering light grotto heaven successfully broke out of the encirclement. Of course, they had paid a huge price. Qin Dingling was lightly injured. Jun Xinguang was heavily injured. There were only 3 Gu immortals left in flickering light grotto heaven. 1 was unconscious and 2 were heavily injured. This is the power of a Venerable. We could not retaliate at all. Jun Shenguang sighed, even though he was safe now. He still felt some lingering fear. He was a rank 8 expert, but under the pursuit of spectral soul demon Venerable, he was as weak as a baby. And this was when spectral soul demon Venerable had lost his mind. His actions were similar to a soul beast. If spectral soul demon Venerable chased us with his full strength, we would not have survived. Thankfully, his attention was still on flickering light grotto heaven. He only chased us for a short while before returning to flickering light grotto heaven to wreak havoc, Qin Dingling said. Sai, our homeland of the 3 Gu immortals of flickering light grotto heaven. 1 was unconscious. The other 2 had pale expressions. Their hearts were heavy. They could not conceal their grief, anger, helplessness, and other emotions. My condolences, my 3 friends. Venerables are invincible. We rank 8s are still ants. It is already a great fortune that we were able to escape. Qin Dingling consoled. Liang Jingjing suddenly bowed towards Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. We were enemies, but you too risked your lives to save me. Such righteousness and magnanimity. I am truly moved by it. It is truly shocking. Celestial Court is indeed the leader of humanity since ancient times, the #1 superforce forever. Compared to you, our alliance leader actually calls himself Great Love Immortal Venerable and created the so-called Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It is the greatest irony in the world. Liang Jingjing was filled with anger and hatred at the mention of Fang Yuan. Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang looked at each other, seeing the joy and surprise in each other's eyes. The other Gu immortal from flickering light grotto heaven who was awake said, Friends of Celestial Court, our grotto heaven leader is not a traitor. It is Fang Yuan who has gone too far. We had already asked him for help. We took the initiative to stuff light heaven into jewel yellow skies and transacted it to him. But he took the light heaven and ignored us. He did not even think of helping us. He directly abandoned us. We are his subordinates. We are members of his Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Such actions are truly too disappointing and despicable. To think that we thought he had truly turned over a new leaf after becoming venerable. He had turned over a new leaf. Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang heard this and were overjoyed. Even without their persuasion, the Gu immortals of flickering light grotto heaven had already taken the initiative to surrender. Lady Qin Dingling's luck path killer move is truly profound. Jun Xinguang praised in his heart. Qin Dingling said solemnly, "Friends, I will not hide it from you. We have our own reasons for coming to help." Next, Qin Dingling explained the reason in detail and asked Liang Jingjing to help her persuade old immortal Hua Yu to surrender. Liang Jingjing and the rest were overjoyed after hearing this. They had no choice but to turn to Celestial Court and betray Fang Yuan. They felt very uneasy. If Fang Yuan came to settle the score with them, they would be in deep trouble. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could block heaven, refining Demon Venerable for a while, and protect them. But was there a reason to guard against a thief for a long time? If Fang Yuan harbored hatred in his heart and wanted to kill these traitors, he would definitely have the initiative. He could attack whenever he wanted. If he attacked one day, the Gu immortals of flickering light grotto heaven would not be able to resist for long enough to wait for reinforcements. This was something that they were absolutely certain of, because earlier they had experienced the terror of spectral soul demon Venerable, and this was a Venerable without sentience. With sentience, if Fang Yuan replaced spectral soul demon Venerable, he would be extremely terrifying. These Gu immortals would not have any hope of escaping. The Gu immortals of flickering light grotto heaven had already decided to betray them. They hoped that there would be as many traitors as possible to divert their attention. Thus, Liang Jingjing ignored her injuries and decided to go with Qin Dingling to profound literature grotto heaven to rebel against old immortal Hua Yu. The group met up with old immortal Hua Yu in secret. Qin Dingling had a powerful explanation. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already deduced the result. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seems to be casually roaming around and destroying things, but there is a pattern to it. Everything he destroyed was the pillar that supported immemorial white heaven. For example, the heavenly chasm, the heavenly pillar, or the heaven vein node of immemorial white heaven, like flickering light grotto heaven. Your tribe's profound literature grotto heaven is the same as flickering light grotto heaven. They are both heaven vein nodes in immemorial white heaven. Spectral soul demon Venerable will definitely come to destroy profound literature grotto heaven, just like how he destroyed flickering light grotto heaven. Liang Jingjing immediately added, "Old immortal Hua Yu, we have known each other for many years. You have seen my situation. Fang Yuan did not save me and even devoured my tribe's light heaven. His actions are not only cruel, they are also despicable and shameless. Are you still placing your hopes on such an alliance leader? Oh, friend, please make a decision quickly. Once spectral soul demon Venerable comes, profound literature grotto heaven will not have the time or opportunity to relocate." Chapter 2306. Old immortal Hua Yu was moved. He gritted his teeth. "I wonder if Celestial Court has a way to transfer my grotto heaven." Qin Dingling smiled. "Of course we do. Our Celestial Court's foundation is not something that Longevity Heaven or Fang Yuan can compare to. Trust me, it is a wise choice for you to side with Celestial Court." Old immortal Hua Yu sighed deeply. "This is a serious matter. Please allow me to return to the grotto heaven and hold a meeting to discuss with the other Gu immortals. Then we will wait here for your good news." Qin Dingling was very magnanimous. Old immortal Hua Yu returned to the grotto heaven and gathered the immortals, explaining the situation. The immortals were shaken. After discussing for 3 days and 3 nights, they all decided to side with old immortal Hua Yu to side with Celestial Court. Li Xiaobai was among them. He also expressed his allegiance to Celestial Court, but he was feeling uneasy internally. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable inspected him, she might discover the relationship between Li Xiaobai and Fang Yuan's main body. But he could not do anything alone. joining celestial court had already become the consensus of the immortals. Old Immortal Hua, you led the immortals out of the grotto heaven's entrance. Greeting Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang. Good, good, good. Qin Dingling smiled as she accepted them. Everyone, not only will your future benefit by joining the light, you will also be able to fight for a bright future for your clan. Old Immortal Hua, you said. That's right, such a good thing should be shared. I hope that Lady Qin Dingling and Lord Jun Xinguang can help us. I am willing to take the risk and save more friends from the demonic nest that is the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang heard this and laughed heartily, with Old Immortal Hua, you leading the way, and Liang Jingjing as an example, of course, with the help of Qin Dingling's luck path killer move earlier. Qin Dingling's following persuasion was very smooth. Several days later, almost all of the human forces in the two heavens, grotto heavens, betrayed Fang Yuan. They joined celestial court. The truth was, Qin Dingling only wanted to make Old Immortal Huayu defect, but after taking action, she did not expect the results to be so good. Unsurprisingly, this news could not be concealed. Once it spread, the whole of the 5 regions' Gu immortal world was shaken. The celestial court is indeed the celestial court. Fang Yuan is at a disadvantage again. Previously in Western Desert, it was the celestial court's victory that forced Fang clan to sell all their resource points and flee. Right now, Fang Yuan's influence in the past 2 days has almost been uprooted by the celestial court. Although Fang Yuan is a venerable, he mainly cultivates refinement path. Celestial court's star constellation Immortal Venerable is a wisdom path expert. She is most skilled in making arrangements and making use of people's hearts. To be honest, I can understand why the two heavens forces would side with the celestial court. After all, Fang Yuan did not do anything and allowed spectral soul demon Venerable to invade and slaughter. This was not the behavior of a responsible alliance leader. There are even rumors that Liang Jingjing clearly offered light heaven to Fang Yuan, but he accepted it and did not make a move. The Gu immortals discussed among themselves. Every action of a venerable, no matter how small, was a huge matter in the 5 regions Gu immortal world. It would attract the attention of the entire world. Many people started to guess what Fang Yuan would do next. Would he take revenge? Would he personally chase after those grotto heaven forces that betrayed him? Or should he swallow this loss in silence? If it were me, I would definitely take action. Traitors must be punished if they live better lives. What would the other members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance think? Betraying them just like that, they are clearly looking down on Great Love Immortal Venerable's reputation. Maybe they are bullying Lord Fang Yuan for being the newest Venerable. How can the dignity of a Venerable be challenged like this? Soon, a wave of public opinion rose. It became the mainstream voice in jewel yellow skies. He, Southern Border's Wu Yong, snickered. He did not need to guess to know that Longevity Heaven was behind this. If Heaven, Refining Demon Venerable, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could fight personally, it would be extremely beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan will not take action. I know him too well. Wu Yong looked towards Eastern Sea as he sighed deeply. If it were him, he would not help either. Once he took action, Fang Yuan would have to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This was more disadvantageous than advantageous for Fang Yuan. Looking at the confrontation between the 3 Venerables, it is clear that Giant Sun Immortal is ahead of them. He has the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal both have bases to defend. Fang Yuan's foundation is the weakest. He has the least immortal essence. In this situation, we need to be even more careful. If we act rashly, our opponents might widen the gap. The rumors should be true. Fang Yuan accepted light heaven, but did not help. In this aspect, I am inferior to him. Wu Yong compared himself to Fang Yuan, then reflected on himself. He felt that he needed to learn more from Fang Yuan in terms of shamelessness. What were reputation and face? They were just a factor that was beneficial to survival and victory. If reputation and face were not beneficial to survival and victory, then he would discard them. When it was time to be shameless, he would be decisive and shameless. It is time. It is time to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Wu Yong's eyes flickered with bright light. When almost everyone looked down on Feng Yuan, when they thought that Feng Yuan was the weakest among the three venerables, Wu Yong made a different choice. Feng Yuan accepted it, of course. When news spread, Southern Border's Gu Immortal World was in an uproar. The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions were shaken. Feng Clan, who joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, became a stray dog. A large number of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heaven superforces left the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Under such a situation, Wu Clan went against the flow and joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It was truly suspicious and disdainful. Southern Border's Gu Immortal World was shaken. People started to doubt Wu Yong's decision. Wu Clan, who was at the center of the wave, was still united like a reef, no matter how strong the waves were. They did not move. They did not show any flaws. Western Desert. Southern Borders, Wu Yong. I have heard of his name long ago. His courage is truly admirable. Feng Gong sighed. Feng Dichang nodded. I wonder he used the entire Wu clan as a bargaining chip to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. How many benefits did he obtain from Feng Yuan? No matter what the result is, this is a hero with wild ambitions. Wu clan has been the #1 superforce in Southern Border for a long time, but they still took such a risk. My Feng family's original status is far inferior to the Wu family, so what is there to be worried about? Feng Hua, Sheng said with a smile. What Third Supreme Elder said is extremely true. Right now, our Feng clan has finished recuperating. We have traded many immortal Gu in all kinds of resource points. Seniors Feng and Lei and Feng Qin have also returned. The immortal Gu house has also been modified and replenished. We should make a move. Feng Lung called out with a fervent expression. Feng clan had completely lost their territory. They had become a nomadic force without a foundation. But this situation instead allowed youngsters like Feng Lung to grow rapidly. They became more proactive and worked harder. Feng Dichang slowly looked at the other Gu Immortals. What are your thoughts? I also think we should make a move. My bones are rusting from staying here all the time. Those super forces that attacked our Feng clan, it is time to let them know the price of offending our Feng clan. Seeing that the clan's Gu Immortals had high morale, Feng Gong was happy and gratified. Very good. Then let's give them a memorable lesson. First Supreme Elder made his stance clear. The eyes of Feng clan's immortals shined. They became even more excited. Feng Dichang nodded with a smile. He threw out an information path Gu worm that turned into a map in the air. Then let's set this as our target. The immortals took a look and their expressions changed. They did not expect Feng Dichang to go so far. This is Earth Flame Forest? This is Dong Clan's #1 resource point. The defense is quite tight. Isn't it a little too aggressive? Feng Dichang smiled. Everyone listen to me. Earth Flame Forest is not made of trees. It is made up of surging underground flames. After breaking through their limits, they burst out of the ground and formed a tree-like flame. The root is the underground fire path, Dao Vein. However, after the 5 regions were united, the regional walls disappeared and the earth vein migrated. The influence was very widespread. Right now, the fire path Dao Vein there has also migrated. The immortal formation that Dong Clan set up earlier was based on the environment at that time. They did not use any immortal Gu. Right now, it is already at the end of its tether. It is like a thin sheet of paper that can be pierced with just a slight poke. Most importantly, Lord Alliance Leader's mission board has already changed. The contribution points that can be exchanged for Earth Path resource points are much lower than before, while the value of Wind Path and Fire Path resource points has increased. If we attack this place, we can exchange for even more contribution points. After hearing this, Fang clan's immortals understood that Fang Dichang had already made sufficient deductions and bargaining chips. As expected of Lord Fang Dichang, Fang Qin sighed. Since Second Supreme Elder said so, we will believe you. Fang and Lei also expressed her stance. Then let us take this Earth Flame Forest, haha. Old Ghost by June was a slave Gu immortal of Fang clan. He did not want to fall behind. I can't wait anymore. Fang Dong, she rubbed his palms. Even though he revived and his cultivation level was still rank 7, his immortal aperture was empty and needed to be developed. Earlier, when the Fang clansmen were sold, he went to Xiao Yi who to trade but found that Wang Xiao heir had already been bought. As for the other Fang clansmen, under Fang Dichang's persuasion, Fang clan's Gu immortals did not buy them back just in case. Several days later, Fang clan moved out and successfully attacked the Earth Flame Forest. The Fang clan was powerful, but the Dong clan had just lost the Red River Wheel. Dong clan's first supreme elder did not hesitate. He immediately asked for help from other super forces. When Dong clan finally gathered many Gu immortals and several immortal Gu houses to reinforce them, there was only a huge crater and ruins. It was a scene of devastation. Not only did Fang clan retreat calmly, they even moved the entire Earth Flame Forest into jewel yellow skies. Western Desert's Gu immortal world was shocked. The 5 regions' Gu immortals were stunned. Just as Dong clan's first supreme elder was hesitating about whether to form a second anti-Fang alliance, Fang clan's Gu immortals moved out again, attacking the resource points of other super forces. They succeeded and retreated calmly. The 5 regions were shaken. Western Desert's super forces were panicking. Everyone was in danger. Fang Yuan did not move out to investigate the betrayal of the 2 heavens grotto heavens. But Southern Border's Wu clan and Western Desert's Fang clan's actions were like 2 slaps on Celestial Court's face, creating 2 loud slaps. Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang had indeed made great contributions this time. They had actually instigated more than half of the 2 heavens grotto heavens. As for the mysterious amplification of Qin Dingling's luck path killer move, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also decided to take some time to deduce it. Northern Plains was fine. The lone and demonic cultivators had already gathered under the influence of Giant Sun Immortal. They were either recruited by the Huang Jin tribes or gathered around Chu Du, Heavenly Lord by Zhu and Fairy Black Moon. In Western Desert, Fang clan was in chaos. They attacked Western Desert's super forces everywhere and succeeded many times. Western Desert's righteous path was in a terrible situation. One clan and other forces were actively seeking help from the Celestial Court. In the southern border, Wu Yong had stirred up trouble. The Celestial Court that was close to the Celestial Court suddenly changed its attitude and joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable rejected the suggestion of sending a large number of reinforcements to Western Desert's righteous path. She sent almost all of the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to set up the Star Array Calculation Formation. Western Desert side was still led by Zhou Xiongxian and Wan Zihong. Fang clan is only a small problem. How many resource points can Fang clan plunder alone? It is not much for the sovereign immortal aperture. The more Fang clan makes a move, the more clues they will leave behind. One day, we will find out their location. Western Desert's righteous path's losses are not our Celestial Court's losses. As for Southern Border's Wu Yong, let him be. Right now, it is not time for the Celestial Court to mobilize their troops. He has great ambitions, but he is not even a pseudo-venerable. How many ambitious Gu immortals are there in this world? There will be more in the future. The fusion of the 2 heavens has reached the most crucial moment. This is the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has already lost his humanity. His every action is based on his nature. I have already deduced that there will be a huge change soon. My central continent needs to set up the star array calculation formation in time to prepare for this huge change in the heavenly Tao. After star constellation immortal Venerable said this, Agu Immortal asked, "The scale of setting up this formation is unprecedented. It is definitely the first in history. I am very worried that if we do it so openly and without concealment, Venerables will attack us." Star constellation immortal Venerable smiled. "No worries, I have a plan." On the same day, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent a large number of Gu immortals to the sky above Central Continent to set up the stars and start setting up the star array calculation formation. The number of Gu immortals involved and their cultivation levels were unprecedented in the history of humanity. Such a huge movement immediately attracted the attention of the 5 regions' Gu immortals. Evidently, other than star constellation immortal Venerable herself, no one had such a huge rallying power. Many Gu immortals tried to guess what kind of power this formation that star constellation immortal Venerable wanted to set up would have. Giant Sun Immortal had already returned to longevity heaven. His gaze pierced through the ground, reaching the blood sea below. The blood sea was boiling, huge waves were surging, a huge whirlpool was formed at the center of the blood sea. "The time is ripe." Giant Sun Immortal nodded slightly. This blood sea had always been hidden in longevity heaven. It was created by Giant Sun Immortal's former clone, Blood Sea Ancestor. His intention was to create a blood path, secluded domain of heaven and earth. Blood Sea Ancestor had left behind countless blood path inheritances, including 9 true inheritances. He naturally left behind even more essence for longevity heaven. The blood sea was one of them. Initially, this blood sea was not large and of low quality, but after so many years, it had already reached a considerable level. Before Giant Sun Immortal revived, he had already started to make arrangements for the blood sea. The blood sea was extremely important to Giant Sun Immortal. For this, he did not hesitate to send Yao Huang, who was the most skilled in Gu refinement, here to take charge of the situation. Immortal Killer Move, Birth of Time. Giant Sun Immortal activated the killer move. This luck path method combined with the blood sea had the power to revive Gu immortals. Under the amplification of longevity heaven's luck path Tao marks, golden light shone down on the world, penetrating deep into the blood sea. Every drop of blood was dyed in golden light. Rumble, blood waves surged to the sky. The sound of the waves was deafening. The whirlpool was rotating rapidly and violently. Yao Huang looked haggard. He had been guarding this place these days. He had to use refinement path methods from time to time. He could be said to be racking his brains. He did not dare to relax at all. He had a strong look of anticipation on his face as he pondered. The blood sea itself has the power to revive, while Ancestor used a luck path killer move to create it. With the combination of these two, the first Gu immortal to revive will definitely be the greatest help to my longevity heaven and northern plains. Who in the world is he? Boom! After the blood wave reached its limit, it suddenly exploded and set off a terrifying tsunami. The surging tide surged into the huge whirlpool in the center from all directions, instantly filling up the whirlpool. The blood sea surface became strangely calm. It was extremely violent a moment ago, but now it was as calm as a mirror. It gave off an intense feeling of abruptness. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out of the sea. Next, 2, 3, hundreds and thousands of pillars of light pierced through the sea like giant swords that were tens of li long. A huge lump of light rose up from the blood sea like a small sun. This light was so dazzling that Yao Huang squinted his eyes and activated a killer move, but he still felt his eyes turning bright. A light path, Gu immortal expert. In history, who has the Huang gene bloodline? Almost instantly, a name appeared in the mind of the medicine sovereign. The dazzling light faded. A Gu immortal floated in the air. He had no hair. Every part of his body was emitting intense light. He was like a man of light. He pointed at the sky and the ground, shouting, "In this world I am the brightest." Yao Huang's mind and body shook intensely. That's right, this aura, it is him. Ancestors' eldest son, a legend who cultivates light path, a great expert who left his mark in history. Pseudo-venerable, Light Emperor. At this moment, Light Emperor reacted, looking at Yao Huang. I actually revive. Who are you? I am the current South Desolation Immortal, Yao Huang. You revived me. Yes. Giant Sun Immortal's voice resounded. Father. Light Emperor was shocked. He quickly blinked his eyes. Then it seems that other than Father, I am the brightest in this world. Cough, cough. Yao Huang interrupted. The truth is, Lord Light Emperor, in the current world, there are 4 venerables and 3 venerables. Light Emperor was stunned. He rubbed his chin. Is that so? Then other than the 4 venerables, I am the brightest person in this world. You're not the only pseudo-venerable, my son. Giant Sun Immortal's voice resounded again. Oh my, oh my. Light Emperor rubbed his bald head. He did not have eyebrows and could not frown, but his expression was clearly troubled. It seems that there are many shining people in this era. But it does not matter. I am Light Emperor. You were born at the right time. I have already investigated. Your fortuitous encounter is in the immemorial 2 heavens. Go, my son. Giant Sun Immortal's voice gradually weakened. He was already far away. Dad, don't leave in such a hurry. Give me some immortal goo. Otherwise, how can I shine? Light Emperor shouted. Lord, don't worry. Old Ancestor has already prepared immortal goo for you, Yao Huang said as he flew forward, handing over several light path immortal goo. Light Emperor was annoyed. Just these few immortal goo? No wonder his father left so quickly. This time, it's going to be very difficult. Writing pen Chinese net. Chapter 2308. To think that Celestial Court would place us here. Humph. Where else do you want to be placed? In Celestial Court? Everyone, the situation is already set in stone. Since we have already joined Celestial Court, we have no other way out. Any infighting is a foolish act. Old Immortal Hua Yu, Liang Jingjing, Granny Skeleton, and the other Grotto Heaven Gu immortal leaders gathered together. Some of them had ugly expressions on their faces. After joining Celestial Court indeed used a method to relocate their immortal aperture, even though their Grotto Heavens had devoured immemorial 9 heavens fragments before. But these 2 heavens, Grotto Heavens, suffered huge losses because of the forced relocation. And after the relocation, they were all concentrated in the 2 heavens above their respective races. According to Celestial Court's notice, their Grotto Heavens had to resonate with Central Continent's starry sky calculation formation. They were the formation cores of this formation. Fellow immortals, how have you all been? Qin Dingling smiled and flew over. The Grotto Heaven lords were expressionless. Some even snorted coldly. Eventually, Old Immortal Hua Yu and Liang Jingjing welcomed them together. Qin Dingling understood the emotions of these rank 8 Gu immortals. After these people joined Celestial Court, not only did their Grotto Heavens suffer huge losses, they were also immediately used by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as the formation cores of the Starry Sky calculation formation. This meant that when the 3 Venerables fight and someone tries to break the formation, these Grotto Heavens would be the first to be attacked. They would become the first line of defense against the enemy. They could be sacrificed if they were careless. Qin Dingling smiled as she conversed with Old Immortal Hua Yu and Liang Jingjing. Before her tone turned cold, she said in a reprimanding tone, Everyone, we have already explained. Celestial Court's justice has a price. If we did not take action and remove the Heaven Vein node status from your Grotto Heavens, would your homeland still exist? The other immortals' expressions changed. Qin Dingling's attitude had not been revealed at all when she had tried to recruit them. Now that it was exposed, the Grotto Heaven Lords could only endure it. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under the eaves, especially Granny Skeleton and the other Goo Immortals. Their Grotto Heavens were located in immemorial Black Heaven. They were instigated by the situation. They joined Celestial Court together with old Immortal Huayu and the rest. Looking at the other variant human Grotto Heavens, left in the immemorial Two Heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only destroyed the Grotto Heavens in immemorial White Heaven. He did not attack the Grotto Heavens in immemorial Black Heaven. Granny Skeleton and the others were naturally frustrated. But what else could they do now that things had come to this? After reprimanding these Grotto Heaven Lords, Qin Dingling saw that the Immortals had respectful expressions. She snorted coldly. It seems that everyone has recognized the truth. Now, follow me to pay respects to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer in the Celestial Court. She refined all of the Wisdom Path Tao marks in the Celestial Court and used Wisdom Path methods to conceal the great amplification formation that had already been constructed. She left the Grotto Heaven and started to refine the natural Wisdom Path Tao marks of Central Continent. But because of the lack of immortal essence, the immortal aperture origin cores could not produce enough immortal essence to keep up with the expenditure. She spent her free time helping the Central Continent Immortals construct the Starry Sky calculation formation. Under Qin Dingling's lead, the Two Heavens Human Grotto Heaven Lords met Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in the sky above Central Continent. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inside Embroidered Tower. She personally engraved Wisdom Path and Star Path Tao marks, using the surrounding 10,000 li as a piece of cloth to weave and paint. After the Fate War, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's trump card was obtained by Feng Yuan. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she started to modify and repair Embroidered Tower. Right now, Embroidered Tower was not only complete, it was even more powerful. Seeing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mystical methods, the Two Heavens Grotto Heaven Lords were shaken. They paid their respects to her. Seeing them kneeling in the air, the Goo Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects who were setting up the formation saw this. These members of the Celestial Court became excited. Their morale rose greatly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked down and sensed the complex emotions of the Two Heavens Human Grotto Heaven Lords. Most of them felt uneasy, but there were also some who felt resentful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable consoled them expressionlessly. Everyone, you are all humans. Leaving Eastern Sea Demon Cave is part of humanity. Since ancient times, the Celestial Court has been the sacred land of all humans in the world. It is the highest homeland. No matter what reason your ancestors once hid in the immemorial Two Heavens, Celestial Court will let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. Don't worry, Celestial Court treats everyone equally. From now on, anyone who makes contributions will be rewarded fairly by Celestial Court. In fact, in the future, the glory of joining the Heavenly Court and becoming one of them will also fall on the shoulders of you and your juniors. Old Immortal Huayu and the rest were still kneeling. After hearing these words, they expressed their gratitude and praised the righteousness of Celestial Court, expressing their loyalty and confidence toward Celestial Court. Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan looked at the rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe of Heavenly Secret Goo and let out a breath of air. This Immortal Goo recipe was different from before. The original rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe of Heavenly Secret Goo came from the truthful floating ice. It was Limitless Demon Venerable's own foundation. He had digested the chaos in outer space. That was to say, according to the current Heavenly Tao, there was no rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo. In order to seek eternal life, Limitless Demon Venerable digested the chaos in outer space. He had many achievements that surpassed the current Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Secret Goo's rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe was one of them. This was indeed a great achievement, but there was still room for improvement. After all, limitless demon Venerable had died long ago. Even if he revived, he was not a refinement path Venerable. In terms of refinement path, Feng Yuan was the #1 person in history. The other Venerables could not compare to him. Thus, Feng Yuan used his own refinement path attainment to modify this immortal Gu recipe. It was even better than before. It was so excellent that it was beyond the limits of the heavens. Right now, Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of Heavenly Secret Gu's essence. Heavenly Secret Gu was a heaven path Gu worm, but Feng Yuan had once thought that it was a wisdom path Gu worm. This immortal Gu was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He already had heaven path attainment back then. Afterwards, Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was refined by one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls, Inkstone, but it was destroyed in the battle of Tian Mountain. Eventually, Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was refined by Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan still remembered that he used the refinement path killer move Heavenly Light back then. Activating Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu could detect the thoughts of providence. It could probe the contents of calamities and tribulations. It could allow the Gu Immortal to ask heaven and earth for answers. As long as something happened in heaven and earth would know about it. As the saying goes, heaven and earth know you and I know. Being able to leak the secrets of heaven and earth. Even if the Gu Immortal had no evidence, they could point to the truth. But Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu had a flaw in its usage. 8 out of 10 times of activating Heavenly Secret Gu would fail. Once it failed, one would suffer a backlash and lose 10 to 70 years of lifespan. This flaw was a manifestation of people's misunderstanding of Heavenly Secret Gu's essence. Heavenly Secret Gu was a heaven path immortal Gu. Only those who cultivated heaven path had enough heaven path Tao marks to use it normally. Activating Heavenly Secret Gu not only required immortal essence, it also required a certain amount of heaven path immortal materials. Like Feng Yuan's obscured Heavenly Secret killer move, it expended heaven path immortal materials. Without using heaven path immortal materials, Heavenly Secret Gu could barely be activated, but the price was that the heaven path immortal materials needed would be expended. It would be delayed until the next time it was used. This was the weakness of the Gu cultivator losing lifespan after the backlash from failure. Lifespan Gu belonged to heaven path. The lifespan of a Gu cultivator was actually heaven path Tao marks. Looking back, Old Man Inkstone did not recognize Heavenly Secret Gu's essence back then. However, this situation was very normal. Sects were constantly developing, and the nature of Gu worms was also gradually explored when they were being used. Understanding things required a process. With this immortal Gu recipe, I can officially refine Heavenly Secret Gu. Feng Yuan did not lack heaven path immortal materials. This was all because of the fusion of the two heavens. An unprecedented amount of heaven path immortal materials was produced. Xinshang, who was in charge of collecting heaven path immortal materials, was working very hard. Because earlier, Feng Yuan clearly wanted to collect his human path cultivation results. He only handed over a portion of them. This made him very uneasy. For the sake of the clan, and also for himself, he needed to perform better. As long as I refine rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu, obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move's power will rise sharply. The two Venerables will continue to be deceived. But before that, I need to make an announcement. Almost all of the two heavens, human grotto heavens, had joined Celestial Court. The variant human grotto heavens left in immemorial white heaven were all destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Regarding this, Feng Yuan had to make a statement. Friends of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, I am Great Love Immortal Venerable. Firstly, I want to congratulate all of you who joined Celestial Court. Don't worry, I will not pursue this matter. How can I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, be such a person? I am very sorry about the destruction of the grotto heavens in immemorial white heaven. Not long ago, I was ambushed by star constellation immortal Venerable. I could not fight spectral soul demon Venerable personally. I have already mobilized people to evacuate the grotto heavens. I firmly believe that the world needs love and harmony. War hurts everyone, not just humans, but variant humans and all living beings as well. Why can't we live together in peace and happiness? Precisely because of this belief, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entrusted all of his inheritance to me. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was established with this belief in mind. It is not a superforce to fight for supremacy. It is everyone's home. It is an attempt to allow everyone in the world to coexist peacefully. The actions of the two heavens, grotto heavens, have made me reflect deeply on myself. I know I was wrong, but my thoughts are still restricted by history and tradition. I have decided, from today onwards, the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance will open its doors. We will abolish all binding agreements. Everyone can join and leave freely. I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, swear to the world that I will not pursue this matter. I will still refine goo for those who did not join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. This is a fair transaction. Those who join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance will receive a 20% discount on goo refinement. Yes, 20%, a full 20% discount. You did not hear wrongly. As for how to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, it is simple. You just need to pay a joining fee. Furthermore, this joining fee will still be yours. It will be converted into contribution points for the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. When you refine goo in the future, you can use these contribution points to exchange for large amounts of goo refinement resources. Oh, Liang Jing Jing, I am not greedy for your light heaven. Your light heaven will be converted into contribution points for the Great Love Alliance. Fellow human goo immortals who joined Celestial Court, I hope you'll be well. I also welcome you to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again. I will not mind your identities, because the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance has always been free, open, and peaceful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The two heavens human goo immortals. Jewel Yellow Skies. Chapter 2309. In the sky above Central Continent, the starry sky calculation formation was taking shape. Large numbers of Central Continent goo immortals were moving around. Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Little Swan Z set up the formation as he muttered, clearly thinking about the problem. Sister Bai Ching, do you think we can join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance? Not far away, Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kai Xian transmitted. Fairy Bai Ching wore a white dress with a green jade sash around her waist. She smiled. Kai Xian, are you moved? How can I not be moved? There is a 20% discount, and there are no restrictions on entry and exit. Such a huge benefit. If I were not a member of Spirit Butterfly Valley, I would have joined long ago. Is Sister not moved? Han Kai Xian said. Colorful butterflies flew around Han Kai Xian, placing countless goo worms at the designated locations. Fairy Bai Ching pondered. Even though she was a goo immortal of Spirit Affinity House, she had a good relationship with Han Kai Xian. They were close in nature. They called each other sisters in private. She knew why Han Kai Xian was asking her, because Fairy Bai Ching's daughter was Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Ching had a closer relationship with Celestial Court. Fairy Bai Ching shook her head. I am not sure about this. Maybe we can ask Yifeng. If it were before, Fairy Bai Ching might have directly said her opinion. But after Fairy Myrtle and Feng Juga's betrayal, Fairy Bai Ching could only act cautiously. Little Nine, get to work. After setting up this star path immortal goo, we will leave immediately. Far away, Yifeng transmitted to 9 Palace Crane Little Nine. He had had enough. Ever since Fang Yuan made the announcement, All the Gu immortals in the world knew that joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance had huge benefits. They could enter and leave freely without any restrictions. He Feng Yang became the target of all the immortals' gazes and questions. After all, He Feng Yang had received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions to trade immortal Gu with Feng Yuan publicly. Forget about what the members of Celestial Court were thinking. Just the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were moved. Who did not lack immortal Gu? Especially after the 5 regions were unified. The realm walls disappeared. The chi tides swept through the world, and the earth veins and heaven veins were all connected. All kinds of immortal materials overflowed, simply gushing out. Among them, Earth Path, Chi Path, and Heaven Path were the most powerful. The Gu immortals had more immortal materials. Transactions in jewel yellow skies became more frequent. But the Gu immortals still did not have many immortal Gu. Everyone had their own specializations. If one was not a refinement path Gu immortal, but another path, the chances of success in refining immortal Gu were too low. From ancient times until now, in the 3 million years of human race's rise and dominance, it was all the blood and tears of Gu refinement. Countless heroes and heroes had sunk into the bitter abyss of Gu refinement. The radiance of just a few refinement path, great experts, could not shine on everyone. The Gu immortals were all heartbroken by Gu refinement, but they had to try again and again. It was unbearably bitter, but there was nothing he could do. But now a refinement path Venerable had appeared, and this refinement path Venerable was different from other Gu immortals. He was very special. He created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, and even conducted public transactions in jewel yellow skies, conducting immortal Gu refinement businesses. This made all the Gu immortals who were tormented by Gu refinement see hope. They felt a sense of warmth. Most of the Gu immortals were moved. No matter how fake Feng Yuan's declaration of great love was, the benefits were right in front of everyone. But the identity of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was a form of restriction. These Gu immortals were worried about the Celestial Court's thoughts. Thus, they asked He Feng Yang about it. Because He Feng Yang was the first Gu immortal of Central Continent's righteous path to conduct public transactions with Feng Yuan. According to rumors, he had even received instructions from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He Feng Yang had indeed received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders, but what could he say? Some things could be allowed to happen, but they could not be said out loud. Once it was put on the table, the nature would change. Thus, He Feng Yang could only give vague answers. The more vague he was, the more others would want to get to the bottom of it. For example, now Vicious Lightning Fiend took the initiative to ask. Vicious Lightning Fiend had rank 7 cultivation level, and he had been famous for a long time. Compared to him, He Feng Yang could only be considered a minor character in the past. But now, because of his transaction with Feng Yuan, He Feng Yang became famous in Central Continent and was the focus of attention. Facing Vicious Lightning Fiend, He Feng Yang naturally had to lower his head. He Feng Yang spoke vaguely, hinting at him repeatedly. However, Vicious Lightning Fiend wanted a clear answer. He Feng Yang was under a lot of pressure. Right at this time, another Gu immortal asked. It was Immortal Monkey King Shirley. This expert had been rank 7 for a long time, and now there were rumors that he was about to advance to rank 8. When Feng Joga was still in Central Continent's righteous path, Immortal Monkey King Shirley was an expert second only to him. Brother He Feng Yang, is it true or not? Tell me directly. Shirley was very direct. This time, He Feng Yang felt even more pressure. Fairy by Qing and Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine transmitted at the same time. Fairies, I don't know either. He Feng Yang felt a headache coming on. Brother He Feng Yang, why don't you ask him? Vicious Lightning Fiend said. He Feng Yang wanted to cry. Brother, please forgive me. I am just a pitiful person. Vicious Lightning Fiend chuckled. You have been in contact with Fang Yuan for a long time. Your relationship is different. How could I not know? He Feng was extremely depressed. He almost wanted to roar out loud. I really don't know this demon. He Feng was still thinking of a way to reply to vicious lightning fiend without offending him. On the other side, Shirley urged, I have a good idea, brother. If you join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance now, I am sure Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not punish you. He Fengyang's eyes rolled. He would rather faint on the spot. He Fengyang was in a difficult situation. Liang Jingjing was also going through a test. Her divine sense had already entered jewel yellow skies, communicating with Fang Yuan's will. After knowing that Light Heaven had been exchanged for a large number of Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance contribution points, she felt very conflicted. She felt very uncomfortable because this amount of contribution points was huge. It would be very painful for her to give it up. Liang Jingjing had 2 Gu Immortals with her. Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was already destroyed. In her current situation, she needed cultivation resources even more. But Celestial Court would not support her for no reason. She needed to save every cultivation resource and start from scratch. Thus, the contribution points that Light Heaven had been exchanged for became the greatest temptation. Liang Jingjing was not worried that Fang Yuan would go back on his words. After all, Fang Yuan had already announced it to the world. If Liang Jingjing joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again, Fang Yuan would definitely do his best to protect her and announce it to the world. Liang Jingjing was worried about Celestial Court and the other Gu Immortals in the world. She had just betrayed Fang Yuan and joined Celestial Court. Now she wanted to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again. What would Celestial Court think? What would the world think of her? At this moment, Liang Jingjing had to admit that she was a little regretful. Of course, her hatred and anger towards Fang Yuan was still the main factor. It did not waver. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan started to refine Heavenly Secret Gu. This was his 3rd rank 9 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was much more confident in this Gu refinement than before, because for this Gu refinement, he had made the most ample preparations in his life. While refining Gu, Fang Yuan thought about the big picture. Now that he had lowered the requirements for joining, it had already caused a huge commotion. The impact would become more obvious in the future. Lord Great Love Immortal Venerable, I am Shang Beggar Fan. I wonder if I can join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. A southern border Gu Immortal contacted Fang Yuan's, who was inside jewel yellow skies. Actually, during this period of time, many Gu Immortals had contacted Fang Yuan's will. But this was the first person who expressed his desire to join the alliance. You can join as long as you pay a fee. Fang Yuan's will replied plainly. Naturally, the entry fee for joining a guild alone and a guild with a superpower would be different. Shang Beggar Fan asked, Is it possible to join secretly? Fang Yuan's will nodded, expressing his agreement. Then I am willing to join. Shang Beggar Fan agreed. He made an agreement with Fang Yuan's will about the time and place to exchange the resource points. That's right, the fee to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was resource points. Shang Beggar Fan is a marginal character in Shang Clan, but this time he was sent by Shang Clan as a representative to join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Fang Yuan immediately understood. Shang Clan was behind this. The resource points that he requested earlier were already beyond Shang Beggar Fan's capabilities. But Shang Beggar Fan agreed. It was clear that he had the support of the entire Shang Clan. Even though Southern Border Shang Clan is not as bold as Wu Clan, their thoughts are very flexible. Fang Yuan smiled. This was just the beginning. Soon, as Fang Clan continued to provoke them, and Wu Clan continued to take the lead, more super forces would come to probe them. These super forces would probably do the same thing as Shang Clan. They would send one person in first to make use of the benefits of being a member of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. But all of this was within Fang Yuan's plan. He would let them have a taste of the benefits first. When these superforces could not stop themselves, Fang Yuan would start to restrict the number of Gu immortals they could refine. Next, these superforces would send even more Gu immortals to join secretly, or even their entire clan. Of course, Fang Yuan would not restrict them. They could leave the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance at any time. While refining immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used information path methods to contact Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, how have you been? Fang Yuan greeted with a warm attitude. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly replied, I am fine, but dirty water fell from the sky and landed on me. Great love, do you have anything to say? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. To speak the truth, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I am here to help you. I heard that you have been working hard recently, setting up a super formation that covers the whole of Central Continent. A formation of this scale will definitely need many immortal Gu, and in this aspect, I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, am most proficient. Why don't you join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and enjoy a 20% discount? That is the best way to save money. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable laughed. She was laughing out of anger. Chapter 2310. Towards Fang Yuan's shamelessness, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was convinced. She had no choice but to admit. Fang Yuan's declaration of taking action was a brilliant move. Fang Yuan lowered the requirements for joining and leaving the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance to the lowest level. He did not care about the loyalty of these members. He immediately opened up a whole new situation. He used benefits to fully display the advantage of refinement path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not stop him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was certain. Right now, all the Gu immortals in the world were restless. Even the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were considering whether to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could order these Gu immortals not to join this Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, she could not change their minds. People's hearts were fickle, but what did Fang Yuan lose in this? Almost nothing. Originally, the subordinates he recruited in Eastern Sea and the two Heavens did not have much loyalty. It was only because of the situation that they had no choice but to join Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not hope for them to attack Central Continent and other places in the future. From the fact that Qin Dingling successfully incited a large number of Grotto Heaven forces to defect, these people's loyalty towards Fang Yuan could be seen. If Fang Yuan was the only venerable in the current world, everyone would be loyal to him. But now, there were 4 venerables and 3 venerables. These Gu immortals had a choice. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her heart. She knew that Fang Yuan purposely contacted her. It was not just to show off his strength. Fang Yuan's suggestion of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was just a joke. He was clear that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance to build up support for him. Fang Yuan's true motive was to threaten Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At the moment, Zhongzhou State was carrying out an unprecedented formation. At this crucial moment, if Great Love Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal made a move, it would be easy for the formation to fail. Fang Yuan has little immortal essence. He does not want to destroy the Starry Sky calculation formation, nor does he want us to succeed easily, so he contacted me. Fang Yuan had been acting crazily. He did not mind using immortal Gu to exchange for resource points, as if he was trying to increase the foundation of his immortal aperture origin core to increase his immortal essence. Star Constellate Immortal Venerable had also investigated, but like Giant Sun Immortal, she could not find anything wrong with Fang Yuan. Thus, in her mind, Feng Yuan lacked immortal essence all along. This left a deep impression. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised that Feng Yuan contacted her. She agreed to transact with Feng Yuan. Heavenly Court would pay resource points, primordial domain, and immortal materials in exchange for Feng Yuan refining immortal goo for Heavenly Court. Star to Star Constel Immortal Goo to do. The transaction, Star to do Celestial Sectimto exchange would be clan's great deal. Feng Yuan knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was protecting their formation. This was also within Feng Yuan's expectations. According to the current incomplete formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's formation was not out of the ordinary. It was within the range that Feng Yuan could endure. Feng Yuan gave up on attacking and destroying, in exchange for a peaceful deal that was more beneficial to himself. It was a win-win situation. Especially now that he was refining heavenly secret goo. At this juncture, Feng Yuan could not resort to force at all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used primordial domain as a bargaining chip. It was a small surprise. Feng Yuan had been negotiating with the Celestial Court for the origin domain all this time. Primordial domain's value to him was much higher than to Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not relented, but now she finally revealed a small portion of primordial domain to tempt Feng Yuan to accept this transaction. Maybe in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's view, I have not taken back the primordial domain in jewel yellow skies because I lack the method to do so. Thus, giving me a portion of primordial domain in a short period of time will not give me an advantage. To think that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would give me primordial domain first. I thought that I would obtain this breakthrough in the blood path transaction with Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan thought of this and got distracted. He contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is making such a huge move. The formation that she wants to set up must be extraordinary. She is the #1 wisdom path, goo cultivator in history. If she has the help of the formation in the future, we might not be able to detect it even if we fall into her trap. Giant Sun Immortal smiled, replying, "What do you think?" Feng Yuan said directly, "I am willing to work together with Giant Sun to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and destroy her formation. Wisdom Path is no small matter. It can be seen from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. We cannot let her set up the immortal formation smoothly." Giant Sun Immortal said ambiguously, "This is a good suggestion." Then, Great Love, have you considered Heavenly Lord Baizu's suggestion? Feng Yuan chuckled. That can be discussed. I have many blood path research results and blood path immortal goo. Giant Sun Immortal had been looking to purchase blood path resources. Now that Feng Yuan took the initiative to give in, Giant Sun Immortal smiled lightly, immediately contacting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has just contacted me. We're going to attack your formation together. I wonder what Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thinks. Giant Sun Immortal directly sold out Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her heart, using the same method to transact with Giant Sun Immortal. The three Venerables negotiated and schemed against each other. As a wisdom path goo cultivator, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was superior. She had the initiative. Eventually, she gave up on a portion of the benefits and settled the issue between Feng Yuan and Giant Sunday. We finally managed to stabilize these two. But if our formation was stronger, it would not have been so easy to deal with. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have stronger immortal formations, but she could not set them up. Once she set them up, the two Venerables would destroy them. There was no agreement. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation was carefully chosen by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was above the bottom line that the two Venerables could accept. The two Venerables would rather let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up the Immortal Formation so that they could exchange for some benefits. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's analysis of the three Venerables. Of course, the main reason is because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt that the two Venerables were cheating because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's formation was not worth mentioning. The three Venerables were paying close attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's movements. As they expected, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable got rid of the white heaven grotto heaven that he could sense, he charged towards the sun. In the mixed two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mountain-like black figure charged towards the sun. This was within Feng Yuan's observation. He thought about it. Back then, I expended white heaven's heavenly spirit. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not directly control immemorial white heaven. He only has black heaven's heavenly spirit. He can only represent immemorial black heaven to annex immemorial white heaven. Right now, among the two heavens grotto heavens, white heaven grotto heaven no longer exists. The heaven vein nodes in the grotto heavens were all destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As for longevity heaven and celestial court, they are heavily guarded. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not in a clear state of mind. He cannot investigate them. Therefore, his only remaining target is the sun. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable charged towards the sun. This time was different from before. He roared and shouted with unprecedented determination and killing intent. However, the closer he got to the sun, the more obstructions he faced from fire path and light path, Tao marks of a terrifying scale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body started to melt like wax. Small flames started to appear on his body. Giant Sun Immortal looked at the immemorial two heavens. He had been paying attention to this matter. He evaluated. The sun has existed since ancient times. It has immense power. It is the largest heaven vein node in the world. It is also the largest light vein and fire vein node in the two heavens. Even in my previous life, when I was at my peak, I could not deal with the sun. Now that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not in a clear state of mind, it will be even harder to deal with. In the previous life, Giant Sun Immortal was invincible in the world. He was invincible in the universe. He could naturally destroy the sun. But there were no benefits to doing so. It would cause great harm to all living beings. Giant Sun Immortal did not do that. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finally charged into the sun. Countless pitch-black, pillar-like arms grabbed at the sun. His mountain-like body rampaged in the sun, creating huge currents of light and fire. But at the same time, he suffered even greater damage. His body quickly melted. A vast number of light path and fire path Tao marks were engraved on his body. The soul path Tao marks that he had accumulated were collapsing rapidly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerables, three heads roared in pain. Their gazes were filled with even more anger and hatred. Following his instincts, he activated a defensive killer move. His entire body was covered in a layer of eerie light. Pitch-black smoke surged out crazily, resisting the boundless power of the sun. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stabilized his footing for now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stayed in embroidered tower, watching from the window. The sun is only a lump of heaven path, light path, and fire path Tao marks that has a form but no substance. It can be seen as a tribulation, but this tribulation has lasted for countless years. It has been accumulating since the beginning of the world. Thus, even if it is not a chaotic tribulation, it is not easy for Venerables to deal with. This time, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fights the sun, both sides will suffer heavy losses. At that time, it will be time for me to make a move. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable can be eliminated, it will be greatly beneficial to our celestial court. By then, we can even compromise with the other Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew the principle of being flexible. For Celestial Court, spectral soul demon Venerable was a huge threat. Because Celestial Court was located in immemorial white heaven, it had the largest heaven vein node in the world. It was just that Celestial Court was concealed by star constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom path methods. Spectral soul demon Venerable did not sense it. However, at the next moment, a change occurred. A giant beast the size of a hill, with a trace of the aura of a rank 9 immortal goo, escaped in panic. There is a legendary, immemorial, desolate beast inside the sun, and a rank 9 immortal goo? Star constellation Immortal Venerable was shocked. Giant sun immortal stared with wide eyes. No, not just one rank 9 immortal goo. There is another one. Under the three Venerables' observation, the rank 9 wildfire goo inside the sun was no longer concealed. After a few breaths of time, spectral soul demon Venerable reached the center of the sun. He stretched out his remaining dozens of arms. Ignoring the intense pain, he sucked the fire goo into his hands. Spectral soul demon Venerable's left head opened its mouth and swallowed the fire goo. Spectral soul demon Venerable screamed in pain. His left head immediately burned like a torch. Without the support of two goo, the sun self-detonated with a loud sound. Heaven and earth could hear it. At this moment, all living beings looked up in fear as the sun turned into countless lumps of light and fire, scattering in all directions. The sun was gone. As for her main body, she resolutely abandoned this place and rushed straight for the two heavens. East Sea. Fang Yuan was currently using his investigative techniques to observe the entire 5 regions. The sun disintegrated, turning into countless immortal materials that scattered in all directions. Among them, most of the light path resources are still scattered in the 2 heavens, while most of the fire path resources are in the 5 regions. The fire rain is mostly in Western Desert, while Eastern Sea has the least. The reason was simple. Conflicting Tao marks. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had more water path Tao marks, while Western Desert had more fire path Tao marks. Thus, the fire rain favored Western Desert more. These flames are all high-level resources. After collecting them and accumulating to a certain extent, we can create fire path resource points. Especially bright splendor ring fire, this rank 9 immortal material can only be found by chance. It is very rare. This time their numbers have increased sharply. This is a good opportunity. We need to grasp it. Fang Yuan immediately gave the order to send Gu Immortals to various places to collect these fire path resources. Regretfully, he had the most water path Gu Immortals under him. He did not have many fire path Gu Immortals. There were also very few rank 8 Gu Immortals. Regarding this, Fang Yuan used the will in jewel yellow skies to announce, "Good news, good news! The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance is holding a new activity. As long as you collect fire path immortal materials and come here to trade, you will be able to exchange for a certain amount of Alliance contribution points. After accumulating a certain amount of Alliance contribution points, you will be able to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It will no longer be resource points. And after joining, the contribution points that can be exchanged with immortal materials will still be there." Fang Yuan's will tossed out a list with the details of the various exchanges. Bright Splendor Ring Fire was at the top of the list. It could be exchanged for the most contribution points. Gu Immortals in the world heard this news and became restless. Originally, joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance required resource points, but now they only needed to collect these fire path immortal materials. For most Gu Immortals, the difficulty of joining the alliance had fallen again. Fang Yuan's will revealed, this activity will only last for a short period of time. First come, first serve. Once the fire path immortal materials are collected, this activity will stop. Fire path immortal materials? Unfortunately, other than bright splendor ring fire, The other fire path immortal materials I collect cannot compare to the heaven path immortal materials. In these 2 days, Shen Shang continued to search for resources. Are we not going to chase after Fang Clan? Chase for what? Let celestial courts, Zhou Xiong, Xian chase after them. Quickly gather these fire path immortal materials, use a portion, and sell the rest to Great Love Immortal Venerable. If we miss this opportunity, we won't get another one. More and more Go Immortals in Western Desert started to move around. Southern border. Wu Yong led a large group of Wu Clan Go Immortals and started to move. It was a swift and decisive action. Benefits were the main attraction. At once, countless Go Immortals of the 5 regions were mobilized by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan himself was also heading towards the 2 heavens. Spectral Soul Destructive Sun also affected his plan. Originally, he was thinking that if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and the Sun were both heavily injured, if he succeeded in refining Heavenly Secret Goo, he would be able to take action in time and gain some benefits from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now he had to refine Heavenly Secret Goo while continuing his disguise. Thus, he had to enter the 2 heavens and act like he was chasing after a rank 9 immortal Goo. This was the most normal behavior and reaction. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were very astute. Fang Yuan had to do this to not expose any flaws. The sun was extinguished, the entire world of the 5 regions dimmed. The mortal Goo Masters were shocked. The other living beings were also panicking. Panicked beast roars and bird cries could be heard everywhere. This was an unprecedented change. It was inevitable that it would cause a large-scale panic. Starlight flickered. A legendary immemorial desolate beast broke out of the encirclement while bathed in blood. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the first to arrive. She waved her hand as the remaining blood chi and scales in the air flew into her hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her Wisdom Path Killer move and deduced. It is Yu Tianguang. She quickly deduced the origin of this legendary immemorial beast. She could not help but feel shocked. Yu Tianguang and Zhuo Yi Hui had once wreaked havoc in the 5 regions, creating a bloodbath. They were very crafty and often worked together. Whenever a demon venerable or immortal venerable appeared, they would hide. It was hard to find them. But eventually, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable conquered the world and killed Yu Tianguang. This was recorded in history. But Yu Tianguang is still alive now. Did he fake his death? Could he fake his death in front of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Or is this also Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement? At once, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of many things. The situation immediately became a little confusing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chased as she analyzed. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was likely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's backup plan. According to the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, if Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revived and became venerable using Heaven Path, he would have a huge advantage in the 2 heavens, especially after he refined the Heaven Path Tao marks of the 2 heavens. He would be able to control all of the Heaven Vein nodes. By then, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would face a huge threat from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The Sun was also a Heaven Vein node. Back then, if Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable purposely placed Yu Tianguang in the Sun, he was clearly planning to subdue the Sun. Thankfully, Paradise Earth died and did not revive. From this, it seems that I should thank Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had just thought of Fang Yuan when Fang Yuan appeared in her vision. Star Constellation, we meet again. Fang Yuan smiled as he greeted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her mind. But she nodded with a smile on the surface. She was very graceful. The 2 had a warm attitude, but their movements were not slow at all. They moved even faster. The two venerables were on guard against each other as they chased after Yu Tianguang. This Yu Tianguang was also in human form. He had a hunched back, his forearms were long, he had a horn on his head, his body was covered in scales. They were like countless mirrors, shining brightly. Under the pursuit of the two venerables, Yu Tianguang actually managed to escape time and time again. As I expected, this Yu Tianguang took away rank 9 light Gu, and it has not been refined by him. It is still a wild immortal Gu. Fang Yuan saw some clues. He grumbled internally. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, heavenly secret Gu's refinement had reached a crucial moment. He did not want to snatch this rank 9 light Gu. Once he obtained it, he would face the frenzied attacks of the other venerables. A rank 9 immortal Gu could completely break the balance between the three venerables. Nobody wanted such an immortal Gu to fall into someone else's hands. But Fang Yuan still had to say what needed to be said. Yu Tianguang, your master, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and I were good friends. After Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, he gave all of his resources to me. As for you, I did not have the time to tell you. Quickly leave with me. I will do my best to ensure your safety. Yu Tianguang coughed out blood as he cursed. Paradise Earth, that old scoundrel, I was almost killed by him. I had to hide under the sun to recuperate. After sleeping for so many years, I finally regained my senses. He caused me so much trouble. I will not surrender to him. That means it was not Paradise Earth's arrangement. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable came to a realization. She could clearly sense Yu Tianguang's emotions. He was not lying. This Yu Tianguang can fake his death and escape from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He is quite capable. Light Emperor, who was hiding in a corner, sighed. He was hiding in the black clouds. He did not want to shine at all. Chapter 2312. Immortal Killer Move. Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Fang Yuan's body shook as 100 evil dragons appeared around him. The evil dragons flew and surrounded Yu Tianguang in groups. He had already used this compound killer move. If he used it against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there was a risk of it being broken or countered. But now, Fang Yuan used it to trap Yu Tianguang. The evil dragons pounced at Yu Tianguang from all directions. Some opened their mouths to bite, some swung their tails, some used their horns to provoke their enemies, some used their claws to tear, and some even opened their mouths to roar, shooting out sharp sword qi from their tongues. In a moment of desperation, Yu Tianguang also erupted with legendary immemorial level strength. He waved his arms as his body moved like lightning. The horns on his head were extremely sharp. After fighting for a while, 3 evil dragons were cut in half. He had killed several evil dragons with much difficulty, but these evil dragons produced dragon souls and modified the battlefield. The more evil dragons were sacrificed, the more dragon souls there would be, the more soul path Dao marks there would be on the battlefield, the stronger the dragon souls would be. The situation was getting more dangerous. Yu Tianguang charged left and right, fighting a bloody battle, but he could not escape from the evil dragons. Sensing the danger of its host again, the wild rank 9 light Gu on Yu Tianguang burst out with power again. Piercing light shone on the entire battlefield. At the next moment, it was about to bring Yu Tianguang away. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and Star Constellation chased after Yu Tianguang, they were stalled by this move. They failed repeatedly. But at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already prepared. Starlight specks flew and instantly enveloped Yu Tianguang's body. Rank 9 Wild Light Gu's power was mostly restrained by the starlight specks. It caused Yu Tianguang's escape to fail. Yu Tianguang was heavily injured instead. Rank 9 Light Gu was still wild. It did not cooperate well with Yu Tianguang. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found a flaw, but this was normal. Even though Yu Tianguang and wild rank 9 Light Gu had been together for so many years, Yu Tianguang was almost always asleep. Even if he was awake, with his rank 8 cultivation level, he could not refine a wild rank 9 immortal goo. Back then, when star constellation immortal Venerable became venerable, she spent 100 years to refine wild rank 9 wisdom goo. Giant Sun Immortal tried to refine rank 9 love goo, but he still failed. Yu Tianguang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into despair. The enemy he was facing was too strong, and his injuries were too heavy. His entire movement slowed down. But he was still struggling. He was fighting for the glimmer of hope that remained in his heart like a mirage bubble. "Don't come over, don't come over." Light Emperor Lord hid in the dark clouds and watched Yu Tianguang approach him. He grew increasingly anxious and terrified. The direction in which Yu Tianguang was fleeing was coincidentally in his direction. Could this be where my opportunity lies? Light Emperor's body suddenly shuddered as he recalled Giant Sun Immortal's words. He instantly realized that his fortuitous encounter was with rank 9 light goo. But, Dad, you've gone too far this time. Light Emperor quickly took a glance at Feng Yuan and star constellation Immortal Venerable. He did not even dare to look at these two venerables for too long, lest they discover him. Light Emperor Lord's bald head subconsciously shrunk into his neck. All along, his body had been shining with radiance, but he had concealed it with all his might. Only a thin layer of light was left on his body now. But Yu Tianguang was escaping crazily. He was almost coming straight for him. At this moment, Light Emperor hated this huge, fortuitous encounter like never before. What he did not know was that Feng Yuan also had similar emotions. The timing is not right. If this happens after I refine Heavenly Secret Goo, I might be able to fight for this wild rank 9 light goo with all my strength. Feng Yuan chased after Yu Tianguang while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Goo. Thankfully, he had spent a lot of effort to modify Heavenly Secret Goo's immortal goo recipe, using 4 elements square, regret, blood, refinement pool, and the help of other hairy man refinement path goo immortals. Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement continued in an orderly manner. Next is the most difficult part, but at this time I have to chase after some rank 9 light goo. Sigh. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. As for the rank 9 light goo, he did not covet it. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo's value to Feng Yuan was much higher than light goo. But now that things had reached this stage, Feng Yuan had to show an intense competitive intent. Fate goo is destroyed. This situation should be caused by the entanglement of the luck of the other 3 venerables. Feng Yuan had a vague understanding. Once Feng Yuan succeeded in refining Heavenly Secret Goo, his strength would rise again. It would not only bring the convenience of obscured Heavenly Secret, it would also bring many other benefits. This way, Feng Yuan's advantage would be too huge. Precisely so, the other 3 venerables were greatly threatened by Feng Yuan. The 3 venerables themselves might not have sensed it, but their luck was already resisting. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck, and Giant Sun Immortal's luck were entangled with each other. They mixed together and attacked Feng Yuan. Thus, at the crucial moment of refining Heavenly Secret Goo, Feng Yuan encountered a huge change. For venerables coexisting, 3 facing each other, this is the crucial point of a qualitative change. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Rank 9 Advance Refinement Goo. I cultivate Refinement Path as well as Heaven Path, Obscured Heavenly Secret. All these factors have given me a huge advantage. My luck is equal to the other 3 venerables combined. The sum of the 3 venerables here was unknown to them. They had expended a lot of effort to reach the same level as Feng Yuan. Once the venerables understood the situation and saw through the truth, they would work together and reduce the internal conflict. By then, the three Venerables' combined luck would rise rapidly and surpass Fang Yuan's. Without the three Venerables knowing, once I get past this obstacle and obtain rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo, my luck will be higher than the three Venerables combined. After the qualitative change, I will not face this difficulty in refining other rank 9 Immortal Goo. After Fang Yuan analyzed, he realized that this was a crucial battle. If becoming a refinement path Venerable was the foundation to fight against Venerables, then, after successfully refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Fang Yuan would be able to shorten the gap between him and the other Venerables. Rank 9 Advance Refinement Goo would shorten the gap again. It would also deepen Fang Yuan's refinement path specialty. And now, refining rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo could be said to be the turning point of the three Venerables' confrontation. Once he got past this crucial point, Fang Yuan would vaguely surpass the other Venerables. He would have a true advantage. The star mist rose and blocked Yu Tianguang's path forward. Evidently, this was the incomplete form of a battlefield killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to use a battlefield killer move to trap Heavenly Light and Wild Rank 9 Light Goo before making her move. Fang Yuan had never seen Star Constellation Immortal Venerable use a battlefield killer move. He hesitated. Was he going to destroy it? It was not impossible for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to take Wild Rank 9 Light Goo. It was difficult to refine Rank 9 Light Goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not cultivate Light Path. After obtaining it before the refinement, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's positive luck would fall sharply. And looking at the situation, to prevent Fang Yuan from destroying her plans, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would definitely give more benefits to Fang Yuan. This was very advantageous to Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan immediately activated his killer move. Immortal Killer Move, 7 kills Rainbow, Metal Path's Yellow Light, Wood Path's Jade Light, Water Path's Light Blue Light, Fire Path's Red Light, Earth Path's Brown Light, Wind Path's Green Light, Lightning Path's Dark Blue Light. These 7 paths' lights intertwined and shot out in a spiral towards Heavenly Light. Yu Heavenly Light immediately faced a fatal crisis. If he was hit by this attack, he would die for sure. The rank 9 Light Goo on him would also be destroyed. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already on guard against Fang Yuan. What are you trying to do? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shouted. Starlight flew out and formed into a stardust veil. It was like a huge wall that blocked Fang Yuan's 7 kills rainbow. Fang Yuan's thoughts were almost dried up. He had to refine Heavenly Secret Goo while maintaining his defensive killer moves and movement killer moves. He had barely managed to activate 7 kills rainbow earlier. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He did not show any flaws on the surface. Star Constellation, you want to obtain rank 9 Light Goo. Aren't you thinking too easily? On the surface, Fang Yuan looked like he was not going to give up. He was going to pester her. But he had already made up his mind. Destroy this wild light Goo first. If he failed, it did not matter if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained it. With Fang Yuan's current condition, he definitely could not snatch it. First was to destroy rank 9 Light Goo. Second was to let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable get it. And last was to let Giant Sun Immortal get it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were not Light Path Goo cultivators. But if Giant Sun Immortal obtained rank 9 Light Goo, the scale of his luck would rise sharply. This was very advantageous to Giant Sun Immortal. He was very skilled in the aspect of luck. He would be able to gain a huge boost. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal has not arrived yet. Is it really good for us to fight like this? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. What's not good about it? If I don't make a move now, wouldn't I be letting you obtain this rank 9 Immortal Goo? Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought. Fang Yuan dealt with the incomplete Star fog battlefield killer move at times. He attacked Yu Tianguang at times, while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable at other times. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was indeed a wisdom path venerable. Her mind was filled with thoughts. She took care of all aspects and defended herself well. Even though the situation was in a deadlock, it was clearly tilting towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In the fight between the Venerables, Yu Tianguang was already heavily injured. Rank 9 Light Gu tried to break out of the encirclement, but was obstructed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Seeing that the star fog was about to close and form the complete battlefield killer move, Light Monarch could not sit still anymore. Shine for me! He suddenly attacked, using his most powerful technique at the moment. Dazzling white light filled the entire battlefield. Light Monarch risked his life and created a hole in the star fog. Escape! 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 Light Monarch escaped frantically. He did not care about that rank 9 immortal Gu. He had waited for a long time. Finally, the killer move star fog was weakened by Fong Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no time to replenish it. Thus, after he attacked, he created a hole in the star fog. If he did not make a move and the star fog battlefield was completed, he would have no hope of escaping. Chapter 23:13. Light Emperor's sudden appearance made Star Constellation and Fong Yuan slightly shocked. They did not expect someone to be hiding right under their noses. This person has a profound luck path method. He is definitely closely related to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's pupils shrunk. The star fog quickly closed up. Fong Yuan also quickly attacked Light Emperor. Light Emperor stared anxiously. He shouted in his mind, "What does this have to do with me? Why are you targeting me? I am only passing by." But at the next moment, he turned around and saw that wild rank 9 Light Gu was shining with white light, wrapping around the light of Yu Tianguang as it chased after him. Light Emperor wanted to cry. He finally understood. Wild rank 9 Light Gu had an intense survival instinct. It was attached to Yu Tianguang. Firstly, because this legendary immemorial beast had many light path down marks, it was naturally close to him. And secondly, Yu Tianguang did not have the strength to refine it. But if it landed in the hands of a venerable, it would be different. Light Emperor opened the only gap in the star fog. He also cultivated light path and only had rank 8 aura. Wild Light Gu naturally chose to get close to him and escape. "Father, save me." On the brink of life and death, Light Emperor shouted resolutely. "Don't worry, my son." Giant Sun Immortal flew over from the horizon, rapidly approaching. Before he arrived, his killer move had already arrived, successfully blocking Fong Yuan's offensive method. Fong Yuan did not have enough thoughts. He could not change his attacking methods flexibly. Otherwise, Giant Sun Immortal would not have blocked him so easily. Of course, this was not a flaw in the other two Venerables' eyes. In this battle between the three Venerables, Fong Yuan chose to save his thoughts for a backup plan. It was normal for him to fight conservatively. After all, in the two Venerables' view, Fong Yuan had the least immortal essence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She had already recognized Light Emperor's identity. She immediately activated Star Fog and chased after Emperor Shiguang. The distance between them rapidly shortened. Giant Sun Immortal activated his killer move again. Golden Aurora appeared behind Light Emperor, blocking the Star Fog. Can I really escape by myself? I might need to borrow the power of wild rank 9 Immortal Gulite to have any hope of escaping. Father, you've caused me so much trouble. The Light Emperor was a decisive person. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and grabbed Yu Tianguang. Follow me if you don't want to die. Light Emperor Lord shouted loudly, bringing along protective heavenly light and the wild rank 9 Immortal Gu as they escaped towards Giant Sun Immortal. Yu Tianguang was already on the verge of death and was on the verge of fainting on the spot. It was difficult for him to resist the Light Emperor, so he just let him do what he wanted. After all, the Light Imperial Monarch and he both cultivated the Light Tao, so they were naturally close. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stomped her feet lightly. Her body turned into starlight as she chased after them. He stretched out his hand and threw out the constellation chessboard. On the other side, Giant Sun Immortal flew over and slapped his immortal aperture. The door opened and closed as he flew out of Lux Suppression, Heavenly Palace. Countless chess pieces flew down from the constellation chessboard like a torrential downpour. Golden light swirled around the Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace as it tried its best to conceal the Light Monarch. However, it was penetrated by the chess piece and turned into a sieve. There were still a large number of agile chess pieces that attacked. The Light Emperor struggled with all his might. His expression was ruthless. Under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks, he dodged left and right, but he could not dodge them. He could only take them head-on. Thankfully, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks had already been weakened by more than half by Giant Sun Immortal's golden light. Meanwhile, the Light Emperor had pseudo-venerable battle strength after all. Even though he was heavily injured and blood was spurting out of his mouth and nose, his speed did not decrease. "Persevere!" Giant Sun Immortal shouted. The situation was urgent. It concerned his son's life and death. He used all his strength. Star Constellation Immortal, Venerable, gritted her teeth. Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength. Each move was grand and mighty. She immediately felt immense pressure. Seeing that the Light Emperor was about to escape, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked with all her strength while shouting at Feng Yuan. "Great love, Immortal Venerable! How long are you going to watch?" Giant Sun Immortal appeared. Feng Yuan only attacked a few times. They were all small skirmishes. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already very displeased. Feng Yuan being so restrained was a huge threat to her. If Feng Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal secretly contacted each other and set up an ambush for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her full strength to deal with Giant Sun, Feng Yuan would suddenly attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be in a passive situation. Feng Yuan had no way to explain it. He had already used all his strength. Heavenly Secret, Gu's refinement, had reached the most difficult stage. It involved a huge amount of thoughts and mental energy. Feng Yuan was only skilled in wisdom path, defensive methods. In terms of generating thoughts, he was far inferior to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and his compound killer move also had a huge requirement in this aspect. Persevere. Feng Yuan could only grit his teeth and encourage himself. "Giant Sun, take this!" At the same time, Feng Yuan shouted as he flew rapidly towards Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan did not use any offensive killer moves. He only used his movement methods. But just this small action made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. Giant Sun Immortal started to feel fear. Because Feng Yuan was far away from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and was close to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wariness was greatly reduced. And Giant Sun Immortal had to protect his son from the attacks of the two Venerables. He felt immense pressure. He shouted. He had no choice but to use even more trump cards. For example, this move, Shifting Silver Hook. Feng Yuan's pupil shrunk. He sensed the incoming killer move. The windfire lightning wheels under his feet spun rapidly as he instantly retreated from the spot. At the next moment, his original spot flickered and turned into a pure silver hook. The curved hooks quickly flashed and then disappeared. It was as fast as lightning, but also like an illusion. Feng Yuan continued to move. His figure was like a phantom. He did not stop at his original spot for even a breath of time. Meanwhile, the silver hook continued to flash and attack Feng Yuan. It was only a few millimeters away from him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was furious. In her opinion, Feng Yuan was still playing tricks. He had Cooking Luck Pot to protect him. He could take on the Silver Hook and attack Light Emperor. But he chose to dodge everywhere. He fell into Giant Sun Immortal's trap. Giant Sun Immortal was very relaxed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was completely unaware of Feng Yuan's true situation. Giant Sun Immortal has never used this Luck Path Killer move before. If I get hit by this move, my luck will be greatly damaged. At the crucial moment when the three Venerables' luck are attacking together, it will be a fatal blow. Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of the situation. He could not use offensive methods to begin with. He was completely focused on refining heavenly secret goo. But the two Venerables were not easy to deceive. His disguise was extremely difficult. Feng Yuan used all sorts of methods. He almost squeezed his brain dry, but his thoughts had already fallen to an extremely dangerous level. Heavenly secret goo's refinement took up most of his thoughts. The current situation was also very tense. Feng Yuan did not even want to touch these silver hooks. He was walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was careless, he would lose everything. Star Constellation Immortal, Venerable, charged towards Giant Sun Immortal. She helped Feng Yuan out of his predicament. At this moment, Light Emperor was already very close to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to attack him, but Giant Sun Immortal blocked her with all his strength. Feng Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable urged. Then let me take a gamble. Feng Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He almost squeezed his brain dry. He activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal in an extremely dangerous manner. Feng Yuan carried Reverse Flow Protection Seal as he dove down like an eagle, creating intense sounds of wind and thunder as he pounced towards Light Emperor. Father, save me! Light Emperor was scared out of his wits by Feng Yuan's actions. He could only shout for help. Giant Sun Immortal took on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's fierce attacks head-on. He activated a killer move. Golden light shot out like a pillar, obstructing Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not dodge. He got close to Light Emperor. You dare to snatch an immortal goo in front of me? Hand over your life. Feng Yuan sneered. His mind was completely blank. Light Emperor stared angrily. He gritted his teeth as his body stiffened like a rock. At the crucial moment, wild, rank 9 light goo also erupted. A blinding white light swept across the entire battlefield. Feng Yuan was first hit by the white light. Before being attacked by the golden light pillar, his entire body fell towards the ground like a meteor. Thoughts continued to appear in his mind. They were all placed into the goo refinement. He also had to maintain his defensive killer move. He could not support Feng Yuan's thoughts at all. After a few breaths of time, Reverse Flow Protection Seal showed signs of instability. Once this move broke, not only would Feng Yuan suffer a heavy backlash, the other Venerables would also notice something amiss. Feng Yuan's situation was very dangerous. If he was attacked by a Venerable, he would not be able to resist at all. But everything was within Feng Yuan's plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were fighting for rank 9 light goo. It was already a crucial moment. They had no time to care about Feng Yuan. Under Giant Sun Immortal's full protection, Light Emperor finally flew to his father's side. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were not light. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. The two Venerables confronted each other. Their gazes were like lightning as they collided in the air, fighting fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth. He did not act rashly. He wanted to open his immortal aperture's entrance a little and place Light Emperor, the unconscious heavenly blessing light, and rank 9 wild light goo into his rank 9 immortal aperture. But he knew that he could not act rashly at this moment. As time dragged on the other side, inside the sovereign immortal aperture's 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, The hairy Mangu immortals cheered loudly. The most difficult step of Heavenly Secret, Gu's refinement, had been passed. The difficulty of the following refinement was simply falling like a waterfall. It was a piece of flat land. The thoughts supporting the refinement decreased rapidly. Fang Yuan soon had enough thoughts to think about. He immediately realized that he was falling. He turned around and flew towards Giant Sun Immortal again. When he saw Light Emperor standing beside Giant Sun Immortal, he shouted anxiously, "We cannot let Giant Sun obtain the rank 9 light path, Immortal Gu. If worse comes to worst, we will destroy it." Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly, staring at Fang Yuan with killing intent. "Come at me. I will make you pay a terrible price." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent. Fang Yuan accelerated the refinement of Heavenly Secret Gu while looking at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Star Constellation, this is a rank 9 Immortal Gu!" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold expression. She was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. If Great Love Immortal Venerable used your full strength, how could you have ended up like this? Chapter 23:14. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. His expression was grim. "I just did not expect Light Gu to erupt so suddenly. It cooperated perfectly with the golden light pillar." Giant Sun Immortal smiled smugly. "My soft gold pillar killer move was created specifically for your reverse flow protection seal. How does it feel?" Fang Yuan nodded. "This move's power is hidden internally. It actually has a mystical impact force. When it collided with reverse flow protection seal, it actually penetrated and shook my reverse flow river, thus disrupting the entire reverse flow protection seal's operation. But unfortunately, this move still has room for improvement. It has not been fully created yet. Otherwise, I would not have calmed the chaotic reverse flow river so quickly." Giant Sun Immortal nodded. He felt some regret about this. Maybe if he gave up on Light Emperor and kept this move, it might become a killer move against Fang Yuan in the future. But Giant Sun Immortal would not make such a choice. He would rather expose himself in advance to protect his son's life. "I was rash this time to think that a rank 9 Immortal Gu would be involved." Giant Sun Immortal said to Light Emperor, "Father, what is the point of saying this now? Let's quickly think of a way to escape. All the hairs on my body are standing on end." Light Emperor quickly replied, even though he returned to Giant Sun Immortal's side. His legs were still trembling. He was on guard. "Didn't you create the light body inheritance? Your entire body is covered in light path Tao marks. You don't even have a single hair?" Giant Sun Immortal asked curiously. The Light Emperor rolled his eyes and shouted, "Dad, now is not the time to care about this. The situation is bad. We need to think of a way to escape." Giant Sun Immortal suddenly laughed loudly. "Then let's go." Saying so, he grabbed Light Emperor and Yu Tianguang as he retreated rapidly. "You want to leave? Not so easy. Giant Sun, please leave your immortal Gu behind." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable attacked. The Giant Sun Immortal roared and clashed with the two Venerables, causing the two fragments to explode. At the center of the explosion, under the terrifying power of the killer move, nothing existed. Even the supreme ancient two heavens were destroyed, forming a void. In the next moment, the surrounding fragments of the two heavens instantly filled up the void like seawater flowing backwards. Using this chance, a golden path flew out from the depths of northern plains. This was Calamity Luck Alter's strongest technique, luck-changing golden light path. Giant Sun Immortal purposely left Calamity Luck Alter in Longevity Heaven and left his will and a batch of 9 revolutions immortal essence. At this moment, with the amplification of a vast number of luck path Tao marks in Longevity Heaven, Luck, Golden Light, Great Path Killer moves power rose sharply. It shot from Northern Plains Longevity Heaven to the battlefield. Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang with him as he stepped onto the path. His speed increased explosively, and in the blink of an eye, he had already flown to the horizon. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable were not willing to let this go. But their attacks were constantly running out of energy due to all sorts of accidents around the Golden Path. Even if a Venerable attacked alone, under the chaotic situation of the two heavens, they would either be obstructed by soul-beast groups or black-white, overturning clouds. This was the power of luck, golden light, great path. Fang Yuan had attacked several times, but he almost caused an accident in the refinement of heavenly secret goo. Fang Yuan had seen luck, golden light, great path killer move before. But this killer move was so difficult to deal with because it was amplified by Longevity Heaven's vast number of luck path Dao marks. Boom! The two Venerables chased into northern plains, but they still destroyed luck, golden light, great path in the end. But at this moment, Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang down. From start to finish, he did not find a good opportunity to open his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Giant Sun Immortal had been attacking with all his strength, protecting luck, golden light, great path, and blocking all sorts of attacks from the two Venerables. The intensity of the battle was clear to see. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fully displayed the power of Wisdom Path. She did not give Giant Sun Immortal even a chance. There was another reason. Giant Sun Immortal did not dare to rashly put Yu Tianguang into his Immortal Aperture. The wild rank 9 light goo was on Yu Tianguang's body. It sensed that Giant Sun Immortal's rank 9 aura was very close to it. It was very uneasy. Once Giant Sun Immortal made a move, light goo would immediately jump up in agitation. It would act against Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to bring Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang towards Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement is already at the final few steps. Fang Yuan was secretly happy, but he became more anxious on the surface. He shouted, "Giant Sun, leave behind the rank 9 Immortal Goo. I will not let you succeed." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was extremely resolute. She did not say anything, but her attacks became sharper. The battle of the three Venerables had finally extended to the vicinity of Longevity Heaven. Light Monarch laughed loudly. Victory was in sight. He shouted, "Father, you are so powerful!" Longevity Heaven opened the Immortal Aperture's entrance. At the final moment, Giant Sun Immortal had a solemn expression. He did not show any carelessness or flaws. The moment he entered the Immortal Aperture's entrance, rank 9 Wild Light Goo sensed something amiss. It suddenly exploded and wanted to escape. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. He was already prepared. He immediately used his methods to suppress it. But right at this time, Fang Yuan also activated a Refinement Path killer move. Giant Sun Immortal defended against it. But this Refinement Path killer move had already been prepared by Fang Yuan for a long time. Its power was profound. The killer move affected rank 9 Light Goo. Crack! With a soft sound, Light Goo's surface cracked. "Oh no!" Light Monarch cried out. But thankfully, Light Goo was only injured. It survived and was not destroyed by Fang Yuan's attack. Giant Sun Immortal finally stepped into Longevity Heaven. He looked at Fang Yuan angrily. "Heaven, refining demon, Venerable. Good method. What is the name of this move?" Fang Yuan smiled coldly. "You have soft gold impact pillar. I will return you an incomplete refinement move." Giant Sun Immortal said good 3 times. He glanced at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable before closing the door and vanishing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Fang Yuan with a dark expression. She criticized, "Fang Yuan, since you have an incomplete refinement killer move, why didn't you use it earlier?" Giant Sun Immortal succeeded in the end. She finally sensed that something was amiss with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His expression was dark. If I did not make deductions during the battle, I might not have been able to use this move even at the last moment. I can injure light goo. What about you, star constellation? Humph. If I did not fight for the opportunity for you, would you have such results? Star constellation immortal Venerable had a displeased expression. She did not want to talk to Fang Yuan. She turned around and left. From start to finish, the two did not try to enter longevity heaven. It is really convenient to have a base. Fang Yuan sighed as he left. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were actually quite severe, but with longevity heaven, he was invincible once he entered. Longevity heaven is like this. Celestial court is even more terrifying. Fang Yuan deduced the power of luck, changing golden light, great path. He felt a chill in his heart. He did not stay in northern plains. He quickly returned to Eastern Sea. His obscured heavenly secret killer move's effect had been greatly expended after the intense battle. There was not much left. Longevity heaven. Father, how is Light Goo? Light Monarch was very concerned. Don't worry. That scoundrel Fang Yuan became venerable in refinement path after all. He heavily injured rank 9 Light Goo. But I also took the chance to suppress him. Giant Sun Immortal coughed twice, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Father, are you all right? Light Monarch asked again. In his memories, Giant Sun Immortal was so grand and strong. He was an invincible existence. But now he saw Giant Sun Immortal's fatigue and injuries. Times had truly changed. Light Monarch recalled the entire process. He had a dejected expression. He found that he, a great pseudo-venerable, was just a mascot. At most, it could only be used as a bait to lure the Light Goo to his side. Most of the process was because of Giant Sun Immortal. Father, you should quickly heal your injuries. Light Monarch was very worried. This was the first time he had seen his father so heavily injured. But Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. I need to watch them leave northern plains and prevent them from destroying and slaughtering the Huangjin tribes. Light Monarch was shocked. They are venerables. They won't be so shameless, right? Giant Sun Immortal shook his head again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might not. But I cannot guarantee that Fang Yuan will not be shameless and crafty. Most importantly, we unexpectedly obtained a rank 9 Immortal Goo this time. Our gains are truly huge. Oh, great light, you are truly my son. Giant Sun Immortal's praise made Light Monarch's spirits rise. He patted his chest. Father, I will work harder. Cough, cough. He patted his chest with too much force. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Father and son looked at each other as they coughed out blood, smiling bitterly. Giant Sun Immortal waved his hand. Your injuries are also severe. Go and heal them. We gained the most this time. We need to recuperate and digest our gains. When our strength rises in the future, we will return today's injuries several times over. Light Monarch hesitated. Father, this Light Goo is injured. What do we do? That celestial court spent a lot of time and resources to repair Fate Goo. Hearing this, Giant Sun Immortal could not help but frown. Let's talk about it later. In the sky of Central Continent, all kinds of fire immortal materials were gathered by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. They were all stored in Celestial Court's secret treasury. The starry sky calculation formation was not disrupted too much. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was satisfied with this. To her, this battle was very sudden. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable expended a lot of immortal essence, but she also had many gains. Even though Giant Sun obtained rank 9 Light Goo, it is an injured immortal goo. Giant Sun cultivates light path and blood path. He cannot use light goo. Rank 9 Light Goo is not great development goo. The latter does not need to be refined. While the former can only be used after refinement, Giant Sun needs to expend some immortal essence. It is possible that Fang Yuan created the remnant refinement killer move during the battle, but it is more likely that he was restricted by his immortal essence. Thus he did not use it much. But in the end, he was in a rush to destroy light goo and expose the remnant refinement killer move. Star constellation immortal Venerable looked at the two heavens again. Without the sun, the two heavens were dark and gloomy. In the depths of the two heavens, spectral soul demon Venerable was bathed in fire. He screamed in pain. Rank 9 fire goo was not so easy to swallow. This might be another opportunity. Star constellation immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight. She paid closer attention to spectral soul demon Venerable. Chapter 23:15. Spectral soul annihilation. The fight between the three Venerables started and ended abruptly. The influence of this fight was spreading to the whole 5 regions. Southern border. Such a huge free fire. The rank 4 Goo Master Xiao Yan was dodging with all his strength. A huge lump of orange fire surged towards him. It was as large as an elephant, trying to devour him. Just as Xiao Yan was about to take action and collect this free fire, a Goo Master suddenly attacked. Bam! With a loud explosion, Xiao Yan was sent flying. Who is it? This is Shang clan's territory. Xiao Yan shouted. Not only did he fail to collect the free fire, he was also heavily injured. Hee, you are so proud of being a dog of Shang clan? A demonic Goo Master walked out of the shadows. He also had rank 4 cultivation. Xiao Yan's pupils shrunk. So it is you, fiery star Baotong. He immediately understood why Baotong attacked him. He also cultivated fire path. He was definitely interested in this free fire. Bam, bam, bam. The two fought intensely. Sparks flew and explosions occurred continuously. Initially, the two were evenly matched, but gradually, Xiao Yan gained the upper hand. Baotong became angrier as he fought. Xiao Yan was only a rising star. To think that he could fight to a draw with him, and even show signs of suppressing him. This was the benefit of having a large force behind him. A moment later, Baotong spat out blood as he retreated. Holding his chest, the soot on his face could not hide his ugly expression. It seems that the rumors are true. You actually have so many rank 4 Goo. You are a subordinate that Shang clan leader Shang Xnci slept with, right? Xiao Yan was furious. Scoundrel, you dare to slander clan leader. Xiao Yan had wanted to let Baotong go. He did not want to pursue him, but now he was filled with anger. He pounced at Baotong. Baotong thought to himself he was forced to retreat under Xiao Yan's ferocious attacks. The situation was dangerous. In another dark corner, there was another Goo Master quietly observing this battle. This Goo Master had rank 5 cultivation. His face and body were blurry. He was shrouded in fog. Shang Xnci. The rank 5 Goo Master gritted his teeth. He had deep hatred towards Shang Xnci. I will occupy his mind. Little Tian, don't be impulsive. Shang Xnci is a Goo immortal seed of Shang clan. It was not easy for you to escape and hide your identity. What he needed to do now was to hide in the dark and cultivate diligently. I will strive to break through the limits of mortals and become a rank 6 chi path Goo immortal. The rank 5 Goo Master was Kong Ri Tian, and the will in his mind was Kong Sheng's will of providence. Back then, when Kong Ri Tian inherited Sheng Tian's true inheritance, Wu Ji Shang Xnci and the others fought over it. He swore that he would take revenge in the future. Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth. But, ancestor, I'm very confident that I can ascend to immortality. But didn't you advise me not to ascend as an immortal for the time being and not to miss the exceptional opportunity to learn from nature? Kong Sheng explained. Spectral Soul succeeded in destroying the sun and destroyed a large number of white heaven path nodes, heaven pillars, heavenly chasms, and so on. The primordial white heaven would be rapidly swallowed by the primordial black heaven. The confusion of the two heavens and the chaos of providence would not last for long. Once providence stabilizes, it will be time for you to undergo your immortal ascension. So that's it, I really can't wait. Kong Ri Tian snickered. At the next moment, he suddenly attacked. Since I can't take revenge on Shang Xanci for now, I'll find her subordinates and kill her lover, Xiaoyan. I'll let her have a taste of pain. Kong Ri Tian's mind was filled with killing intent. Don't worry, after I kill Xiaoyan, I will frame Bao Tong. I am very familiar with this method. Kong Ri Tian secretly pounced toward Xiaoyan, but the latter was completely focused on Bao Tong and did not sense anything. Sigh. Then you must end this quickly. Kong Xingtian's will sighed helplessly. That night, golden flames burned the entire mountain. Countless living beings were buried in the sea of fire. The flames soared to the sky and were near Shangliang Mountain. Shang Xanci quickly discovered them. Oh no, something happened on Xiaoyan's side. A pure natural fire does not have such power. Shang Xanci's heart sank. She could not help but worry about Xiaoyan's safety. Even though she only had rank 5 cultivation level now, she had great foresight. She could tell that this was an immortal material flame from the flames. Shang Xanci did not send reinforcements to Xiaoyan because immortal materials were no longer mortal matters. Shang Clan's Gu immortals would definitely go and deal with them. Shang Xanci looked at the sky. Without the sun, the sky was pitch black. This gentle and kind woman sighed deeply. Her expression was filled with worry. I wonder how many people are suffering and torment at this very moment. Even though I am Shang Clan's leader, I am still too weak. The change in the world caused people's hearts to tremble. In southern borders Gu Master world, the demonic path became very rampant. Shang Xanci had already tried her best to save them, but against natural and man-made disasters, her efforts were just a drop in the bucket. Eastern Sea, White Crane Sea area. Nangong Yuan was trying his best to gather the crane group. Far away from where the sky and sea intersected, vast frost energy swept over, causing the surrounding temperature to fall rapidly. White Crane Sea area was originally owned by Eastern Sea lone immortal Qin Baihe. After Qin Baihe was killed by Fang Yuan, White Crane Sea area was taken over by the nearest superforce Nangong clan. Nangong clan invested a lot of resources and built a formation. They wanted to manage it properly, but the sun was destroyed by spectral soul. Once the sun went out, the 5 regions' temperature continued to fall. White Crane Sea area was next to ICC area. It suffered even more. In the last few days, ICC area had already expanded by 4 times. White Crane Sea area was about to be devoured by ICC area. The world is changing. This is truly an unprecedented chaotic era. Nangong Yuan sighed. Nangong clan's situation was still good. Su clan controlled Light Wave Sea. Once the sun went out, the value of the entire sea area plummeted. Su clan was extremely busy. Of course, there were also super forces that took the chance to make huge profits. For example, Eastern Sea's Hua clan. Hua clan's rank 8 immortal Gu House Jade Cloud Fireworks warship entered the 2 heavens many times, collecting a vast amount of cloud path resources. Eastern Sea's righteous path was very envious. The world was changing, not to mention mortals and Gu masters. Even super forces and Gu immortal experts were affected. They were in a state of unrest. Some were overjoyed, some were worried. Some decided to leave their homes and start anew. In the darkness of the night, Lu Qingming and Su Guang had already flown to the border of northern plains and western desert. They were originally 2 of the traveling 3 elites, but after Han Dong's death, there were only 2 elites left. They were northern plains lone immortals, but they were not willing to join the Huang Jin tribes. Chu Du, Heavenly Lord by Zhu or Fairy Black Moon. In the huge Gu cultivation world, people had their own hearts. There will always be people who prefer more freedom. As longevity heaven continued to work hard, Northern Plains' living space for lone cultivators became smaller and smaller. The situation forced Lu Qingming and Su Guang to leave Northern Plains. They were not willing to go to Central Continent or Eastern Sea. Western Desert and Southern Border were more suitable for them. Because Lu Qingming cultivated Wind Path, while Su Guang cultivated Light Path, they were more suited for Western Desert's environment. Sigh, we have to leave Northern Plains after all. At this moment, I feel that it is hard to leave my homeland. Lu Qingming sighed deeply. Su Guang said, Western Desert is in chaos and Fong Clan attracted its attention. It is more suitable for us to cultivate. Let's go. The 5 regional walls have vanished. The 2 heavens have fused into one. Heaven and earth are our home. Lu Qingming laughed. You are more carefree than me. But at the next moment, their expressions changed. A terrifying, pitch-black darkness suddenly descended. The 2 immortals could not resist. They were grabbed by the mysterious expert, unable to move. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were filled with fear, because the one who captured them was not a Gu immortal, but a legendary, immemorial, desolate beast. This legendary, immemorial beast was like a giant. Its body was black as ink, a head of jet black. Thick hair hung down to his waist like a cloak. Its eyes were huge, emitting a bloody light. At this moment, 2 huge claws were grabbing Lu Qingming and Su Guang. It was Zhuo Yihui. Zhuo Yihui's voice was deep and hoarse. 2 Northern Plains Gu immortals, you can lead the way. Tell me, Longevity Heaven, how do I infiltrate it? Lu Qingming and Su Guang heard this, and their faces turned pale, without a trace of blood. Western Desert. An extremely short confrontation had come to an end. Flower petals fell and gathered, forming Wan Zihong's complete immortal body. She looked at Ling Husu's disappearing figure as she smiled. Ling Husu! Interesting. Zhou Xiong Xian's expression was ugly. This Ling Husu deserves to die. If he did not use Fong Clan's name to steal, would we have been misled by him? Zhou Xiong Xian wanted to find Fong Clan's hiding location, but to think that he followed the wrong clues. Ling Husu was a rare theft path Gu immortal. He had once stolen Fong Dongxi's soul core in Sand Heap Blessed Land. Evidently, he did not just obtain the soul core, he even used it to disguise himself as Fong Clan's item. While spectral soul destruction was in a state of panic, he committed crimes everywhere, purposely leaving behind clues and placing the blame on Fong Clan. In the end, Zhou Xiong Xian exposed him. Back then, the pursuit was very short. Ling Husu only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he used a strange theft path method to escape from the 2 rank 8 experts of Celestial Court. In the sky of Central Continent, many Gu immortals' gazes were gathered on Gu immortal Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji successfully placed the final immortal Gu. Good. Prepare to activate the formation. Inform the Gu immortals of the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens to pay attention to the Grotto Heavens formations. Friends in the formation cores, please check again. After arranging everything in an orderly manner, the Starry Sky Precision Calculation Array was finally activated. First, a star shone with dazzling starlight, then the second star, the third star, after more than 10 breaths of time. Millions of stars shone brightly in the sky of Central Continent, forming a beautiful star chart. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation is finally complete. Li Xiaobai sighed internally at this sight. Not long ago, Fong Yuan's main body had secretly contacted him. As profound literature Grotto Heaven turned to Celestial Court, this move of Li Xiaobai's became extremely valuable. But at the same time, Fong Yuan had to be careful. Li Xiaobai was his clone after all. If his identity was exposed and he was captured, it would become a huge weakness of Fong Yuan's main body. Chapter 23:16. Millions of stars filled the sky. forming a sea of stars that floated above Central Continent. The blue radiance of the stars interweaved, creating a dreamlike scene. If one looked at the 5 regions now, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert were all shrouded in darkness. Only a few special areas were shining brightly. In stark contrast to the 4 regions, only Central Continent was shrouded in light. Central Continent, which was filled with stars, compared to giant sun immortal, star constellation immortal Venerable understood spectral soul demon Venerable's situation very well. She had already made arrangements. Even Feng Yuan was lagging behind star constellation immortal Venerable. He was gradually understanding spectral soul demon Venerable's true state. This was Wisdom Path's forte in preparing for a rainy day. Star constellation immortal Venerable was inside Embroidered Tower. She was multitasking now. She was refining Central Continent's natural wisdom path Tao marks while healing her injuries. She was controlling the starry sky calculation formation, and a portion of her attention was placed inside Celestial Court. This was also the advantage of Wisdom Path. Thoughts were plentiful. The starry sky actuarial array was operating slowly. Everything was normal. This formation only had some basic offensive and defensive abilities. It was not even at pseudo-venerable level. But precisely because of this, Great Love Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal gave up on them. They chose to transact with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and seek their own benefits. Giant Sun Immortal had a strong need for Blood Path, while Feng Yuan obtained a batch of Primordial Domain. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation's main ability was to cover the whole of Central Continent. It could gather information from all over Central Continent and make deductions to mobilize Central Continent's Gu Immortals to cooperate more precisely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was number 1 in Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path was created by her. She was still the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in the current world. No one understood the essence of Wisdom Path better than her. Wisdom Path emphasized control. It was the research of fixed numbers. Wisdom Path had 3 essential elements: thoughts, will, and emotions. Thoughts were ever-changing. Wills were fierce, and emotions were disturbing. Wisdom Path cultivation advocated for Gu cultivators to control these 3 aspects. This was the most basic. Thus, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators were usually very calm and self-disciplined. They knew how to control and adjust themselves. On this foundation, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators were good at memorizing information and understanding the current situation. This was controlling the present. Furthermore, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators could use all sorts of clues and information to deduce certain possibilities based on the rules of heaven and earth and common sense. This was controlling the future. This was the essence of Wisdom Path. Precisely because of this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the only Venerable in history to become one with the Tao. She interfered with providence and affected fate Gu because fate was the greatest determinant in the world. In this aspect, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the most unique. Countless pieces of information flowed out of the starry sky calculation formation like streams, entering Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. This information included the most basic topography of mountains and rivers, weather changes, the distribution of the various Gu cultivation forces, and even the specific locations of Gu Immortals, their current conditions, and so on. A vast amount of information poured into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind like rivers flowing into the sea. If it was Giant Sun Immortal or Great Love Immortal Venerable, they would not be able to handle it. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was different. She mainly cultivated Wisdom Path. Her mind was vast, far surpassing other Venerables. She received this vast amount of disorderly information with ease. She had more than enough ability to handle it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt a faint sense of joy in her heart. Her control over the whole of Central Continent was rising rapidly. The more information a wisdom path Gu cultivator had, the more they could display the advantage of wisdom path. Why else would information path and wisdom path be the most compatible? With the starry sky calculation formation, I can monitor the whole of central continent at all times. It is like mini heaven overseeing tower. Central continent's mood is rather stable. The morale of central continent's 10 great ancient sects is higher than before. It seems they have compared the situation of the other 4 regions. However, the starry sky calculation formation is only at the most basic level now. It still has a lot of room for improvement. Star constellation immortal Venerable thought to herself. For example, in terms of collecting information, her investigative methods were not good. Not to mention Gu immortals. Even mortal Gu master experts could conceal their own secrets to a certain extent. For example, in the starry sky calculation formation, there were few information path immortal Gu that stored information. They needed to be replenished. Of course, the best arrangement was to directly insert the Qian Kuin crystal wall. For example, the starry sky calculation formation's deduction, thinking, and deployment abilities could also be raised. But this also required a large number of related immortal Gu. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Computer Gu, Wisdom Brain Gu, Light Brain Gu, and others. Genesis Lotus Demon Venerable created a special immortal plant, Brain Gu. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable once had Monkey Brain Gu, Dragon Brain Gu, Phoenix Brain Gu, as well as Brain Gu that could be used with strength path methods. There was also Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's food path research, Brain Gu. These Gu worms were suitable for the starry sky calculation formation. Other than that, the starry sky calculation formation's basic offensive and defensive abilities also had huge room for improvement. However, the starry sky calculation formation has already reached the bottom line of the other Venerables. Any improvement in any aspect will attract the Venerable's attacks. Star constellation immortal Venerable observed the world. The starry sky calculation formation was mainly restricted by external pressure. It also needed a large number of immortal Gu. Thus, it could only stop here for now. Next, I will gather the information of all the Gu immortals in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Lifespan, cultivation level, path, immortal Gu, killer moves, immortal aperture situation, path attainment level, and so on will be sent to the starry sky calculation formation for allocation. As for the Gu immortals in the 2 heavens, grotto heavens, star constellation immortal Venerable decided to slow down. This matter could not be rushed. Spying on a Gu immortal's information was a taboo to begin with. Star constellation immortal Venerable was forcefully pushing it, and because Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were subordinates of the Celestial Court, it was possible to do so. Even so, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects would feel uncomfortable. They might even hide it secretly. But these were minor details. Star constellation immortal Venerable did not want to force it. Forcing it was going against the will of the people. It was going against the grain. How could star constellation immortal Venerable be so unwise? When the immortals start to taste all sorts of benefits, their mentality would gradually change. They would even take the initiative to cooperate with the starry sky calculation formation. In this situation, star constellation immortal Venerable would force the Gu immortals of the 2 heavens grotto heavens to report their complete information to the starry sky calculation formation. She could not do so now. Many superforces of the 2 heavens grotto heavens had just joined the Celestial Court after all. If star constellation immortal Venerable did this, not only would she disappoint them, she would also let the world see the plight of the foreign Gu immortals who joined the Celestial Court. In the long run, it would be disadvantageous to the Celestial Court and the future situation. Star constellation immortal Venerable first refined the Celestial Court and interfered with Western Desert, obstructing and interfering with Feng Yuan's arrangements. Then, she created the Great Development Immortal Formation and instigated Feng Yuan's two Grotto Heaven's forces to defect. Afterwards, she worked together with Feng Yuan to defeat Giant Sun, creating the most basic starry sky calculation formation. She made all sorts of moves. She countered them as they came, but she also did it steadily. Right now, the celestial court situation was clear. The dark clouds of their previous defeats were swept away. Their future was bright. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries are more severe than mine. He is also repairing and refining rank 9 light goo. As for Feng Yuan, he lacks immortal essence, be it refining natural Tao marks or fighting venerables. He is unable to do anything. The biggest variable is still Spectral Soul, Demon, Venerable. Thinking of this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked afar again. In these 2 days, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bathed in flames. His mountain-like body was melting and recovering rapidly. His 3 heads had twisted expressions as they screamed in pain. Spectral Soul. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable muttered. Intense killing intent surged in her heart again. Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan's heart shook. Joy filled his heart, but his expression did not show it. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo was refined successfully. Ever since the battle for Light Goo, Feng Yuan had passed the most difficult period of raising Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement. Next, Feng Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. He did not refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Tao marks. He acted like he was accumulating immortal essence while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Goo. Just now, Feng Yuan finally succeeded. He refined rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo. It was very rare. This was only his first attempt, and he had already succeeded. The main reason was because of rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo. It helped Feng Yuan a lot. Furthermore, Heavenly Secret Goo's Immortal Goo recipe was outstanding to begin with. After Feng Yuan's modification, it had reached a certain extreme. But looking back at the entire process, the difficulty was quite high. If not for Feng Yuan risking his life, he might have failed miserably. With rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo completed, Feng Yuan's next step was to modify obscured Heavenly Secret. This step was not difficult at all. Feng Yuan was very confident. He had already accumulated a lot of experience in modifying Heavenly Secret Goo. Obscured Heavenly Secret was also outstanding enough. It was the most stable foundation. I need to find a chance to meet Li Xiao Bai and use the rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move on him. That way, he will be able to hide peacefully. Maybe I can use this chance of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal was doing his best to heal his injuries. Using the vast amount of luck path Tao marks in Longevity Heaven, he was slowly whittling away at his star path, wisdom path, and refinement path Tao marks. Even though he obtained rank 9 Light Goo, he felt an even greater sense of urgency. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable swallowed a wild rank 9 Fire Goo. He is truly foolish. His mind is not clear. There is no way he can refine Fire Goo. Right now, Fire Goo is fighting desperately in his body to protect itself. It is whittling away at the soul path Tao marks in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable weakens to his limit, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will definitely take action. There will be another intense battle by then. Giant Sun Immortal did not use his investigative killer move. He needed to start storing immortal essence. This time, in order to protect Emperor Light and rank 9 Light Goo, he had to fight against 2 Venerables at the same time. He expended a lot of immortal essence. If they fought against 3 Venerables because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, because of the advantage of rank 9 Light Goo, he might be targeted by the other 2 Venerables. Rank 9 Light Goo was obtained by Giant Sun Immortal, but it was a hot potato. Chapter 23:17 Celestial Court. 10 rank 5 Gu masters excitedly arrived at an important place in the depths of Celestial Court. They were the 10 children of Human Path. This is the Great Yen Formation. Xiao Qixing walked at the front. Behind him were Sun Yuanhua, Fairy Baixia, Guting, Wei Wuxiang, Ing Shengji, Qindejiang, Tang Ruqi, Sunyao, and Zhao Shiyi. These 10 were the most outstanding Gu masters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They were heavily nurtured by Celestial Court and became rising stars of Human Path after cultivating painstakingly in divine emperor cities, painting world. They bore a heavy burden. It was the desire of the past venerables of Celestial Court towards Human Path. It was the germination of Central Continent's grand plan to dominate the 5 regions. The 10 looked over and saw a gray-white light that was like a mountain or a sea in everyone's vision. This light was constantly changing, sometimes winding like a dragon, sometimes dancing like a butterfly, sometimes standing tall like a wall, and sometimes rippling like water. The Great Yen Formation was personally set up by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It is the greatest secret of Celestial Court. How honored are we! We are actually the first batch of Gu masters to enter the formation to cultivate. Black heaven annexing white heaven is already a foregone conclusion. Providence will stabilize and no longer be chaotic. Not long later, it will be time for us to become Human Path Gu Immortals. So, the Great Yen Formation is our greatest fortuitous encounter before we become immortals. We must grasp this peerless opportunity. That's right, after entering the formation to cultivate, our relevant memories will be erased. We don't know when we will be able to come again. The 10 children of Human Path discussed for a while and finally arranged the order of entering the formation. Sun Yuanhua was the first to enter the Great Yen Formation. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, he staggered out of the changing light and shadow. How was it? What did you experience in the formation? What gains did you get? Quickly tell us. The other 9 quickly gathered around and asked. Sun Yuanhua's expression was still a little dazed, but he quickly recovered. He recalled. After I entered, all I could see was a vast white fog. I tried to step into it and vaguely saw a figure. I chased after it. The more I chased, the further I went. I don't know how far I went, but more and more people appeared in the white fog. At first, there were 5 or 6 of them, then 50 or 60, then 600 or 700. When I finally came to my senses, I was already in a sea of people, surrounded by people. I wanted to ask, but I couldn't make a sound. I tried to smile and connect with these people. In the end, I discovered that they were all smiling at me. Their smiles are fake, like a picture drawn with lines. Can you imagine it? Tens of millions of people surrounded me with this kind of fake smile, crowded around me, and squeezed tighter and tighter, making it hard for me to breathe. I used all my strength to push them away, but my strength was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, I was drowned by countless people with fake smiles. By the time I reacted, I had already stepped out of the formation and met you all again. At the same time, a skin figure Gu's immortal Gu recipe appeared in my mind. After Sun Yuanhua finished narrating his experiences, there was still lingering fear on his face. He revealed the truth. It would be very helpful to the others. Why does it feel like I had a nightmare? This formation is truly profound and extraordinary. Currently, it seems that after going through the Yen Formation, a Human Path Immortal Gu recipe will appear. We can't make a conclusion with just one person who will be next. The other Human Path 9 children discussed for a while, but they could not find anything. The second choice was Guting. Guting slowly walked into the fog under everyone's gazes. After a few minutes, Guting walked out of the formation with a dazed expression, similar to Sun Yuanhua earlier, but soon he recovered. Everyone gathered around him, listening to him narrate his experiences. Guting's experience was different from Sun Yuanhua. He did not see anyone. In fact, he felt that he did not even open his eyes. His greatest feeling was the music. The music produced by a certain instrument was constantly lingering in his mind. When the music stopped, Gu Ting walked out of the immortal formation. I received an immortal Gu recipe. It is my modified vital Gu, musician Gu. The 10 children of human path discussed among themselves. Skin figure Gu and musician Gu were human path Gu worms. They were also Sun Yuan Hua's and Gu Ting's vital Gu. This means that the gains are related to vital Gu. More accurately, it should be the immortal Gu recipe of vital Gu. This is too useful to us. That's right, who knows? We might be able to use the excess tribulation chi to refine our vital immortal Gu when we undergo tribulation. The 10 children of human path were very excited. They were going to cultivate human path. This was the arrangement of the celestial court. There were advantages and disadvantages to cultivating this path. The advantage was that it was a brand new path that could dominate the world with one move. Once human path developed, they would have a natural advantage over other paths. The disadvantage was that because they had just started developing on a large scale, the road ahead was dark, there were almost no inheritances to support them. The 10 children of human path had to forge a path for themselves. As for the celestial court, even though the Venerables had human path killer moves, these killer moves were too high level. They were related to secrets. The 10 children of human path could not come into contact with them. The 10 children of human path knew clearly it was extremely difficult for them to create human path immortal Gu recipes. The amount of time, resources, and manpower they would expend was immeasurable. Even during the tribulation transcendence, using the peerless opportunity of nature imitation to ask the heavenly might not yield any results. Because they were developing human path, it was likely that the entire world did not have the corresponding human path immortal Gu. However, when the third person, Ing Sheng Ji, entered the immortal formation, he did not obtain the immortal Gu recipe. I obtained a brand new human path Gu recipe from rank 1 to rank 5. It is called Pill Refinement Master. Ing Sheng Ji's vital Gu had already been changed to Dr. Gu, but after entering the formation, he obtained a different human path Gu recipe. Ing Sheng Ji was somewhat disappointed. After all, his immortal ascension was imminent. Without Dr. Gu's immortal Gu recipe, he would not be able to use human path immortal Gu for a long time in the future. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been paying close attention to the 10 children of human path. After Sun Yuan Hua entered the formation, his comprehension and experience towards human path formed a profound connection with inheritance of the former shadow path, Gu Immortal of the Celestial Court, Immortal Lord Guing. Eventually, he obtained the immortal Gu recipe of Skin Shadow Man Gu. Immortal Lord Guing was a person after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's first life. But after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked through the records of the Celestial Court, she had a deep impression of this person. Immortal Lord Guing had mentioned in his inheritance, even though Shadow Path was only a branch of Dark Path, it had greater potential. Shadow Path was not just a branch of Dark Path, it was also a branch of Light Path. Without light, how could there be shadows? Because of this, if they developed the Shadow Path, they might be able to use it as a foundation in the future to merge the Dark Path and the Light Path, forming a brand new and enormous path. After Gu Ting entered the formation, he formed a connection with the Sound Path inheritance. That was how the musician Gu Immortal recipe was created. As for Ing Sheng Ji, after he entered the formation, he did not form a connection with the inheritances of those healing Gu Immortals. Instead, he formed a connection with Wan Dan's Pill Path. Pill Refinement Master Gu, different from Ing Sheng Ji, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, felt that Ing Sheng Ji's gains were greater this time. Human Path was the path that the Celestial Court focused on developing, while Pill Path was also a brand new path. The small spark created by the collision of these two paths was Pill Refinement Master Gu. It was Ing Shang Ji's human path achievement. He absorbed a portion of the essence of the pill path inheritance and turned it into his own achievement. Pill Refinement Master Gu's Gu recipe ranges from rank 1 to rank 5. After refinement, a large number of pill refinement masters can be created. And these pill refinement masters are most proficient in refining pill Gu. Pill Gu are mostly expendable Gu, and from the many pill Gu that Yuan Dan refined, their effects were very strong. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable acutely realized, if pill refinement master Gu was popularized, it would change the current situation of Gu masters at the bottom level. It would have a huge impact. After Sun Yuanhua, Gu Ting, and Ing Xingji, it was Xiao Qixing's turn. This person was vaguely the leader of the 10 children of human path. After entering the derivation immortal formation this time, he actually obtained the corresponding immortal Gu recipes of Soldier Gu and Squad Leader Gu. But regretfully, Xiao Qixing's vital Gu was Martial Gu. Chen Dejiang was the 5th person to enter the formation. His vital Gu was Capture Gu, but he did not obtain the corresponding immortal Gu recipe. I obtained Fandor Gu. I have Gu recipes from rank 1 to rank 6. They are 1 Fandor Gu, 2 Fandor's Gu, all the way to rank 6 immortal Gu, 6 Fandor Gu. Fandor Gu are connected to each other. After they are established, my Capture Gu can turn into a constable and quickly teleport from one door to another. After Qin Dejiang was Zhao Shuyi. Her vital Gu was Craftsman Gu. And after entering the formation this time, she had a connection with a certain metal path inheritance, forming the rank 6 immortal Gu recipe of Blacksmith Gu. The 10 children of human path entered the derivation immortal formation one after another. Their gains were huge, but there was a huge difference between them. No matter what, this derivation immortal formation is too amazing. In just half a day, because of it, the whole of human path in heaven and earth experienced a huge breakthrough and development. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is indeed the number 1 wisdom path person in history. The eyes of the 10 children of human path shined. They were willing to submit. They really wanted to enter the formation again, but they were not allowed. It was not that the derivation immortal formation's power was limited, but that they themselves had reached their limits. The essence of the derivation immortal formation was to fuse the human path research results of the 10 children of human path with the inheritances and thoughts left behind by generations of Gu immortal experts, then create sparks and create brand new human path research results. The 10 children of human path had only cultivated human path for a short period of time. They were also mortals who were only rank 5 Gu masters. Their foundation was very limited. They had already squeezed out all of their potential. If they entered again, they would be corroded by other inheritances and thoughts. It would severely affect, restrict their original path and hopes. They were like seedlings after being stimulated once. They needed to rest for a long time. Otherwise, they would be pulling up the seedlings to help them grow. They would no longer have their own unique thoughts in human path. Their originally unimaginable future would become dim and unworthy of any expectations. Chapter 2318. Immortal Killer Move. Obscured Heavenly Secret. Everything happened silently. But Fang Yuan knew clearly how much immortal essence he expended after activating this rank 9 killer move. 360 beads of rank 9 immortal essence. After Heavenly Secret Gu advanced to rank 9, Obscured Heavenly Secret was modified by Fang Yuan into a complete rank 9 killer move. Compared to the original rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret, the rank 9 killer move expended a lot more immortal essence. The activation time was 10 times longer. The activation steps were also 5 to 6 times more complicated. Fang Yuan's thoughts were also expended more intensely. After paying a huge price, rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret's power had become much stronger. This strength was not a quantitative change. it was a qualitative change. Originally, rank 8 obscured heavenly secret killer move could form a fishnet-like temporary heaven path Dao marks. They were layered and complex, covering Feng Yuan's entire body. For example, it was like a silkworm using silk threads to weave a thick, dense, and bloated cocoon. Right now, the heaven path Dao marks were still in the shape of a fishnet, but they were denser. They were not layered. There was only one layer. This layer of fishnet heaven path Dao marks were not temporary Dao marks. They were fixed, forming a certain state. Feng Yuan knew about this. He used investigative killer moves to observe and barely sensed this layer of heavenly secret fishnet. It was almost like it existed and did not exist. This fishnet's shape made Feng Yuan immediately think of thieving heaven demon Venerable's ghostly concealment killer move. Truthfully speaking, heavenly secret fishnet was still inferior to ghostly concealment. But Feng Yuan could clearly sense that the two had a certain similarity. Ghostly concealment did not expend immortal essence. It could be maintained for a long time. Heavenly secret fishnet was the same. But heavenly secret fishnet was slightly inferior to ghostly concealment. Even though it could be stabilized, it could be expended. As long as the outside world surveillance was strong enough, the heaven's fate fishing net would be damaged in order to resist the surveillance. This damage would be greater than the net's self-recovery speed. Then the balance of the heaven's fate fishing net would gradually be broken, like a sinking ship. Of course, ghostly concealment had its weakness too. However, its recovery speed and defensive capabilities were much higher than the heaven fate fishing net. But because Feng Yuan had ghostly concealment, his enemies already knew about it. They targeted and countered him. The true value of ghostly concealment was far inferior to obscured heavenly secret. Even though ghostly concealment was much better than obscured heavenly secret, it was already outdated. Other than the increase in power and qualitative change, obscured heavenly secret had another benefit. That was the consumption of heaven path immortal materials to activate it fell drastically. All of a sudden, it was reduced to the previous 20%. This reduction in the consumption of heavenly law immortal materials would be of great help to Feng Yuan's future accumulation of heavenly law immortal materials. Heavenly law immortal materials were not that easy to obtain. It was only during the past 2 days that Feng Yuan had such a good opportunity. In fact, the reason why heaven path immortal materials could appear in such a large scale was also because of the delirious, spectral, soul demon Venerable. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo and the Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move were extremely important to Feng Yuan. This was a sprint. If the sprint failed, after Feng Yuan was exposed, he would be attacked by the two Venerables. Just look at how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dealt with Giant Sun Immortal because of Rank 9 Light Goo. She was very forceful and aggressive. Eventually, Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Emperor to hide in Longevity Heaven. Only then did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stop. Once Feng Yuan was exposed, he would be using 2 Rank 9 Immortal Goo. He did not have headquarters like Longevity Heaven or Celestial Court. But if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal worked together, they would be even more terrifying. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Wisdom Path controlled fate. Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path controlled variables. The two could be said to be restraining each other, but once they worked together, they could complement each other. Feng Yuan could not resist their combined strength. After all, Feng Yuan did not have any Rank 9 offensive methods. Even if Feng Yuan resisted them, the external situation of the 3 Venerables would be extremely disadvantageous to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not have enough strength to wipe out Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were in an invincible position. If they deepened their cooperation, it was very likely that they would create some trouble. One could say, once Feng Yuan was exposed, he would fall into a very passive situation. But now everything was fine. With rank 9 obscured, heavenly secret killer move, he stabilized the situation at the final juncture. Raising the rank 9 heavenly secret immortal goo was not hard, but Feng Yuan risked his life to succeed. He succeeded in raising the rank 9 immortal goo on the first try. There was some luck involved. This was the turning point of the three Venerables' confrontation. Right now, Feng Yuan's Heaven Path Foundation was at Grandmaster attainment level. He had all sorts of killer moves like Heaven's jealousy of heroic geniuses, Heavenly Knit, Emotionless Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Order and Earthly Norm, Obscured Heavenly Secret, and so on. He also had immortal goo like Heavenly Secret Goo, Heavenly Web Goo, Heaven's Envy Goo, and Heavenly Birth Goo. He also had the Truthful Floating Ice. By now, the Truthful Floating Ice had already cleared a little more than half of its inventory. What was worth mentioning was that after Feng Yuan became a Heaven Path Grandmaster, the speed at which he cleared the Truthful Floating Ice also increased greatly. This was easy to understand. Feng Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level rose. His foundation also rose. He could understand and comprehend the other Heaven Path profundities in the Truthful Floating Ice even faster. Back then, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable obtained the Truthful Floating Ice. He digested it very quickly and almost became a Heaven Path Venerable. However, I only managed to raise my Heaven Path attainment level to Grandmaster after consuming more than half of the Truthful Floating Ice. The remaining portion will be very difficult for me to reach Great Grandmaster. The higher the cultivation level of a goo cultivator, the greater the gap between their cultivation levels. Attainment levels were the same. About half of the Truthful Floating Ice could help Feng Yuan advance from ordinary attainment level to Heaven Path Master level, and then Grandmaster level. But the same half of the Truthful Floating Ice made it very difficult for Feng Yuan to advance from Heaven Path Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster. Even so, Feng Yuan was already very satisfied. The Truthful Floating Ice, the spoils of war in Crazed Demon Cave, brought too much value to Feng Yuan, not to mention anything else. Just the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo's Immortal Goo recipe did not exist in the original Goo cultivation world. Feng Yuan was very clear about this. This Immortal Goo recipe was the result of limitless demon venerables' crazed demon formation. It absorbed the chaos outside the world and used rank 9 derivation goo as the core, operating for millions of years. This was far ahead of the entire world. It was very difficult to achieve such an achievement. Feng Yuan's human path attainment level was not weak. He was at Grandmaster level. But why did he not try to create a human path rank 6 immortal goo recipe? It was very difficult. This attempt would expend too much time, energy, manpower, and resources, and the results could not be guaranteed. Because in the current world, there were very few human path immortal goo. Creating a human path rank 6 immortal goo recipe was doing something that did not exist in the world. It was expanding the boundaries and upper limits of human path. It was also expanding the boundaries and upper limits of the entire world. From 0 to 1, from nothing to something, it was a qualitative change. It was very difficult. From 1 to 2, from something to more, it was a quantitative change. The difficulty would fall drastically. Human path rank 6 immortal goo recipe was already very difficult. Then Heavenly Secret Goo's rank 9 immortal goo recipe was at least 10,000 times more difficult. Feng Yuan was almost certain that this rank 9 immortal goo recipe was the essence of the largest, truthful floating ice. Now, I need to find a chance to interact with Li Xiaobai and secretly use Obscured Heavenly Secret on him. The rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move could fool Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The rank 9 killer move was even more likely. Of course, this was based on the fact that Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have the corresponding rank 9 Immortal Goo. If there was no chance, he would create one. But it was not easy to make the two venerables not suspect him. Feng Yuan looked into the distance, looking at spectral soul, demon Venerable again. Different from star constellation immortal Venerable, who was filled with killing intent. Feng Yuan wanted to use spectral soul, demon Venerable, as a cover to conceal his true actions. Spectral soul, demon Venerable's entire body was enveloped in fire. Rank 9 wildfire goo was at the brink of life and death. It unleashed its strongest attack. Spectral soul, demon Venerable had been tortured for dozens of days. He was in a terrible state. His body, which was originally as huge as a mountain, had now shrunk by 30%. Even though his rank 9 aura was still berserk, he was showing signs of fatigue. Out of the tens of thousands of thick black arms, only a few hundred remained. One of the 3 heads had already been burned off. However, Fire Goo's aura was not as strong as before. Its aura had clearly fallen by several levels. A rank 8 Goo immortal quietly got close to spectral soul, demon Venerable. If spectral soul demon Venerable still had his consciousness, it would be easy to deal with Fire Goo. Unfortunately, his mind is not clear. He cannot even seal off the natural primeval energy, allowing Fire Goo to unleash its terrifying might for no reason. This Goo immortal had a deep gaze. He was continuously comprehending some sort of mystical thing from spectral soul demon Venerable. He was Feng Joga. At this moment, a soul beast army was advancing over 100 li away. Spectral soul demon Venerable seemed to have sensed the soul beast army. He had a ruthless expression as he roared and pounced forward. The soul beast army was easily dispersed by spectral soul demon Venerable. He opened his 2 mouths and continued to devour. In just a few breaths of time, he had devoured over 10,000 soul beasts. These soul beasts melted. Their soul path Tao marks were all transferred to spectral soul demon Venerable's body. Spectral soul demon Venerable's injuries recovered rapidly, but soon he was burned by fire. New injuries were created. Even though spectral soul demon Venerable has the instinct to eat, he was just lucky he encountered a soul beast army and managed to stall for some time. Then let me give you a helping hand. Feng Joga activated an immortal killer move, Destiny Song. The song was ethereal and heavy. It was filled with contradictions. Initially, the song was like a small stream in the mountains, flowing slowly. But soon, the stream seemed to turn into magma. It expanded into a long river. It was like a giant dragon swimming in the mountains. At the same time, the mountain range beneath the enormous river of lava turned into waves that rose and fell without end. The magma and the waves collided and interacted, creating a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor condensed into azure clouds. The azure clouds rose up. It was as if they were going to reach beyond the 9 heavens. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The lightning pierced through the azure clouds. The immortals felt like they were falling from the clouds. Their hearts were empty. Fake and real, high and low. At times they were in high spirits. At times they were wandering aimlessly. At times they bent their backs. At times they spread their wings and soared. Feng Joga's expression turned pale. His current song of destiny was far more powerful than before. Furthermore, the song was extremely beautiful. It contained the charm of heaven and earth. Evidently, Feng Joga had gained a lot from collecting the heavenly music earlier. Destiny Song only lasted for a dozen or so breaths of time. Feng Joga stopped this move and quickly retreated. Spectral soul demon Venerable was still engulfed by the terrifying flames. He screamed in pain. It seemed like Feng Joga's destiny song had no effect. However, 3 days later, the red flames on spectral soul demon Venerable's body suddenly turned from a blazing red to a gray-blue ice-cold color. Spectral soul demon Venerable calmed down. He was like an injured beast that had finally gotten some time to rest. He did not refine the wild fire goo, but the fire goo no longer attacked or repelled him. Instead, they formed a strange symbiotic relationship in his body. They were helping each other. Huff, huff, huff. Spectral soul demon Venerable's breathing slowed down. The grayish-blue flames around him gradually retracted until there was nothing left. His entire body seemed to have turned into a tombstone, emitting an endless sense of deathly stillness and coldness. At the next moment, rumble! The flames surged and suddenly erupted. In an instant, they swept out for thousands of miles and rapidly expanded in all directions. Everywhere it went, all living beings disintegrated and burned to ashes. Their soul essence was rapidly absorbed by spectral soul demon Venerable, like rivers flowing into the sea. Spectral soul demon Venerable's injuries healed quickly. His body grew larger and larger. Chapter 2319. In these two heavens, spectral soul demon Venerable's shocking transformation foiled the Venerable's plans again. Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan raised his head as he activated his investigative killer move. The ice-blue fire had already covered most of the immemorial two heavens, destroying all living beings wherever it went. Even immemorial desolate beasts could not last for long. This was an absolute massacre. Spectral soul demon Venerable benefited greatly from this. His body had expanded to 100 times the size when he was in crazed demon cave. There were more than 10,000 pitch-black, pillar-like arms. A terrifying aura and killing intent filled the entire sky. He was unmoving in the two heavens, like he had replaced the sun in the day, becoming the absolute overlord of the night sky. Feng Juga. Feng Yuan had a deep gaze. He had already found out that the reason for spectral soul demon Venerable's transformation was because of Feng Juga. After the Fate Destruction battle, Feng Juga had betrayed the celestial court and vanished. To think that when he appeared again he would have such a shocking move. What made Feng Yuan suspicious was that Feng Juga probably had pseudo-venerable battle strength. Only with such strength could he influence spectral soul demon Venerable and retreat successfully. Be it Feng Yuan, giant sun immortal, or star constellation immortal Venerable, they could not investigate spectral soul demon Venerable continuously. Maintaining an investigative killer move expended immortal essence and thoughts. This was also the reason why star constellation immortal Venerable set up a starry sky calculation formation to inspect the whole of central continent in her place. Destiny Song, it can allow spectral soul demon Venerable and wildfire goo to come to an agreement and coexist peacefully. Feng Joga's killer move has become even more powerful. Feng Yuan was already a refinement path Venerable now. In the entire world, other than Venerables, Feng Joga was the most important person. He was worthy of Feng Yuan's attention. His talent was outstanding and stunning, and he was also Feng Kim Huang's father. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Feng Joga was plotted against by spectral soul demon Venerable, causing him to die while attacking long hair blessed land. Now that Feng Yuan recalled it, he could see how much importance spectral soul demon Venerable placed on Feng Joga back then. Precisely because of this, spectral soul demon Venerable set up a trap to kill Feng Joga. If not for that, Feng Joga would have been even more dazzling in his previous life. The strange thing was, in the 500 years of his previous life, spectral soul demon Venerable plotted against Feng Joga. But in this life, Feng Joga seemed to be repaying evil with kindness. He helped spectral soul demon Venerable greatly. Then, is the reason why Feng Joga has pseudo-venerable strength because of future self? Or is it because of his own cultivation during this period of time? Feng Yuan kept thinking. This was a crucial question. If there was still future self left in Feng Joga's body, that meant Red Lotus Demon Venerable was still closely related to Feng Joga. In that case, Feng Joga was backed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and Feng Joga might also be part of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. Fang Yuan was very clear about the relationship between these two. Back then, after he failed to rebirth in order to destroy Fate Gu, he was the one who told Feng Jioge the crucial information, allowing the latter to obtain his Red Lotus True inheritance. Why did Feng Jioge help Spectral Soul, Demon Venerable? And the attitude Celestial Court had towards Feng Jioge, it was worth Fang Yuan's consideration. Fang Yuan had already learned that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had sent Celestial Court Gu Immortals to capture Fairy Myrtle and the rest of the Shadow Sect survivors. Then, why did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not pursue Feng Jioge? Why did she give Feng Kim Hong the cold shoulder? It was as if she had forgotten about her. What was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan? Spring-autumn cicada could not be used. Fang Yuan had not reborn. There were many secrets and secrets that he did not know. And because he lacked investigative methods against Venerables, and he had to pretend to be weak, Fang Yuan could only make guesses now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had finished healing her injuries. She left Celestial Court. Over the last few days, she had been refining Central Continent's Wisdom Path Tao marks. At the same time, she was making deductions. Feng Jioge, Destiny Song. I cultivate Wisdom Path, I control fate. Giant Sun Immortal cultivates Luck Path. He studies variables. This Destiny Song contains fate and variables. It involves Heaven Path and Human Path at the same time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recalled her own experiences, and even looked at the history of humanity and variant humans. She felt that, in terms of talent, Feng Jioge was definitely in the top 10. Feng Jioge had interacted with Fairy Myrtle and the rest. He might have even helped them. Now that he is helping Spectral Soul, Demon Venerable, his actions are likely to be very helpful to his Destiny Song killer move. The pursuers of Celestial Court had failed. They could not capture Fairy Myrtle and the rest. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used all sorts of clues and deductions to deduce the truth. At this moment, inside Celestial Court, the derivation formation was still operating slowly. Che Wei and several other Gu Immortals were waiting in front of the formation. The 10 children of Human Path had already left Celestial Court. Their memories had all been erased. This step was done by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself. She did not erase their memories crudely. She made ingenious changes. The 10 children of Human Path would have a burst of inspiration. In the following period of time, they would create related Gu recipes and so on. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was even more strict in this aspect. She would deal with any living being that interacted with the derivation formation like this. This way, as long as their Wisdom Path attainment could not match her, no one would be able to obtain information about the derivation formation from the 10 children of Human Path. The derivation formation was too important to Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had thought of all ways to keep this a secret. Wan Dan flew out of the derivation formation. Che Wei and the rest immediately went up and asked in concern. Wan Dan's expression soon returned to normal. He had an expression of wild joy. Amazing! This derivation formation is too amazing! I obtained close to 1,000 Pill Path Gu recipes, among which there are more than 100 immortal Gu recipes. I have been creating Pill Path killer moves for a long time, but my progress has been slow. But after going through the derivation immortal formation, I obtained more than 200 killer moves and 50 immortal killer moves. Che Wei and the rest were shaken. Wan Dan was the first Gu cultivator to enter the formation. To think that his gains would be so terrifying. Different from the 10 children of Human Path, Wan Dan was a legendary, immemorial, desolate beast. He had a long lifespan and rich experience. His foundation was extremely deep. Wan Dan, you created Pill Path, but you do not know much about other paths. However, This derivation immortal formation can allow you to interact with the outstanding achievements of other paths with you as the center. After such a connection, there will be countless results derived, so the harvest is unimaginable. Fong Daki analyzed. She was a Gu immortal from Heavenly Lotus sect. She was personally selected by star constellation Immortal Venerable to enter the derivation formation. Wan Dan nodded, praising, Fairy Fong is right. For a brand new path like Pill Path, the first step of development is to spread it widely. After that, countless Gu cultivators will come into contact with it and cultivate, using their different life experiences, different perspectives, and unique ways of thinking. They will accumulate Pill Path. After that, more and more people will cultivate and geniuses will emerge. They will make breakthroughs and undergo qualitative changes, obtaining huge results. And now, the derivation immortal formation has replaced these steps, using all sorts of outstanding Gu immortal inheritances. The geniuses of history will deduce it together with me. We will rapidly accumulate a vast amount of Pill Path knowledge in a short period of time. Hearing this analysis, Che Wei and the rest had heated gazes. It is my turn now. Che Wei was the second to enter the formation. Several days later, Che Wei entered the formation. His gains were as huge as Wan Dan's. The immortals continued to analyze and discuss. Wan Dan said, Che Wei, even though you have only created Weapon Path for a short period of time, far inferior to me, you are a pure human with the strongest intelligence. Your gains are almost the same as mine. If you had created your path at the same time as me, your gains would be even greater. However, Che Wei shook his head. Fellow immortals, I have a different guess about this. Any path that reaches Grandmaster attainment level will gain the ability to comprehend other paths by analogy. By then, the Gu cultivator will use their own path to imitate the specialty of other paths. For example, using fire path Gu worms to form killer moves, or water path abilities, and so on. Immortal formation derivation can also be seen as forcefully comprehending other paths by analogy. The vast number of true inheritances stored in the immortal formation can be interpreted in another way through either Wan Dan's Pill Path or my Weapon Path. For example, the Iron Rod Gu recipe that I obtained is a transformation of Metal Path research results along with Weapon Path. And Skin Whip Gu is the result of combining Transformation Path research results with Weapon Path. Che Wei's words immediately deepened the immortals' understanding of immortal formation derivation. Next was Feng Deqi's turn. Feng Deqi only had rank 7 cultivation level, but she was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's bloodline descendant. After she entered the formation, she only spent a day and a night before leaving. After regaining her senses, she smiled. I have obtained Painting Path research results. Next, I will refine Painting Path Immortal Gu and change it to my Vital Gu. I will cultivate Painting Path. The immortals congratulated her. Immortal formation derivation's effect was not only to help Human Path, Pill Path, and Weapon Path develop rapidly, it could also extract the essence of each path's research results and condense them into new paths. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not leave behind any Painting Path inheritance for his bloodline descendants. But through immortal formation derivation, Celestial Court could directly nurture Painting Path Gu immortals. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. There was no meaning in talking about Gu worms being the strongest, but Gu immortals did. The nurturing, use, and refinement of Gu worms depended on one's heart. Limitless Demon Venerable used rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu and the other cores to set up the crazed demon formation. He created the truthful floating ice and tried to create eternal life research results, but he failed. Most of the truthful floating ice was lost. The remaining truthful floating ice was divided by Fang Yuan and the other 2 venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used derivation Immortal Gu to create the immortal formation derivation, allowing all paths to erupt and produce a vast number of research results. She saved a lot of time and also prevented a huge flaw from spreading too much. If Giant Sun Immortal had such a method back then, he would not have sent the Blood Sea clone to spread a vast number of blood path inheritances. Chapter 320. As far as the three Venerables were concerned, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's huge change was only beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal let out a breath of air. He was naked, sitting cross-legged. His muscular upper body was covered in bulging muscles. His black chest hair gave off an intense aura of masculinity. My injuries are healed. Giant Sun Immortal let out a sigh of relief. If Spectral Soul, Demon Venerable, and Fire Goo continued to fight evenly with each other, both sides would be heavily injured. The Venerables would fight again. However, Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were much heavier than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's. If he did not participate, he would lose the opportunity. If he participated, he would be injured, he would be at a disadvantage. In the battle for Light Goo not long ago, Giant Sun Immortal had to endure the pressure of the two Venerables. He also had to protect his eldest son, Light Emperor. He had to pay a huge price. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already healed her injuries, but Giant Sun Immortal had only recovered now. Feng Jioga's sudden attack made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable even stronger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable could only wait patiently. Giant Sun Immortal became the beneficiary of this, but Giant Sun Immortal was very familiar with this feeling in his previous life. After all, he cultivated luck path, he researched variables. As he grew stronger, any variable would be beneficial to him. Giant Sun Immortal prepared for a moment before activating his luck path investigative killer move. But this time, he did not investigate the other Venerables, he only inspected himself. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Tao marks, Giant Sun Immortal's number of times he inspected others decreased. He focused on his own situation. His luck was not good. I successfully obtained rank 9 Light Goo, but my luck is still not good. Which side is against me? Giant Sun Immortal frowned. Don't tell me because rank 9 Light Goo is not suitable for me to use, and because it is injured, it is being nurtured in Emperor Light's body. Giant Sun Immortal guessed. Rank 9 Light Goo was injured by Feng Yuan's incomplete refinement killer move. The Giant Sun Immortal had no way to heal his injuries. On the other hand, the Light Emperor had his own expertise and thought of a solution. That was to use his light body to continuously refine and nurture it until the Light Goo became his vital goo and be used by him. If it were a rank 9 Wild Light Goo, Light Emperor would not be able to subdue and refine it. But Light Goo was injured and its will was heavily injured. With Giant Sun Immortal's help, Light Emperor saw some hope of success. This method had many drawbacks. For a very long time, the Light Emperor was almost unable to move. He even needed the help of others to drink and eat. As soon as Longevity Heaven had a pseudo-venerable battle prowess, it went into seclusion. But Longevity Heaven could do nothing about it. They could not hand Light Goo to Feng Yuan and let him repair it. This was a rank 9 Immortal Goo. But Feng Yuan had no bottom line. Giant Sun and Light Emperor were not stupid enough to seek Feng Yuan's help on this. Looking at his bad luck, Giant Sun Immortal sighed helplessly. If only I did not obtain rank 9 Light Goo, but a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Goo. No matter what it was, as long as it was a Luck Path Immortal Goo, that would be great. Giant Sun Immortal was very familiar with this feeling. Although many sudden changes would ultimately be beneficial to him in the end, he had no choice. But most of the time, it was not what Giant Sun Immortal needed the most. After all, it was a variable, not a fixed outcome. Right now, if Giant Sun Immortal had a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Goo, He would be able to modify a rank 9 investigative killer move. He would be able to determine who posed the greatest threat to him. Giant Sun Immortal did not have a rank 9 luck path immortal goo now. Even if he used investigative killer moves and obtained the amplification of Longevity Heaven's vast amount of luck path Tao marks, he could only see the general trend of luck path. The three Venerables were in a standoff. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in a delirious state. There were also pseudo-venerables like Feng Juga, as well as the schemes of the other Venerables. All of these luck were intertwined. Giant Sun Immortal could not distinguish the details. He could only see the vague, general trend. Rank 9 Immortal goo were very important. They often brought about a qualitative change. No matter how much the luck path Tao mark amplification was, it was just a quantitative change. Maybe I have made the most progress among the three Venerables. This change in luck is likely because of the rank 9 light goo. The other Venerables decided to work together to deal with me. That is why their luck surpasses mine. Of course, there is another possibility. I have already been surpassed. My advantage is gone. But in this situation, who is the hidden person? Similar to how Feng Yuan thought about Feng Joga and Celestial Court, Giant Sun Immortal could only guess. He could not deduce the truth. Giant Sun Immortal only left Longevity Heaven and continued to refine Northern Plains Tao marks. After completely refining Northern Plains luck path Tao marks, Giant Sun Immortal expanded his base from Longevity Heaven to the whole of Northern Plains. There were many benefits to this. For example, Giant Sun Immortal was attacked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable again. He did not need to escape to Longevity Heaven. As long as he entered Northern Plains, he would receive a huge amplification. Even though this amplification was inferior to Longevity Heaven, it was enough to deal with the two Venerables. At the same time, Northern Plains was under Giant Sun Immortal's control. Giant Sun Immortal could specially nurture Gu Immortal descendants. He would not have to worry about some shameless Venerable slaughtering the Huang Jin tribes, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have a good way to stop them. Giant Sun Immortal understood deeply. As time passed, the Venerable's strength would continue to grow. They would become stronger. Their immortal essence would become more abundant. During the initial stage of the conflict, the Venerables did not have enough immortal essence to use. This was the best time to refine the natural Tao marks of heaven and earth. If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult. When refining natural Tao marks, if there was any disturbance, the progress would be very slow. If other Venerables gained the upper hand, it would be even worse. For example, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the wisdom path Tao marks of a place first, her strength would rise greatly in that place. At that time, if Giant Sun Immortal wanted to refine the luck path Tao marks of this place and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked, retreating would be the logical choice for Giant Sun Immortal. Not counting the unconscious spectral soul demon Venerable. Among the three Venerables, Giant Sun Immortal's advantage was still very clear. He had refined the largest number of luck path Tao marks. Once he refined all of Northern Plains luck path Tao marks, he would not allow other Venerables to get their hands on it. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who wanted to refine Northern Plains wisdom path Tao marks, or Feng Yuan, who wanted to refine Northern Plains refinement path Tao marks. They would face a heavy blow from Giant Sun Immortal. Thus, now was the most suitable time to refine natural Tao marks. After this period, the difficulty would rise sharply. Other than this reason, there was an even more crucial secret that urged the Venerables to refine Tao marks as soon as possible. That was, only by completely refining all of the natural Tao marks in the world could one maintain their attainment level. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable let out icy blue fire as he slaughtered the two heavens. The other three Venerables were refining their own natural Tao marks. The 5 regions Gu Immortal world fell into temporary peace again. Countless beast groups escaped from confusion to heavens, landing in the 5 regions. The super forces of the 5 regions were in a terrible situation. Goo immortals moved out to defend their territories. Most of the beast groups perished in the icy blue fire. Spectral soul, demon Venerable's body, continued to grow. His aura surged like the sea. After a period of time, his ice-cold blue flame completely covered the entire 2 heavens. Under the attention of the 3 Venerables and the gazes of countless living beings in the 5 regions, the blue fire burned for 2 days and 2 nights. Countless fragments of white heaven and black heaven in confusion, 2 heavens fused together in this blue fire, becoming one. A new heaven appeared. People called it spectral heaven. With immemorial black heaven as the leader, immemorial white heaven was completely conquered and annexed, while spectral soul demon Venerable, who devoured black heaven's spirit, became the ruler. His body was like a mountain or a sea. He was not inferior to the sun from before. The blue fire gradually extinguished everywhere in spectral soul demon Venerable. Only the surface of spectral soul demon Venerable's body was burning quietly. Even the weakest fire was tens of feet tall. Spectral soul demon Venerable became the biggest source of light in spectral heaven. He emitted a vast cold killing intent towards the 5 regions at all times. This was an unprecedented change. Even in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, there was no such change. The entire Goo cultivation world's environment was changing under spectral soul demon Venerable's control. Light path was suppressed, dark path was growing. Battles and casualties rose all over the world. Most living beings, and even Goo masters, could not escape from the influence of killing intent. Soul beasts started to proliferate all over the world. But at the same time, providence also stabilized. Eastern Sea. A rank 5 female Goo master looked at spectral heaven, at the grand existence at the center of spectral heaven. She only looked at it for a while before lowering her head and retracting her gaze. In such a short period of time, the killing intent in her heart had accumulated to the peak, almost breaking through her own limits, making her dizzy with killing intent. She had to slaughter wantonly in order to slightly calm down and ease it. The female Goo master was old. She was 93 years old. Her name was Hua Bencry. She had just left her position as the leader of Eastern Sea's Hua clan. She purposely stared at spectral soul demon Venerable. When her killing intent dissipated, Hua Bencry started the biggest attempt of her life, ascending to immortal as a mortal. First step, shattering aperture. Heaven and earth chi burst out, forming a grand tribulation. Hua Bencry had a solemn expression. Even though she had Hua clan's detailed information, facing the immortal ascension tribulation, her mind and body were shaken. Second step, taking in chi. Heaven, earth, and human chi enveloped her. Hua Bencry concentrated, trying her best to balance the 3 chi. At the same time, it was natural inspiration. As for the tribulations in the outside world, Hua clan's Goo immortals would resist them. This was the benefit of being a super force. Third step, releasing Goo. The vital Goo was released into the 3 chi mixed essence chi lump. There was a loud explosion. Heaven and earth were split apart. At this moment, Hua Bencry had a rank 6 immortal aperture. She succeeded in her immortal ascension. A high, grade, blessed land. But there was no excess heaven and earth chi left to refine her vital Goo. But Hua Bencry was already very satisfied. She could not calm the excitement in her heart. When using natural inspiration, she had great gains. The killer move that she was most proud of in her life's accumulation had already undergone a qualitative change. It had become an immortal killer move. As long as she used this move and sat on any immortal Goo house, crying out in pain, the target immortal Goo house would suffer huge losses. The reputation of the Goo immortals inside the immortal Goo house would also fall. Literature library. Chapter 23-21. After the formation of spectral heaven, it gradually stabilized. The beast groups that had escaped earlier returned to live in the sky. All the grotto heavens closed their entrances and left them in the void. Although there were some losses, they all survived. Spectral soul demon Venerable dominated spectral heaven and rarely moved. The two heavens, grotto heavens, did not open their entrances to communicate with the outside world, in case spectral soul demon Venerable came looking for them. Feng Yuan, star constellation, and giant sun, the three Venerables, were busy refining natural Tao marks. Their confrontation fell into a deadlock again. While the Venerables stopped fighting and the world was taking a breather, a large number of Gu Immortal seeds chose to advance to Gu Immortal realm at this moment. Central continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect's headquarters, blessed land. Mu Huai greets, First Supreme Elder. A newly advanced rank 6 Gu Immortal respectfully knelt on the ground. Heavenly Lotus Sect's First Supreme Elder nodded slightly. After giving some words of encouragement to Mu Huai, he said to an immortal beside Mu Huai, Wu Zhang, Mu Huai is someone you nurtured. You will be in charge of making arrangements. Yes. Wu Zhang replied and led Mu Huai out of the hall. Wu Zhang was Heavenly Lotus Sect's 5th Supreme Elder. He had created 5 Virtues sect in Central Continent long ago. 5 Virtues sect had 5 Virtue Elders. Mu Huai was one of them, with Virtue Elder. After his immortal ascension, he became a middle-grade blessed land. Wu Zhang led him to join Heavenly Lotus Sect and obtain the First Supreme Elder's recognition. From now on, Mu Huai was a member of Wu Zhang's faction. Several days later, Northern Plains. An immortal ascension tribulation had just passed. Ouyang Baisang, who had risked his immortal ascension, only had half his body left. He barely survived. Second brother, you succeeded. Mo Shirquang's voice was very loud. He excitedly rushed forward. Ouyang Baisang could only force a smile. He could not speak. He could only look at Lu Wenwu with a grateful gaze. If not for Lu Wenwu's help, Ouyang Baisang would have died for sure. Now it was all thanks to Lu Wenwu using an immortal killer move to help Ouyang Baisang survive. Lu Wenwu was once a Lu tribe Gu Immortal seed. He was brothers with Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shirquang. He had participated in the Imperial Court contest. Lu Wenwu was now a Gu Immortal. With his help, Ouyang Baisang also succeeded in his immortal ascension. Lu Wenwu understood Ouyang Baisang's meaning and smiled warmly. Brother, go to sleep. As long as I'm here, I'll make sure you don't have to worry. Ouyang Baisang didn't even have the strength to nod. He closed his eyes and fell asleep on the spot, showing his absolute confidence in Lu Wenwu. Big brother, look! Second brother has successfully ascended to immortality. I can do it too. When are you going to help me? Let me have a try too. Mo Shirquang's eyes were burning with desire and his expression was anxious. Lu Wenwu smiled bitterly. Third brother, don't be impatient. You've seen your second brother's situation with your own eyes. Immortal ascension is extremely dangerous. He almost failed completely because of the imbalance of his 3 qi. Furthermore, it's very unreliable for me to deal with the infinite possibilities of the immortal ascension tribulation alone. We were lucky this time. The calamity we encountered was within my abilities, so I could deal with it. However, you have to know that there are thousands of calamities and tribulations, and they are all very strange. The next time you ascend to become an immortal, you might not be so lucky. This. Mo Shirquang scratched his head. Lu Wenwu urged again. Let's wait for some time. When your second brother's cultivation level stabilizes, he will also have Gu Immortal methods. At that time, if we help you together, there will be more hope. Big brother is right, then I will wait. Mo Shirquang listened to the advice and reluctantly changed his mind. But he did not know that Lu Wenwu was sighing inwardly. In the early years, Lu Wenwu was only a Gu master and did not have high standards. Thus he became sworn brothers with Mo Shirquang. But after becoming a Gu Immortal, Lu Wenwu discovered that the world was dominated by humans. All variant humans had to stand aside. Mo Shi Kuang's Inkman identity became even more sensitive. Lu Wenwu helped Ouyang by Sang become an immortal, and Ouyang by Sang became Lu tribe's external supreme elder, becoming Lu Wenwu's supporter and a member of the same political faction. Ouyang by Sang was a pure human. Lu tribe's internal factions would still take the chance to cause trouble. You, Lu Wenwu, did not nurture Lu tribe's Gu masters, but instead nurtured an outsider? And if Mo Shi Kuang became an immortal with Lu Wenwu's help, and became a member of a political faction, that would be even worse. This would become a weakness of other factions. Sometimes Lu Wenwu envied Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Most of the supreme elders of these ancient sects would create new sects in their own name, recruiting and dividing Central Continent's resource points. If they were lucky enough to nurture a Gu immortal, they would become his capable subordinates and companions. This method was also one of the ingenious policies used by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to control Central Continent. But such a method could not be used in a super tribe. Secretly dividing the tribe was a taboo. In Giant Sun Immortal's previous life, he had brought up the idea of the world as one, to unify the whole world. Eastern Seas Hua Ben Ku, Central Continent's Mu Huai, Northern Plains Ouyang by Sang, super forces had deep foundations and were familiar with the secrets of immortal ascension. Thus related Gu immortal seeds ascended one after another. Southern border. Oh no! Yi Peng's expression was grim as he watched the 3 Qi masses of heaven, earth, and human gradually lose their balance. The Gu master Yi Peng's immortal ascension failed, and when the 3 Qi masses dissipated, he was almost shredded into jerky, his limbs were gone, and his body was badly mutilated. Calamities and tribulations could be helped by others, but the coordination of the 3 Qi had to be completed by the Gu master himself. Others were powerless. Sigh, you were too engrossed in the opportunity of natural inspiration. I told you not to be too greedy. Yi Peng landed beside Yi Chong, sighing in regret. Yi Chong did not move. After a few breaths of time, he died. Half a month later, in a nameless valley in Central Continent, Ben Duo Yi succeeded in his immortal ascension. I finally became a rank 6 Gu immortal. He had a complex expression. There was excitement and joy, but also regret. To resist the calamities and tribulations, as well as to harmonize the 3 Qi, he had almost given up on the opportunity of natural inspiration. Ben Duoyi's master was Yu Mu Chun. The latter was a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster, a member of Shadow Sect's Central Continent branch. In this sense, Ben Duo-yi could be considered a remnant of Shadow Sect. He was chosen by Yu Mu Chun. His aptitude was naturally extraordinary. Ben Duo-yi was more intelligent than ordinary hairy men. He had a clear mind. His intelligence was not inferior to humans. This success in his immortal ascension also proved Yu Mu Chun's foresight. Ben Duo-yi packed up and quickly left the valley. But not long after, a Gu immortal arrived. This is the place. The starry sky calculation formation shows that someone underwent tribulation here. It seems to be a lone cultivator. After this Gu immortal investigated, he immediately obtained more detailed clues. The Gu immortal's eyes started to shine. It was not easy for a lone immortal to become an immortal. Since he succeeded, it proved his worth. If I succeed in recruiting this person, it will be a huge sum of sect contribution points. In fact, in the future, this person might even stand by my side. Where there were people, there would be benefits and conflicts. The sect's internal conflicts had to be controlled. It was an excellent competition and elimination mechanism. The sect's higher-ups were happy to see this. However, this Gu immortal did not know that the person who underwent tribulation was not a human, but a variant human hairy man. Ben Duo-yi's immortal ascension was only a small part of it. First, the Gu immortal seeds of the 5 regions super forces tried. followed by lone cultivators and demonic cultivators. Gradually, an immortal ascension trend was formed. The immortal ascension trend included righteous path, secluded cultivators, and demonic path. Many lone cultivators like Ben Duo each showed their talents. They appeared one after another, making everyone's eyes shine. And almost all the superforces of the 5 regions had their own performances. Even among the superforces, there was a kind of private competition. Tai Clan's Tai Rua Nan successfully became a rank 6 metal path Gu Immortal. Shang Clan's Shang Xianci successfully ascended. Western Desert's Shi Clan had 2 Gu Masters who ascended at almost the same time. Eastern Sea's Nangong Clan did not lose out. 2 Gu Masters succeeded in 7 days. They had their own gains. Next, Southern Border's Tai Clan sent out good news. Tai Mu Bai and Tai Bai Chi, who had revived long ago, both succeeded in their immortal ascension. And the one who shook the 5 regions Gu immortal world the most was Southern Border's Wu Clan. Wu Clan's Zhong Yi Wu Xin Tong, Divine Dr. Xing Shou, Wei Xin Shi, and others became rank 6 Gu immortals. The number of people who ascended reached 9, the number 1 in the 5 regions. Wu Clan originally lacked Gu immortals, but under Wu Yong's reform, they boldly recruited outsiders. With the addition of these Gu immortals, Wu Clan became a Southern Border superforce with the most Gu immortals. At once, congratulations from all over were transmitted to Wu Yong through jewel yellow skies or information path Gu worms. Wu Clan was in the limelight, but Wu Yong sneered without any happiness. Such a celebration is only the desire of a Venerable in the future chaos. Is it safe to have more Gu immortals? In front of a Venerable, they are all ants. Moreover, the ones who ascended the most are definitely Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Earth Great Love Alliance. They are all behemoths with too many superforces. Wu Yong was very clear-headed and vigilant. He knew that the true problem was not the number of Gu Masters who succeeded in their immortal ascension, but the impact these external Gu immortals would have on Wu Clan's established tradition. As Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder, Wu Yong had to maintain the stability of Wu Clan. If Wu Clan had too many internal conflicts and internal friction, it would be better to maintain the status quo. Central Continent. Shao Qi Xing descended from the sky. His white robe was only slightly stained with dust. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His posture was straight like a spear, and his expression was stern, emitting an intense arrogance. Good. Gu Immortal Shao Bai Hong stroked his beard and laughed, looking at Shao Qi Xing with an admiring gaze. As expected of my great-grandson, you passed the tribulation and ascended to immortal with your own strength. Shao Qi Xing said, Great-grandfather, this is nothing to be proud of. Many lone cultivators can do it. Why can't I, Shao Qi Xing? Moreover, a mere rank 6 is only a new starting point. Ha, well said. Shao Bai Hong laughed even louder. Shao Qi Xing asked the others about the 9 children of human path. What? Sun Yuanhua, Gu Ting, and the others might have become rank 6 Gu immortals, but their vital Gu have not advanced to immortal Gu? Truly a bunch of trash. Different from the others, the 10 children of human path succeeded in their immortal ascension and kept it a secret. They were crucial figures in the development of Central Continent's human path. They were the pillars of human path in the future. Before they grew to a certain extent, it was better to keep a low profile. Some people succeeded in their immortal ascension, but even more Gu Masters who took risks failed. Some brought glory to their ancestors and shook a region, while some continued to work hard and kept a low profile. Some did not attempt to ascend to immortal, like Feng Kim Hong. Some did not even have the qualifications to try, like Southern Border Xia Cha and Ba Shurba. Some were still preparing to ascend to immortal, like Western Desert's Emily Gu F. Fong Xiang, who is inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Writing pen Chinese net. Chapter 23-22. Southern Border. Deep in a certain earth trench, Kong Ri Tian inspected the goo formation one last time, confirming that there were no problems. In the last dozen or so days, he had carefully chosen this location, and had even set up several goo formations in the surrounding 10 li. Even though I am not skilled in formation path, I can still set up mortal goo formations. With these goo formations, you will be able to detect any abnormalities in the surroundings. With my guidance, you have a high chance of passing the tribulation. Kong Sheng's will of providence appeared in Kong Ri Tian's mind, he said with a smug tone. Kong Ri Tian nodded. Ancestor, do you have any other advice for me? Kong Sheng Tian thought about it. Don't be greedy, but make good use of it. You walk the Qi path. When you ask about providence, ask about Qi path. Don't ask about the secrets of other paths. You'll get much less than Qi path. There is a limit to what I can learn. You cannot ask for unlimited things. Furthermore, don't ask about Qi path's questions that are too broad and high level. Don't ask about rank 8 or 9 Qi path immortal goo recipes. You will not get all of them. Even if you get an incomplete immortal goo recipe, it will not even contain half of the contents. Kong Ri Tian engraved these words in his heart as he nodded. Then I will ask some questions that are related to Qi path, but are questions that are currently within my reach. That is the right thing to do. Kong Sheng Tian laughed heartily. Kong Ri Tian began to undergo the tribulation. Heaven and earth Qi fluctuated, forming a 3 heavens flying wheel tribulation. The flying wheel was powerful. It flew in the sky for 3 days and 3 nights. Kong Ri Tian endured it with difficulty. He became a rank 6 goo immortal and obtained a high-grade blessed land. Kong Sheng's will of providence sighed. Your luck is terrible. You actually encountered such a tribulation. This tribulation is special. It will last for 3 days and 3 nights. Even if you destroy the flying wheel, it will regenerate again. To protect you, I expended almost all of my immortal essence. I have already warned you not to go and provoke Xiaoyan. Kong Ri Tian was confused. What does this have to do with Xiaoyan? Kong Sheng Tian said that Xiaoyan's luck is like you before you obtained Sheng Tian's true inheritance. It is not bad. More importantly, he was Shang Xanxi's subordinate. This girl's luck is no small matter. If you deal with Xiaoyan, your own luck will first be exhausted against Xiaoyan's and Shang Xanxi's luck. Your fate qi is low, so you triggered the 3 heavens flying wheel tribulation when you went through the tribulation, which almost exhausted all the celestial essence I had left. Kong Ri Tian's face darkened. Back then, he attacked Xiaoyan and tried to frame another demonic path, Goo Master, Baotong. In the end, it caused an accident. He didn't expect that the flames of nature actually contained another layer of immortal material flames. Kong Ri Tian was not a Goo Master back then. He did not want to expend his precious immortal essence to let Kong Sheng Providence use his Goo immortal methods. But in the intense battle, he destroyed the free will fire and ignited the immortal material inside. The flames of the immortal ingredients burned the entire mountain range. The situation was out of control. Xiaoyan and Baotong were trapped in the fire. With the help of Kong Sheng's will of providence, Kong Ri Tian managed to break through. He did not expect that the aftereffects of this conflict would affect his immortal ascension. Kong Sheng Tian sighed. It seems that I underestimated Shang Xanci. Unless your cultivation level and strength completely surpass her, do not go against her. Even the people close to her shouldn't act rashly. Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth. Ancestor, aren't you exaggerating a little? Humph, ignorant child. Fate Qi is mysterious. Back when Qi path dominated the world, there were already many people who studied its profundity. Do not underestimate Fate Qi. Think about Giant Sun Immortal. I believe that when this person created Luck Path, he definitely used Fate Qi as a reference. You are already a Goo Immortal now, you should know more. Gu cultivation paths do not exist independently. They influence each other and are interconnected. Fate Qi is the connection between Qi path and luck path. Eventually, Kong Shun's will of providence persuaded Kong Ri Tian. Gu immortal cultivation is much more profound and mysterious than Gu master cultivation. It is all thanks to ancestors' help. Otherwise, even if I became an immortal alone, I would not know anything. Kong Ri Tian sighed. Next, he asked, then what should I do from now on? What's most important? Kong Shung's will of providence did not hesitate. Little guy, even though you became an immortal, you did not have enough heaven and earth qi. You could not raise your vital gu to an immortal gu. This qi path gu worm is very important to the entire Xing Tian true inheritance. Kong Ri Tian immediately realized, so now I should refine this immortal gu. Kong Shung's will of providence snorted coldly. Hee, you are truly ignorant. What immortal gu can you refine? Even if you go bankrupt, you will not have any hope of success. Do you know that most rank 6 gu immortals do not even have a single rank 6 immortal gu? And most rank 7 gu immortals are searching for the first rank 7 immortal gu in their lives. This situation is the same for venerables. Think about how hard it is to refine immortal gu suitable for gu immortals. Kong Ri Tian was tongue-tied, his heart shook. Isn't this too difficult? Kong Sheng's will of providence sighed. Gu immortal cultivation is not easy. It is far riskier than Gu masters. Lad, you need to learn how to survive. Every immortal aperture calamity or tribulation is a test for you. Your starting point is already much higher than ordinary people, but you cannot act rashly, especially refining immortal gu. It is very likely that you will go bankrupt without any gains. Kong Ri Tian was troubled. Then what should I do? Oh, ancestor, you told me that my vital gu needs to be refined into an immortal gu, but you also told me that refining immortal gu is a dead end. What good ideas do you have? Don't keep me in suspense, okay? Kong Shung's will of providence snorted again. Lad, now you know to listen to me? Earlier, I told you not to deal with Xiaoyan, but what did you do? You are still too inexperienced. Yes. Kong Ri Tian quickly apologized. Ancestor, I will definitely listen to your suggestions in the future. Kong Shung's will of providence saw that this junior admitted defeat. He did not pester him anymore, saying, You are quite lucky to have met a refinement path venerable like Fang Yuan. If you want to refine immortal gu, transact with him directly. Wait, you want me to transact with him in jewel yellow skies? Aren't you afraid? Before Kong Ri Tian finished, Kong Sheng Tian rebuked. It is just a rank 6 immortal gu. Do you think a great venerable would care about it? I know what you are worried about. Aren't you worried that Fang Yuan had a relationship with Shang Xan Ci? You did nothing to Shang Xan Ci. Kong Ri Tian heard this and thought back. He felt a stab in his heart. Kong Sheng's will of providence was right. Kong Ri Tian and Shang Xan Ci had interacted several times. He had suffered losses. Previously, he was chased by Shang Xan Ci and Wu Ji because of Sheng Tian's true inheritance. Next time, he had suffered a huge loss during the tribulation against Xiaoyan. Shang Xan Ci was living well, but he, Kong Sheng Tian, suffered more and more. Then let's go to jewel yellow skies and talk to Fang Yuan's will. Eventually, Kong Ri Tian said in a muffled voice, Western Desert. The sandstorm had stopped. Mo Li had rank 6 cultivation level. He bowed deeply to the Featherman Gu immortals in front of him. Thank you for your help, friends from E Clan. Otherwise, I would not have been able to become a Gu immortal alone. Mo Li thanked sincerely. After the battle for Sand Heap Blessed Land, he was saved by Western Desert's mysterious super force, E Clan. Mo Li came to E Clan's headquarters. After interacting with them, he found that E Clan's Gu immortals were all Featherman. This time, with the help of E Clan's Gu immortals, Emo Li succeeded in his immortal ascension. "I clan gu immortal Zhou," he said. "Emo Li, you are too polite. You are the inheritor of thieving heaven's true inheritance. You are thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritor. Back then, I clan's ancestors were able to survive because of thieving heaven demon Venerable's help. And because of thieving heaven demon Venerable's methods, I clan was able to conceal I clan for so many years. Our I clan is greatly indebted to thieving heaven demon Venerable. We have always believed that Lord Demon Venerable would not die quietly. This time we helped you because we want to repay Lord Thieving Heaven's kindness. If one day Lord Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable revives, our I clan will definitely follow him. So you and I are on the same side." Emo Li felt a surge of warmth when he heard the feather man gu immortal Zhou Yi's words. Central Continent. Wei Wuxiang stared at the chi lump in his immortal aperture with a heated gaze. Just earlier, he had passed the tribulation and became a human path gu immortal. He obtained a high-grade blessed land, and the remaining heaven and earth chi was enough for him to refine his vital immortal gu. His vital gu was thief gu. It was already surrounded by heaven and earth chi. I heard that even though Gu Ting, Sun Yuanhua, and the rest advanced to immortal, they did not refine human path immortal gu. But I am different. A few days ago, I was sleeping at night when I suddenly had the urge to pee. I was forced to wake up. But I had a burst of inspiration and actually comprehended thief gu's immortal gu recipe. With this immortal recipe and so much heaven and earth chi left, I can definitely obtain thief immortal gu. Ha ha ha! It was not a waste to comprehend the immortal recipe, despite wetting my bed. Even though Wei Wuxiang had entered the derivation immortal formation, his memories were changed. He thought that he had truly comprehended thief gu's immortal gu recipe with inspiration. However, after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn Wei Wuxiang grunted. The heaven and earth chi were completely exhausted. His vital gu was heavily damaged and fell. I actually failed the gu refinement. This is impossible. Wei Wuxiang could not believe it. I used heaven and earth chi to advance my vital gu. This is using the power of heaven and earth to refine gu. It has nothing to do with my refinement path attainment. How could I fail? Wei Wuxiang could only think of one explanation. Don't tell me, because immortal gu are unique, I failed. Wei Wuxiang thought of this and shook his head. In his opinion, this was even more impossible, because this meant that someone had already refined thief immortal gu. Thief immortal gu was created by me. Who could be ahead of me? Unless the world itself has thief immortal gu. Strange, the human path of heaven and earth should not have developed so deeply. Wei Wuxiang fell into deep confusion. Chapter 23:23 Celestial Court. Another gu immortal walked out of the derivation immortal formation. This female immortal wore golden armor. Her cloak flickered with golden light as it hung down from her shoulders to the ground. She was tall, her shoulders were broad, her long legs were eye-catching when she walked. She was tall and beautiful. Her nose bridge was high, her lips were thin, and her eyes were long and narrow. Her aura was outstanding. It was as if she was born to be a noble, above all mortals. People would lower their heads unconsciously, not daring to look at her. It was as if they could only look at her feet to avoid offending her. She was Qin Dingling. After Qin Dingling walked out of the derivation immortal formation, she quickly recovered. She turned around and looked at the derivation immortal formation behind her, her eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance. She was excited. This time, she entered and left the formation with great gains. The most important thing that made her so excited was that she could see the great hope of Celestial Court defeating Giant Sun Immortal. Heaven refining Demon Venerable, and spectral soul Demon Venerable in this derivation immortal formation. Why did she say that? Because the effect of derivation immortal formations on gu cultivation paths was too strong and powerful. Like this time, Qin Dingling had great gains after entering the formation. This was not just a huge improvement to her own strength, it was also a huge boost to the entire luck path. Because after she entered the formation, the luck path of heaven and earth took many steps forward in a short period of time. It was greatly developed. What did this mean? It meant that as long as a luck path gu immortal like Qin Dingling entered the derivation immortal formation more often, their luck path would develop even more. When enough times were accumulated, there would be a breakthrough in quantity. It would lead to a qualitative change. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal would be kicked out of luck path Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Level. Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Level was when a gu cultivator's understanding of a certain path was on par with heaven and earth. When Qin Dingling entered the formation this time, the formation used her as the core, using Celestial Court's vast number of true inheritances to deduce all sorts of new results related to luck path. These new results were just the accumulation of quantity. Giant Sun Immortal only needed one look to see through all the profundities, because these luck path results were still the profundities of current luck path. They did not transcend the limits of heaven and earth. It was just a quantitative change, not a qualitative one. However, when the quantity was accumulated to a sufficient level, there would always be a qualitative change. Once there was a qualitative change, the entire world's luck Tao realm would rise by a level, and the Giant Sun Immortal's realm would fall behind the world. Then, he would no longer be a luck path Supreme Grandmaster. This way, Giant Sun Immortal would no longer be a Tao Lord and would not be able to refine the natural luck path Tao marks. To the Giant Sun Immortal, this would be an extremely heavy blow. It's a pity that the Giant Sun Immortal has always kept his luck a secret, not allowing it to spread. Otherwise, if there were more luck path gu immortals like me, we would enter the derivation immortal formation more often. There would be a higher chance of kicking Giant Sun Immortal out of luck path Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Realm. Qin Dingling felt very regretful. After entering and exiting the immortal formation, she could not enter again for a long time. If she forcefully entered the formation, the results would be lackluster, and it would even cause irreparable damage to her. It was too late to start nurturing luck path gu immortals now. Only a top rank 8 luck path gu immortal like Qin Dingling could push the development of luck path forward. Of course, it was not impossible for other luck path gu masters and gu immortals. It was just that they had not reached the peak of luck path yet. It was very unlikely for them to break through the limits of heaven and earth. As for the Celestial Court, they lacked motivation to try this. The difference between the investment and benefits was too great. Next, it is my turn. Fairy Maiden's soul nodded at Qin Dingling with a smile. The two brushed past each other. Fairy Maiden's soul entered the derivation immortal formation, vanishing without a trace. She was a soul path great expert of the Celestial Court during Spectral Soul's era. She was on par with Thunder, Ghost, True Monarch. This time, she would definitely have huge gains. It would push forward the development of soul path in this world. It is a pity that the current Celestial Court lacks a refinement path great expert. There are many refinement path gu immortals in the 10 great ancient sects, but there are only a few rank 8 refinement path gu immortals, and none of them are great experts. They have not reached the peak of refinement path. Qin Dingling thought about it. The Celestial Court's derivation immortal formation completely displayed star constellation immortal venerables, strength and terror. However, it was still very difficult to kick the other venerables out of Supreme Grandmaster Attainment level. Giant Sun Immortal's luck path, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul path, and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's refinement path. These 3 aspects required many great experts to cultivate. The celestial court had the derivation immortal formation. Rank 9 derivation Gu was not refined by star constellation immortal Venerable. It was still in a wild state. It absorbed heaven and earth primeval energy. Thus, the derivation immortal formation expended very little immortal essence. But the celestial court lacked crucial people. Without enough Gu cultivation great experts, it was hard to kick out a Venerable with the derivation immortal formation alone. Maybe celestial court's development of human path is related to this. Qin Dingling suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She could only see some aspects of star constellation immortal Venerable's arrangements. She could not see the whole picture. Eastern Sea. There were no ripples on the sea. It was very calm. Guyue was at the crucial moment of his immortal ascension. The three Qi of heaven, earth, and man had already surrounded him. Guyue gritted his teeth. He tried to coordinate the three Qi and slowly compress them. I must succeed. Only by becoming a Gu immortal can I save my mother. Also, after becoming a Gu immortal, my strength will rise greatly. I will be able to find my father more easily. Guyue wanted to encourage himself, but soon his attention was drawn to another matter. At this moment, he felt providence. He was about to learn from nature. You must succeed. Mermaid Gu immortal Lian Kexan floated in the sky openly, right beside Guyue Fengxiang. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on him without blinking. Unfortunately, no one could interfere in the process of three Qi harmonization. Otherwise, Lian Kexan would have done it for Guyue Fengxiang already. This time, she had accepted the mission on the mission board and accidentally met Guyue Fengxiang, deceiving him that there was a suitable place for his immortal ascension. The truth was, Feng Yuan had secretly opened the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance and lured Guyue Fengxiang into the 5 regions. Guyue Fengxiang was undergoing tribulation. Feng Yuan was hiding far away. He was not idle either. He was secretly activating a rank 9 heaven path killer move. It was not obscuring heaven's secret, but steal heaven's secret. After this killer move was activated, it could steal the knowledge of providence during the Gu Master's immortal ascension. The first core of the killer move Steal Heaven's Secret was rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. The second core was rank 8 Immortal Gu Great Thief Gu. Back then, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created the rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu, his motive was to sense heaven and earth. He wanted to learn from nature again. Under normal circumstances, Gu cultivators only had one chance to learn from nature in their lives. It was when a Gu master ascends to immortal, using the qualitative change in their aperture to explode into a small immortal aperture world. They would obtain the recognition of providence and communicate with providence. At this time, the Gu master would ask about providence, and providence would answer the Gu master's question to a certain extent. This opportunity could be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but the degree of dispelling doubts was also limited. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable succeeded. As long as something happened in heaven and earth would know about it. Just by activating rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu, the Gu cultivator could directly ask about providence and get the answer. It could leak the secrets of heaven and earth. Even if the Gu immortal had no evidence, they could point to the truth. By using Heavenly Secret Gu with other Gu worms to undergo tribulation, they could probe the contents of the calamities and tribulations in advance and make targeted preparations. And in terms of concealment, obscured Heavenly Secret was the best killer move. If Feng Yuan used rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu alone, he would not be able to get the answer from Providence, because Providence did not like Feng Yuan. In the destruction of Fate Gu, Feng Yuan was one of the culprits. Providence had always wanted to get rid of Feng Yuan. How could Providence give Feng Yuan the answer in this kind of conflict? Feng Yuan was deeply aware of the benefits of natural inspiration. When he participated in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, why did he use so many outstanding killer moves, other than making deductions himself? He had secretly used the immortal ascension of many Gu masters in his immortal aperture. Using the convenience of natural inspiration, he saved precious time and energy. Without these killer moves, Fang Yuan would have been killed by the two Venerables. Thus, natural inspiration was a huge factor in Fang Yuan's victory in Crazed Demon Cave. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to use natural inspiration again. Fang Yuan wanted it too. All Gu cultivators knew the value of natural inspiration. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu for this. But what about Fang Yuan? He created the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret. He had created this killer move long ago, but it was only at rank 8 level back then. Its power was very limited. It could be said that it had no practical value at all. He spent too much immortal essence and gained too little. It would be better to directly order the Gu Master to ask him the questions he had set when he was in a natural state. But this was all in the past. The current situation had undergone an earth-shattering change. The reason was rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. Where did rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's recipe come from? Truthful floating ice. This was Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangement. It was the Crazed Demon Formation's grand achievement after absorbing the chaos outside the world. From the 8th layer onwards, Crazed Demon Cave was isolated from the 5 regions. The Crazed Demon Formation was no exception, and during the process of Fang Yuan refining rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu, he did it in his sovereign immortal aperture, isolated from the 5 regions. That was to say, the Gu cultivation world did not have the recipe of rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. In this aspect, he was above the entire universe. Rank 8 Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer move had limited power, but rank 9 Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer move was above the universe. It was above Providence. Every time Fang Yuan used natural inspiration from other Gu masters, he would use rank 9 Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer move. The gains were unimaginable to outsiders. As long as something happened in the world, Fang Yuan would have a chance to learn about it. Under normal circumstances, Gu Master's natural inspiration was limited. This was because of Providence's restriction. But Fang Yuan's Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer move directly stole it, whether Providence was willing or not. It had to get lost. Chapter 23-24. During this period of time, how many Gu Masters in the sovereign immortal aperture underwent immortal ascension? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, Hair Monster Grotto Lord, Dulay Warrior, Duo Luo Warrior, Rock Warrior, Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Warrior, and Chong. Yiji, Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust, Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, Bing Yuan, Bing Zhua, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Shizong, Koexan Hong, Rotten Egg 6 Immortals, Xiaohe Jian, Green Forest Great Sage. Only now did Gyua remember. Most of the Gu Immortals that Fang Yuan sacrificed in Crazed Demon Cave had revived, except for those Gu Immortals who died in the chaotic disaster. But Fang Yuan did not directly revive them as Gu Immortals. He only allowed them to have Gu Master cultivation level. On one hand, it was to conserve resources and prevent too many people from dying. On the other hand, it was for this opportunity. Fang Yuan had always been far-sighted. He was also good at making plans. It was just that many times in the past, his plans could not keep up with the changes. But now his cultivation level was rank 9. He was a refinement path venerable. Fate Gu was also destroyed. There were only a few existences in the world that could interfere with his plans. Fang Yuan had purposely saved up, and during the immortal ascension tide, he had obtained extremely huge returns. In just a few months, just in the sovereign immortal aperture alone, over 30 Gu Masters ascended to immortal. This did not include Eastern Sea, the Two Heavens, and other superforces under Fang Yuan. Wu Clan, which was in the limelight, could not compare to such results. But Feng Yuan concealed it completely. Not a trace of it was leaked. And only a small portion of the benefits from Gu Immortal Ascension belonged to those rank 6 Gu Immortals. Most of the other benefits came from stealing heavenly secrets. This was something that even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not have expected. In fact, Feng Yuan himself did not expect his gains to be so huge. He obtained a large number of killer moves, Gu recipes, immortal Gu houses, immortal formations, the construction methods of battlefield killer moves, the best methods to nurture countless resources, the most detailed map of the 5 regions, the locations of many wild immortal Gu, and so on. After satisfying his current needs, he dabbled in human path, pill path, painting path, star path, luck path, and so on. The result surprised Feng Yuan. He was pleasantly surprised. Just by trying, he obtained musician immortal Gu recipes, thief immortal Gu recipes, soldier immortal Gu recipes, sergeant immortal Gu recipes, and a vast number of pill path and painting path immortal Gu recipes. He obtained many profundities of luck path, star path, and soul path. All of these were of great help to him. Now that Feng Yuan looked back, it was still the human Tao that surprised him the most. Who would have thought that human Tao has developed so much in this world? Feng Yuan did not know about the existence of the derivation immortal formation. It was all because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's concealment. However, the root of the problem was the immortal evolution array. The core of the derivation immortal formation, derivation immortal Gu, was rank 9. It was not refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thus it was still a wild immortal Gu. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to refine it, but she could only use derivation immortal Gu in this situation. Once the derivation immortal Gu was refined by someone else, it would become useless. Limitless Demon Venerable had tried it before. Thus, in the crazed demon formation, he used wild derivation immortal Gu as the core. However, the 2 deepest layers of crazed demon cave were isolated from the outside world. Thus, even if derivation immortal Gu was wild, it was not a problem. Celestial Court was not like this. Celestial Court had annexed too many immemorial 9 heavens fragments. It was filled with providence. It was the largest heaven vein node of the 2 heavens. During the confusion of the 2 heavens, Celestial Court mobilized countless rank 8 experts and sent all of its immortal Gu houses to defend it. In the end, after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined Celestial Court's wisdom path Tao marks, she made an emergency move and stabilized the situation, preventing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable from finding them. But the derivation immortal formation was located in Celestial Court. It was noticed by Providence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not conceal this providence. As long as it was in Celestial Court, Providence was one of the foundations of Celestial Court. But other than Celestial Court, where else could she place the derivation immortal formation? None. At least not in Central Continent. Thus, everything that happened in the derivation immortal formation happened between heaven and earth. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not notice this. She knew about it long ago. But it was not a problem. At least, it was not a problem in her opinion. Why? Because Providence did not want to see any Venerable in the current era. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived. How could Providence allow the dead to revive? Not to mention Feng Yuan, he was an otherworldly demon. A complete otherworldly demon. He was one of the culprits who destroyed Fate Gu. Only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was favored by Providence. But his mind was not clear. Even if he wanted to deal with Celestial Court was tightly shut. He could not find or enter. If he entered, with the amplification of Celestial Court's wisdom path Tao marks, would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be afraid of him? She could use this chance to eliminate him, just like how Feng Yuan did not expect the derivation immortal formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also did not know that Fang Yuan had rank 9 heavenly secret goo. And most importantly, Fang Yuan created the killer move thieving heavenly secret. Whether Providence was willing or not, as long as Fang Yuan used natural inspiration, he could wantonly steal heavenly secrets. The 3 Qi enveloped Guyue. He was starting to use natural inspiration now. Seeing this, Fang Yuan stopped his distracting thoughts. What heavenly secret should I steal this time? He thought about it. Maybe I can ask for information about Celestial Court. No matter how star constellation Immortal Venerable tries to conceal it, my thieving heavenly secret killer move is at rank 9 level. If she wants to resist it, she will need to have a qualitative change in her rank 9 wisdom path, Immortal Goo. No matter how many wisdom path Tao marks Celestial Court had, it was only a quantitative change. When Guyue wanted to detonate his immortal aperture and become a rank 6 Goo Immortal, Fang Yuan's mind shook. Immortal formation derivation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable hit it so deeply, I only discovered it at the final stage. So that's it. Amazing, as expected of the number 1 wisdom path person in history. At this moment, Fang Yuan could not help but feel admiration towards star constellation Immortal Venerable. She actually had such a method to rapidly push the development of all paths. The divine might of wisdom path was truly terrifying. Such an enemy was truly worthy of respect. Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal slowly stopped refining Northern Plains luck path Tao marks. It's about time. Giant Sun Immortal observed his surroundings. He had a unique method of refining Northern Plains luck path Tao marks. He did not stay in one place for long. He refined all the luck path Tao marks in one place before moving to another place. Giant Sun Immortal used a wide range of refinement methods. After refining 60% of the luck path Tao marks in every place in Northern Plains, he gave up and moved to another place to refine. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal started to refine Northern Plains Tao marks. After experiencing the declaration of great love, Fang Clan joining the alliance, Spectral Soul Annihilation, the 3 Venerables fighting for Light Goo, and the Immortal Ascension Tide, Giant Sun Immortal finally refined 60% of Northern Plains Tao marks. The whole of Northern Plains was covered by him. At the same time, he did not forget to manage his rank 9 Immortal Aperture. He went through several calamities and tribulations. He created many resource points. The foundation of his rank 9 Immortal Aperture increased greatly. His immortal essence production also increased. As time passed, the foundation of the Venerable's immortal apertures would increase rapidly. They would have more immortal essence. However, the current Giant Sun Immortal's immortal aperture was far from enough. It was far from Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortal's first life's rank 9 immortal aperture. Because it did not annex the immemorial 9 heavens fragment, it had been tortured by calamities and tribulations for many years. After passing the tribulation, its Tao marks increased greatly. Giant Sun Immortal did not have the sovereign immortal aperture. He could not annex a bigger one. Moreover, Giant Sun Immortal also cultivated blood path. Thus, if he wanted to annex Longevity Heaven and maximize the benefits, he still needed a lot of accumulation. In terms of foundation, Longevity Heaven could not compare to Celestial Court. After all, Celestial Court had the immortal apertures of at least 3 Venerables, while Giant Sun Immortal only had his previous life's rank 9 immortal aperture as his foundation. But Longevity Heaven had a huge advantage. Celestial Court could not compare to it. This was the future. After Giant Sun Immortal's blood path matured, he could annex Longevity Heaven. His strength would rise to a terrifying level. After resting for a while, Giant Sun Immortal started to prepare a killer move. Once the killer move was activated, with the amplification of 60% of Northern Plains luck path Tao marks, it formed a sky full of golden light that dyed the sky of Northern Plains. All right, With this luck path killer move, my bloodline descendants will be able to undergo tribulations in the future. This included not only the immortal ascension calamities and tribulations, but also all the calamities and tribulations that the Gu Immortal would face in the future under the effect of this luck path killer move. The killer move would become easier to deal with. At the same time, the killer move's power would increase or decrease. If the Gu Immortal had excess strength, the luck path killer move would increase the power of the calamities and tribulations. After passing the tribulation, the Gu Immortal would obtain more Dao marks. On the contrary, it would weaken the calamities and tribulations, ensuring that the Gu Immortal could pass the tribulation safely. This luck path killer move was Giant Sun Immortal's latest modification. It involved the profundities of heaven and earth luck and all living beings' luck. In the future, it could be linked with other self luck killer moves. It had incredible power. When Giant Sun Immortal refined most of Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, the entire Huangjin tribes of Northern Plains benefited from him. The mystical power of luck path was also being displayed on a large scale. In the future, Giant Sun Immortal planned to use all sorts of luck path killer moves to strengthen the whole of Northern Plains. It would allow himself, Longevity Heaven, and the Huangjin tribes of all sizes to not just undergo tribulations. They would also have good variables in everything they did. It was good luck path. If the Gu cultivator had the ability, they would first experience bitterness before sweetness. They would first be suppressed. Then they would gain even greater benefits. However, these luck path killer moves need to be modified. I need to consider them carefully. Giant Sun Immortal pondered. These luck path killer moves could not be used too often. Killer moves would leave Dao marks on them. If they were used too often, the whole of Northern Plains would turn into a luck path environment. This method had a huge flaw. Under the conflict of Dao marks, other paths would be greatly suppressed. It would be disadvantageous to the growth of other Gu Immortals. Thus, this was a delicate situation. Giant Sun Immortal had to find a balance. This matter is not urgent. I need to consider it carefully. Giant Sun Immortal thought as he activated his investigative killer move again. This time he was not investigating the Venerables, he was investigating Northern Plains. Soon, a vague map of the luck distribution appeared in Giant Sun Immortal's mind. Giant Sun Immortal frowned slightly. In his first life, he used this killer move. The effect was quite good. But now that he used it, it was much more blurry, especially at the borders. Previously, the 5 regions were separated. They were not closely connected. Thus, it was easier to investigate a region's luck. But now, the 5 regions are united. The 2 heavens have become dark realms. To reach the investigative level of my previous life, I might need to refine all of the luck path Dao marks in the 5 regions. Giant Sun Immortal came to a conclusion. He quickly stopped using his killer move. He used 2 immortal killer moves consecutively. They expended a lot of immortal essence. His immortal essence reserves reached a critical level again. He needed to rest for some time before he could continue refining Northern Plains Dao marks. Otherwise, if the Venerables fought, he would be in danger. Chapter 23-25 Eastern Sea. In the dark depths of the sea, Fang Yuan's true body concealed his tracks as he snuck into this place. A huge translucent bubble gradually appeared in his field of vision. It should be here. Fang Yuan understood in his heart, stopping his footsteps and carefully inspecting it. This bubble was very unique. It was formed from the eruption of an underground volcano, the surrounding seawater, and the chi tides that came here in the past. All sorts of factors created this hidden underwater world. Fire path, earth path, water path, and chi path. These 4 Dao marks formed a paradise here. This place was very hidden. Unless a Gu Immortal encountered it by accident, it would be hard to find it. I'll call it 4 path bubbles for now. Fang Yuan used his investigative method to inspect the surroundings. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out a Gu Immortal. This Gu Immortal had long wavy hair. It was Fang Yuan's dream path clone, Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen's cultivation level was low, but he cultivated dream path. Because of the special mission this time, Fang Yuan sent him out. Otherwise, he would have been hiding in the sovereign immortal aperture, spending most of his time researching dream path, only helping out and stabilizing the sovereign immortal aperture situation. Fang Yuan used his method to carefully help Meng Qiuzhen enter the bubble. 15 minutes later, Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture. He succeeded. He brought back a wild wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was once rank 9, but it was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal to be given to Fang Yuan during the Fate Destruction War. Because Fang Yuan wanted to complete the Red Lotus plan, Wisdom Gu became one of the Gu refinement materials. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu perished as a result. But the heavenly Tao was clear. Life and death corresponded to each other. Under the influence of Providence, a wild rank 6 Wisdom Gu was soon created in the 5 regions. This Wisdom Gu was hidden in this bubble. After Fang Yuan stole heavenly secrets, he learned of the locations of many wild immortal Gu. Wisdom Gu was the most important of his gains. Thus, he made a move personally to prevent any accidents from happening, to ensure that Wisdom Gu was obtained. Everything matched the information in Thieving Heaven's secret. Meng Qiuzhen used dream path methods and easily suppressed the rank 6 Wisdom Gu. Inside the large bubble, even though there was an underwater volcano and the surrounding deep-sea fish, there was nothing that could threaten Meng Qiuzhen. As for Fang Yuan, he had too many Tao marks on his body. It was very likely that he would burst the bubble with just a palm. Therefore, it was most convenient to use a clone for this matter. The rank 6 Wisdom Gu was quickly refined by Fang Yuan. Although it was Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan was a grand refinement path Venerable. Refining a rank 6 wild immortal Gu was a simple matter. For Venerables, using rank 9 immortal essence to refine rank 8 immortal Gu was no pressure. The hard part was refining rank 9 immortal Gu. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerables, First Life's refinement of rank 9 Wisdom Gu, or Giant Sun Immortal's failure in refining Love Gu, they were both examples. After the Fate War, to think that Wisdom Gu is in my hands again, and this time there is no Giant Sun Immortal tampering with it. This is Wisdom Gu that belongs to me. Fang Yuan felt a faint sense of joy. As for raising Wisdom Gu and returning to rank 9, Fang Yuan felt that this was not an urgent matter. With the killer move Thieving Heaven's secret, after stealing the Heaven Path information, Fang Yuan greatly improved on his Wisdom Path deductions, as well as his Information Path information gathering. After obtaining Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan secretly returned to his original location, continuing to refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Tao marks. Furthermore, he had to stop frequently, giving off a feeling of lacking immortal essence and being half dead. He sent his divine sense into the sovereign immortal aperture. Recently, another huge project had been completed in the immortal aperture. For this project, Fang Yuan had excavated all of his subordinates' immortal material reserves, among which Eastern Sea's Hua clan made the most contributions, earning a huge sum of contribution points. As for the construction method of the brocade cloud lump, Fang Yuan had to use Thieving Heaven's secret to explore Providence's background before he succeeded in modifying it. This huge brocade cloud lump was 10 li in size. It slowly floated in the mini 9 heavens. Every once in a while, they would travel from one day to another. Brocade cloud was an immortal material. It ranged from rank 6 to rank 9. The brocade cloud that Fang Yuan had right now could be seen as an accumulation of similar immortal materials. Most of them were rank 6, 30% were rank 7, less than 10% were rank 8, and there were almost none at rank 9. And the feeding of rank 9 heavenly secret immortal goo required a large number of rank 9 brocade clouds. Fang Yuan was still far from the standard of a single feeding, but it was not a problem. The higher the rank of the immortal goo, the lower the feeding frequency. According to the current situation, there was still a long time before they could be fed. This period of time was enough for these brocade clouds to grow. There was plenty of time. Goo nurturing, refining, and feeding rank 9 immortal goo was a test that Fang Yuan had to face. He had 3 rank 9 immortal goo now. They were Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Advanced Refinement, and Heavenly Secret. The first 2 were closer to the people. They were easier to feed, while the final Heavenly Secret goo was more troublesome. But Fang Yuan had already taken precautions. He had already resolved this problem. All in all, feeding rank 9 immortal goo was not the biggest problem for Fang Yuan now. He just needed to work hard. After all, he was already a Venerable. He had Eastern Sea, one of the 5 regions, and a super force with variant humans in the 2 heavens. Through his declaration twice, the highest end business in Jewel Yellow Skies was his immortal goo refinement business. Adding on the sovereign immortal aperture's deep foundation, perhaps only Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were stronger than the sovereign immortal aperture. The Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had already seen it. Jewel Yellow Skies was a special grotto heaven. It mainly traded with goo immortals. Its foundation could not compare to the sovereign immortal aperture. After this period of development, the sovereign immortal aperture was gradually going through a qualitative change. In the past, the sovereign immortal aperture might have been a patient on the brink of collapse. Just a little bit and the situation would have gone out of control. But now, the situation had not only stabilized, it was also improving rapidly. There were 2 main reasons. One was that during this period of time, the sovereign immortal aperture's Tao vein construction finally had its first wave of huge results. Fire path, wind path, and water path man-made Tao veins had already completed the first ring. The first set of earth path Tao marks had already been completed for the 3rd ring. This had a huge effect on the sovereign immortal aperture's stability. The effect could be said to be instantaneous. The sovereign immortal aperture's goo immortals could clearly feel the abnormalities in earth path, fire path, wind path, and water path were rapidly decreasing. They were no longer common. The second reason was that more than 30 goo cultivators under Fang Yuan had ascended to immortal realm. The number of goo immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture increased sharply. With sufficient manpower, Fang Yuan easily mobilized a group of goo immortals and sent them to various places in the 5 regions to retrieve the wild immortal goo that Fang Yuan had found. Several days later, some goo immortals returned successfully. Some of them brought back resource points that had not been discovered by the world, while others directly obtained wild immortal goo. Among them, Fang Yuan obtained the Wild Time Path Immortal Goo Moon. At this point, he had collected all the immortal goo, year, moon, and day. After obtaining the latest detailed information, Fang Yuan's subordinates had a clear target. They had a high chance of success. The results of stealing Heaven's secret were far from just these. Fang Yuan refined the Tao marks while secretly unraveling the truthful floating ice. He was also modifying his killer moves. Because after stealing Heaven's secret, he had a large number of finished products to refer to. The modification of killer moves progressed rapidly, especially compound killer moves. Fang Yuan even started to construct his combat system on a large scale. All along, he did not have much success in this aspect. But after stealing Heaven's secret, he obtained a large amount of information. It was extremely valuable to Fang Yuan. However, the goo immortals returned one after another. Even though most of them succeeded, a small portion returned empty-handed. Most of the hidden resource points were moved back, but a small portion suffered huge losses or were even destroyed due to earthquakes and tsunamis. they lost the value of being moved back. As for wild immortal goo, they were all moving away. Feng Yuan was not surprised. Providence affected people's hearts. Providence allowed one to think. Feng Yuan had always been Providence's focus. How could Providence not react to a sudden large-scale collection of hidden resource points and wild immortal goo? The heavenly Tao emphasized balance. It would naturally do everything it could to restrict Feng Yuan from becoming stronger. Thus, such a reaction was within Feng Yuan's expectations. For this, Feng Yuan's arrangement was to place the important immortal goo and resource points in the early stages of the collection. Thus he gained a lot. As for the following ones, their value was lower. In comparison, Feng Yuan gave up on them, but it was meaningful to fight for them. Feng Yuan gradually digested the results of stealing heaven's secret. During this process, he gained a deeper understanding of this killer move. Stealing heaven's secret gives me a terrifying advantage in terms of information. It completely makes up for my weakness in information path. However, if I use too much of this information, Providence will quickly adjust it. The value of this information will decrease greatly. Furthermore, grotto heavens like longevity heaven will not be investigated by stealing heaven's secret. The stolen killer moves, combat systems, and other precious information will be of great help in modifying killer moves and creating combat systems. However, since Providence knows about it, it must have happened in the world. Others might know about it too. And Providence also has many things that it does not know about. For example, the true inheritances of Venerables. Providence can remember them, but it cannot modify killer moves on its own. The gains I obtained in painting path, human path, pill path, and other aspects were mainly because of the formation derivation. Stealing heaven's secret could be used for investigation. It could save Feng Yuan's energy and time in deductions. The effect was excellent, but there were still flaws. Feng Yuan still had needs for information path and wisdom path. But this need was mostly satisfied. It was not as urgent as before. Stealing heaven's secret killer move mainly relied on rank 9 heavenly secret goo. Once rank 9 heavenly secret goo's recipe is known by Providence, the heavenly Tao will react and steal heaven's secret killer. Move's effect would not be as strong. Stealing heaven's secret also relied on natural inspiration. It could not be used freely. Feng Yuan was already planning to nurture the goo cultivators in his immortal aperture. He would nurture and accumulate goo immortal seeds. At every crucial moment, he would let a group of them ascend to immortal. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.